the sovereign of the desolate sands. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476 Opposition. 2 days later, on the 3rd day of July, in the mansion of Princess Xian, Xiao Chu was wearing a light crimson dress, holding a bag of fish food in one hand and resting her chin with the other. The colorful koi fish crowded under the waterside pavilion and waited for a long time, but still did not get any fish food. That was basically the gist of the conversation that day. Hong Fan sat opposite her, frowning. I was not in a good position to fully grasp his thoughts. Perhaps the Zhangwu Academy actually doesn't care much about the result of this land measurement. First, the King Dizhanzong is not a top sect, and second, if they really settle their tax base, they will only have a few tens of thousands of guan a year. Perhaps Guan Kime wants to bring the Shengaiyu army to the end and create a trend of cooperation between the Zhangwu Academy and the royal family. He told Xiao Chu everything, but it became more and more difficult to say. The land measurement was undoubtedly in line with the righteousness. At this moment when the aristocratic sects rule most of Kyushu, Guan Kime, who stands up and faces the 4 directions alone, has always been admired by Hong Fan, and Xiao Chu, as the eldest princess, a core member of the royal family, the #1 aristocratic family, naturally enjoys the fruits of imperial rule and exploitation. If class interests are taken into consideration, he should stand on Guan Kime's side. But a person's social relations are far more complicated than a single narrative. On the one hand, Hong Fan and Xiao Chu are comrades in arms who have passed their lives together, and now their feelings have become deeper after more than a year of interaction. On the other hand, Guan Kime does everything he can and does not hide it when he uses others. Since he walked out of Jianwei Hall 2 days ago, he has been thinking non-stop, horrified by the contradictions and tearing in his heart. The man named Hong Fan has a self-proclaimed advanced outlook on life and a grand social ideal, but at the same time he does not live in a vacuum, and has his own vital interests and social identity. Family private schemes, martial arts monopoly, class nobility. These words Hong Fan always feels disgusted when he sees them, but since he was on the Xianjiao list, why has he never taken the initiative to think about cleaning up the hidden fields in the clan and rectifying the tax evasion of the clan members? Thinking back further, whenever he sat on the high platform and saw the red-robed cavalryman wearing heavy armor crossing the Hong Mansion training ground with an iron attitude that violated the Great Hu law, he always felt proud and domineering. When Guan Kime's true intentions were revealed, I thought about it and still took on this task. Was it for the purpose of farming? Hong Fan asked himself. No, of course it was for the fiery explosion code. When he thought of this, he was in pain and frustrated, just like when he faced his own fear and hesitation under the pressure of Zhang Yuanzi's blood feud. Tearing off the noble mask brought by his previous life's upbringing, Hong Fan found that he was still the shrewd pragmatist at heart. This person did miss Duan Xiaonan all the time, but in the darker part of his heart, Li Heming also lived there. A white bird schemed across the clear water in the pond with its claws stretched out. The koi were still waiting silently. Hong Fan rarely showed any signs of embarrassment. Your Highness, I'll just lend you someone. Xiao Chu looked at Hong Fan leisurely, smiled and waved his hand. This was a development that Hong Fan had not expected. You are a person who was born in the countryside, but I don't know how you grew up. You like to think about everything from the highest point and scare yourself. Xiao Chu straightened his waist and finally sprinkled the first handful of fish food in the expectation of all the fish. The sound of splashing water in the pool broke the stiff atmosphere. Although the headmaster is busy with all kinds of affairs, he is not one of those powerless cabinet ministers. It is not his style to make 3 calculations in one step and use the opponent's force to fight against the opponent. And no matter what, you are just a congenital, Xiao Chu said casually, glanced at Hong Fan's face, and quickly changed his tone. Let's just say you are equivalent to the first level of Yuanzi. She held back her laughter. If it was really a major event that shook the foundation of the country, even if the headmaster didn't go himself, he wouldn't have asked someone from the Imperial Guards. For Huaiyang stayed in Zhenbi Guard, he went to Langaya, Hejian, and Zumin in person from the beginning to talk to the 2 saints, Empress Yi and Lord Cao. Hong Fan was embarrassed to hear this, but he felt relieved. As for calculating you so cruelly, it is actually his usual style of doing things. Xiao Chu considered his words for a while. Unless he considers you one of his own, the headmaster would not use only 9 out of 10 if he could use you to the fullest extent. It is said that he not only sucks the marrow from eating bones, but also chews the bones and swallows them. I remember you mentioned that this Hangwu Academy has recruited you more than once, from Suganian to him in person, but you are determined not to live under someone else's roof. In this case, your relationship will end at 4 transactions, and how can you make more money in transactions without making any? You have a high reputation, great potential, and are good at business, so the gods are not reluctant to be polite to you, but the gods are only the rulers of a region with a lifespan of 100 or so years, while the martial saint is the uncrowned king of the world. After hearing Xiao Chu's long words, Hong Fan could not help but taste Xiao Chu's tactful admonition. After careful consideration, he did find that the flowers and brocade he had received since returning to the north from Shangzhou made him arrogant, as if it was natural for the world to treat him differently. I don't know what I mean by resenting the martial saint for looking down on me. Hong Fan suddenly realized that not only did his aversion to Guan Qimei decrease by half, but he also began to admire Xiao Chu. He has always been good at using interests to weigh up others, and he boasts that he has a high emotional intelligence, but the other party seems to have a natural talent for empathy and can grasp other people's emotions more directly. You have spent a lot of effort on the firearms of the Longshan camp during this period. I will let Song Zhuanjie lead 3 teams to follow you, Xiao Chu said after spreading the fish food. Song Zhuanjie is a military marquis of the Longshan camp. He has become quite familiar with Hong Fan because of the firearms training in the past few months. Do I need to ask your majesty? Hong Fan nodded in response, and was touched, so he couldn't help asking again. No need. I have been very cute since I left my mother's womb. I have always been favored by my father and elder brother. When I was young, I bullied my younger brothers and was never scolded. Xiao Chu shook his finger and spoke with pride. Besides, I have seen a lot of ups and downs over the years, so I am not without means. Since you have accepted this task, I will ask Zhou Gong to go to several big families in Qingzhou in the next few days to build relationships with them for me. In this way, when Shengaiyu army escorts you there, they will not overreact. Hong Fan was completely relieved after hearing this, and he didn't know how to express his gratitude for a moment, so he could only clasp his fists and bow repeatedly. Oh, it's just a small favor, why be so hypocritical? Just be grateful. Xiao Chu pretended to be generous. Soon, both of them laughed. Hong Fan is a strong and opinionated person. In the past few years, he rarely lost the initiative in conversation, but Xiao Chu not only did it, but also did it without making him feel disgusted. It has always been difficult to make land. Although the Qingdi's Henzong has lost its Yuanzi, it is still a famous sword school in Jiazhou. Do you have any idea about what to do in Qingzhou? Xiao Chu changed the subject. I have written some rough drafts in the past 2 days, Hong Fan nodded. I plan to do it in 2 lines. The first is to look through the fish-scaled book of the Kangxi city government, copy out all the land registered under the name of Qingdi's Henzong, confirm its location, area, type, and tax level, and then check the land in the book on the spot to find the cultivators and owners. The second is to accept anonymous letters from locals and then verify them in a targeted manner. A martial arts sect that dominates a city is probably the least lacking in enemies. Of course, whether it is checking the book or checking the land, the difficulty is actually outside the matter: delay, confusion, and even armed confrontation. I am mentally prepared. At this time, the koi that had eaten all the fish food were gradually dispersing, and the pavilions and terraces of the princess's mansion were melting into the gentle breeze of July Xianjing. Since the beginning of the conversation, Xiao Chu has been in a relaxed mood, but seeing Hong Fan's solemn expression at this time, thinking that he was about to go to Qingzhou, he suddenly disliked the distance and long time of Jiazhou. So the specific words about Dushan condensed into a warning when he blurted out. If there is danger, the best thing to do is to run away. P.S. A total of just over 19,000 words. I wish everyone a happy March. Chapter 477 Kangsu. 12 days later, it was the middle of July. The wheat waves on the northeastern plain of Zhongzhou were rolling, and the huge shadows cast by the moving clouds were floating above them. A long team of nearly 100 knights and more than 20 carriages walked on the official road in the fields, as if walking through the iron thread of golden yarn. General Hong, the common methods of hiding fields are nothing more than hiding, flying, and pretending to be exempted. In the carriage, Zhen Yanshu, the head of the Ministry of Revenue, sat cross-legged with Hong Fan. The head is the 5th level below the Shangshu, Shilin, Langshang, and Yuan Weilang, and the rank is only the 6th rank, nominally 2 levels lower than Hong Fan's 5th rank Wuda General. Normally, the measurement of land requires senior officials to take the lead, and those sent from the central government to the local areas must be temporarily given titles to facilitate their work. However, the Qing Emperor Xianzong's affairs were led by this Han Wuyun, and the Ministry of Revenue was auxiliary, so they specially selected old heads who had been inspecting for a long time and were proficient in general affairs, and a group of accountants to participate. Hidden means not registering newly reclaimed land. Flying means a household creates several or even dozens of households, breaking up the land and registering it under the fake household to enjoy the lowest tax rate. False exemption means using a tax exemption quota to exempt the excess land from tax. Zhen Yanchu knew them all. To deal with these means, one is to check the fish scale book, and the other is to remeasure the land and determine the tax level. We are familiar with the relevant account check and the 1,000-step square field method, grid measurement, but the difficulty of this matter is not here. I understand, Hong Fan nodded calmly. The carriage was silent for a moment, and the sound of Honky pulling the carriage pretending to be tired could be heard outside the tent. General Hong, before we set off, my department and the Ministry of Personnel sent a letter to the Qingzhou Provincial Administration Commissioner's office, asking them to cooperate. Zhen Yanchu hesitated. Does Zhen Suan mean that the letter from the capital will alert the enemy and let them prepare in advance? Hong Fan asked back. Zhen Yanchu nodded slightly. Hong Fan smiled upon hearing this, and suddenly changed the subject. I heard that the Qing Emperor Xianzong owed taxes on at least 10,000 acres of land. Do you think it's credible? More than credible, Zhen Yanchu instinctively sneered, but quickly restrained himself. The sound of people and horses outside was faint through the tent. He looked at Hong Fan's serious expression, observed the tight frame of the carriage, and after a little hesitation, he lowered his voice to add. Zhen has been an official in the Ministry of Revenue for more than 10 years, and has been to several states. In my estimation, the proportion of hidden land in the world is about this number. Zhen Yanchu pointed 5 with his fingers. Although I am not a warrior, I have heard that the Qing Emperor Xianzong has a long history and a prosperous martial virtue, so the proportion will only be higher. That doesn't matter. Hong Fan sat solemnly and smiled solemnly. Zhen, the master, felt relieved when he saw it. More than 10,000 acres of land are there. They won't hide or escape. How can they be dealt with in a dozen days? Besides, I think they don't want to deal with it at all. Let's see what each of them does. He drank the tea. When the carriage tent was lifted, the golden wheat fields were the limit of the vision. When passing the foot of the mountain, the majestic mountains and green ridges came to the front. The convoy knew that it was the territory of Qingzhou under its feet. 10 days later, July 25th. The sky was blue and bottomless. The bluebird was like an arrow, shooting through the mountain sky. The convoy followed the official road, facing the low main body of Kangsa Mountain, and drove to the 2 slopes surrounded by its 2 arms. I checked the Kangsa city records in Shenzhen and found that its name has a great origin. Hong Fan sat on the shaft of the carriage, looking at the valley spanning several kilometers wide and the Beian city lying safely. The city records record that there was a towering sacred tree here, which was burned down 3,000 years ago. At that time, the flames evaporated the sky and burned for a full 100 years before it went out. How tall can a tree that can burn for 100 years be? It must be just a legend. Song Zhuanjie, the general of Shanghaiyu army, rode a warhorse beside him and tried to outline it in front of him, but it was still difficult to imagine the scale. There is no direct evidence for this record, but there are indeed a lot of charcoal deposits buried in the Kangsa Mountain, which are said to be the trunk and roots of the sacred tree, Zhen Yanchu in the carriage said. So the Qingdi of Qingdi Xianzong refers to this tree, Song Zhuanjie asked again. Although he has some cultivation, his mind is mainly on the command of the battle formation, and he doesn't know much about martial arts sects. That's not the case, Hong Fan explained to him. Qingdi was originally a celestial being in the previous dynasty. The Wood Sword Sutra he created directly led to the 2 realms of heaven and man, and Qingdi Xianzong was created by his only disciple after his death, and it has lasted for nearly 300 years. The Qingdi sword classic is comparable to the celestial being. Shen Hong, who was a few steps away, interrupted. Did it the second young master say that it stopped at the 4th level of Yuanxi last time? Yes, this is quite interesting, Hong Fan nodded, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. It is said that in order to ensure that the martial arts methods were passed down without leakage, the founder of the Zhen sect, set an iron rule that the methods above Yuanzi must be passed down orally by the sect master without leaving any written records. As a result, since the founding of the King Zhen sect, no one has ever practiced to the peak of Yuanzi, let alone the heavenly man. This is a meaningful statement. Song Zhuanjie, who has been leading the sect for many years, and Zhen Yanshu, who is good at general affairs, have their own thoughts after hearing this. However, Shen Hong, who has been accompanying Hong Fan for many years, does not understand what he means. Second young master, is there any secret here? The latter asked, scratching his bald head. Let's put it this way, it may be possible that there were no disciples with extraordinary talents in the first few decades of the founding of the sect, but it is obvious that there is a problem with the inheritance when the time is extended to 300 years. Hong Fan glanced at him and explained patiently. When I was young, I played a game of passing on a message with my peers that looked very simple. A few long sentences with simple meanings would be distorted after being passed on for 7 or 8 times. So you imagine that the method that the Green Emperor himself explored was passed down from generation to generation by people who had never experienced the realm of heaven and man. How could there be no misunderstandings and omissions over time? The sects in the world have done everything they can to protect the inheritance of martial arts, but whenever we count the examples of the loss of methods, these means are often the culprit, he sighed, as if mocking or regretful. While chatting, the horse's hooves unknowingly ate up the road ahead, and the city gate was already towering in the shadow at the end of the official road. The team of more than 100 people had well-equipped war horses and was fully armed, which immediately alerted the gatekeepers. Fortunately, Hong Fan and his entourage had all kinds of documents ready, and there were no setbacks. After entering the city, Shen Hong led the way. Since receiving the mission in early July, Hong Fan had sent him here to serve as a frontier. The official post station would definitely not be able to accommodate a team of more than 100 people, and it would be inconvenient to do things under the eyes of others, so Shen Hong finally bought a large storehouse. Although Kangsu City has a long history and is smaller than Duanli City, it is inevitable that the road is crowded with more than 100 people and horses. When everyone approached the center of the city, they found that the flow of people gradually became sparse, and finally saw a huge funeral shed with a height of 3 feet across the front, occupying most of the street. The horse team stopped amid the ear-piercing howling of the mourners. Hong Fan lifted the carriage curtain and saw a mourning couplet hanging horizontally on the white shed. The blue sword still hangs on the Kangsa moon, the white city hangs in the vast wind. The horizontal banner reads the sword's soul hangs long. This couplet is obviously written by the old master of the King Dizhenzong who just passed away, blue sky hanging sword Yankuwei, but there is only a memorial tablet in the shed, and her coffin is not parked here. Suddenly, a group of knights with sharp swords and sharp weapons came to the door of the mourning shed. The atmosphere suddenly became weird, and the crying stopped for a moment. However, the mourners were professionals doing professional things after all. They thought that an important person had come to pay their respects, and the crying doubled in volume. Seeing several Zhenzong disciples who noticed something was wrong glaring at him, Song Zhuanjie raised his hand to order everyone to dismount, and quickly walked to the side of the car to ask, "Sir, the mourning shed is for showing the honor of the dead, and for the general public to pay their respects. I am here with a different identity, so I should not burn incense here." Hong Fan glanced at Shen Hong, whose face was flushed, and replied expressionlessly, "Let's take a detour." Chapter 478 Coming and Going. Half an hour later, in the north of Kangsu City. The environment of the storehouse that Shen Hong bought was average, but fortunately it was spacious with more than 30 houses, and the livestock sheds were fully equipped and cleaned. When the shopkeeper saw the large group of people coming, he hurriedly led the waiter to greet them. After Shen Hong negotiated with him, he was about to drive into the yard, but was stopped by Song Zhuanjie. "Brother Shen, wait a moment." He drew his sword and gave a look to his left and right. As one of Xiao Chu's guards, Longxiang Camp is good at security. Hong Fan got off the carriage and saw 12 archers with long spears occupying the shooting positions of the outer wall and the passage in an orderly manner, and then Song Zhuanjie personally led 2 teams of sharp soldiers with revolvers in their left hands and swords in their right hands to break in. Seeing this scene, the shopkeeper's forehead was sweating and his hands were shaking. He wanted to explain but didn't dare to say it. Survey the environment, clear the building, check the equipment for non-toxicity, confirm whether there are dark rooms, compartments and tunnels, and finally set up light and dark sentries. After waiting for 2/4 of an hour, Song Zhuanjie came back with big strides. My lord, there are some situations, although he said so, his face was not very serious. What do you mean? Hong Fan seemed indifferent, and was surprised at the huge gap in professionalism between the royal guards and the powerful thugs. Everything is safe in the merchant's house, but an anonymous gift was placed in the most spacious guest room. Song Zhuanjie leaned close to Hong Fan's ear and lowered his voice. A plate of 510 Liang gold bars, a pair of exquisite vases from the previous dynasty, and a plate of fresh fruits that were obviously freshly picked and still had water droplets on them. I questioned the people in the merchant's house, and they knew nothing about it. The last cleaning was yesterday morning. It seems that this generous gift arrived at the same time as us. This is to show my power. Hong Fan nodded, without any reaction to this little wealth, and got up to enter the courtyard. Send the things in the room to the watching Bing Missy in their original state and say they are lost items. If they ask about our identities, tell them the truth. Everyone should rest well tonight, and we will get straight to the point tomorrow. The next day, at dawn, Shen Hong, Song Zhuanjie and others had already gotten up to maintain their weapons and prepare their armor, and then had breakfast in a ferocious manner, as if they were about to go to war. However, Hong Fan only came out of meditation and sat down at the hour of Mao, ate sparsely and slowly, and ignored the excitement around him. At the exact time of Chen, the visiting card was delivered to the city guard house of Kangsu City. Everyone waited for less than half a cup of tea, and it was the city guard Qi Hongkuang and the Tongzhi who came out to greet them, their faces full of wrinkles squeezed by smiles. Shen and Song felt like they had punched cotton. The interview lasted until lunch. Tea was used instead of wine during the banquet. All of Hong Fan's requests for measuring the land and reading the fish-scaled book were met. After the banquet, Qi Chengxiao personally introduced Zhen Yanchi to guest in charge of paperwork. Since Chen Qiumo was busy with his work, he asked several superiors from Shenjing to wait for a while and promised to pick out the volumes related to King Di's Henzong as soon as possible. Hong Fan would not make things difficult for their reasonable requests. This wait lasted for 2 days. July 28. When Zhen Yanchu went to the city guard's office in the afternoon to urge him, he got the embarrassed faces of the officials and the excuse of need to consult the Qingzhou Provincial Administration Commissioner for delay. Fortunately, he had expected it and took out the authorization documents from the Ministry of Revenue of Shenjing on the spot, which made them obey. Another day, the feedback was that the volumes had not been prepared. Hong Fan felt that he had done his duty. There is a reason for this. Please calm down, Hong Zishao, the master surnamed Bu about his waist, his face full of sincerity. We have carefully checked these days and found that the fish-scaled book has been in disrepair for a long time and even lost some parts. Please give me 3 or 4 more days, and I will give you an explanation. Did you come up with this excuse yourself? Hong Fan stared at Master Bu until his back was wet. If Qi Changxiao thinks this is useful, he must have told me in person now. The establishment of the King Di's Henzong in Kangsu City is not a matter of decades or generations. The 4 days I gave you are just to make it convenient for you to give a basic explanation. Hong Fan did not get angry with the little man in front of him. You don't need to sort out the fish-scale book. You just need to summarize the total accounts of the fields in the whole city and submit them, and my people will check them themselves. Hong Zishao, how can I do this? Master Bu was confused, and he didn't dare to meet the other party's gaze again. Finally, he gritted his teeth and knelt down directly. Without the approval of the city lord, if I do this, I will be punished according to the law. He felt ashamed when he knelt down, and simply fell to the ground. Whereas Qi Hongkuang, Hong Fan knew that it was useless to pester him, so he asked directly. The lord of the city left the yamen yesterday and went to the south to inspect Yanxi County. He will be back in 10 days. Master Bu was now telling the truth, no longer hiding anything. Hong Fan laughed. It's absolutely true, Hong Zishao. Master Bu was afraid that he didn't believe it, so he howled. Hong Fan didn't refute it, but called Shen Huang to whisper a few words, and then sneered again. I really remembered it correctly. My people clearly said that he went north after leaving the city last night. Master Bu was stunned and gritted his teeth. He really didn't know this. In fact, it doesn't matter if he goes south or north. You wait here, I will go to find him myself, and I will be back soon, Hong Fan said as he strode into the courtyard, raising sand and flying into the air. Looking down from a high place, mountains and hills spread out on the land, and the official road seemed like a thin artery. 70 miles north of Kangsu City. 2 guards with swords stood at the gate of the official post station. In the most spacious hall, Ki Hong Kuang was drinking wine and eating, while his favorite concubine was serving him and humming a little tune. The autumn weather was mild, but he still wore a robe and a hat. Although he was fanned, he was still sweating. Before the concubine finished singing, there was a sudden sound of strong wind outside. 2 voices shouted, and then they died down like bubbles. Ki Hong Kuang was breathing rapidly. The door curtain fluttered with a swish, and a tall and handsome young man in a purple robe strode in. "You?" Ki Hong Kuang stood up suddenly, and just as he was about to show his anger, he met Hong Fan's playful eyes, and the words that had been in his throat for a long time were finally not spoken. "Qi Cheng Xiao, I need the authority to review the land account books of the whole city, thank you." Hong Fan used his eyes to drive the concubine and others out, and got straight to the point. Ki Hong Kuang was silent for a moment, and then sat down again. "Qi's career as an official is mediocre. Now my hair is gray, and I just want to stay in office in Kangsu City for a few more years. Hong Zishao, you can leave when the powerful dragon comes, but you can't move his Henzong." He grabbed a new wine glass, filled it up and pushed it in front of the table. Hong Fan stood still. The city guard said, "This, is it to ask Shenjing to think more about you?" After hearing this, Ki Hong Kuang became more embarrassed. "Sir Qi, this time it is a matter between me and King Di's Henzong, and a matter between the Martial Academy and the vast section King Zhao." Hong Fan softened his tone, but his meaning was stronger. "I came here at the order of the head of the mountain, and I brought the officials of the Ministry of Revenue and the Shengaiyu Army. No matter how close King Di's Henzong is to you, delaying for a few days is the most righteous thing. When the giant beast is coming, why bother to be the first bird to come? The reason is simple." Ki Hong Kuang's face was pale, and after a long while, he finally gave up all his luck and his tense body softened. When he personally fetched the pen and ink, wrote the order and stamped it with a seal, he was ready to die in exile. Hong Fan came like a gust of wind and went like a gust of wind. Ki Hong Kuang staggered back to his seat alone in the empty hall, drank 2 cups of bitter wine on the table, and became hunched over as if he had aged 10 years. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 Dead Beast. In August, Kangsu City was full of autumn harvest. Under the high blue sky, fish with delicate scales were learning to swim on the soft breast of the stream. Straws were scattered in the fields at dusk, like solid sunlight left behind during the day. In the past half-month, 30% of the land of Qing Emperor's Henzong has been checked, and the proportion of untaxed land is as high as 60%. With the help of the lamplight, Zhen Yanchu and Hong Fan reported in detail. Combining our investigation and anonymous reports, more than half of the land under Henzong's name does not belong to him, but comes from the local wealthy landlords. Gizi. The 2 sides signed a white contract without going through the government to share the tax savings, and Henzong received about 1 mu and 2 shi. 1 mu and 2 shi. How much tax can be saved at such a high price? Hong Fan said in surprise. It is indeed high, but the law of equal labor service in this dynasty is based on the number of people and tax grain. The more people and grain, the heavier the labor service. Giji can help wealthy merchants save a lot of labor in silver. Zhen Yanchu is well aware of these calculations. Hong Zishao, there is another thing I don't know if I should ask. We have been in Kangsu for a long time. Shouldn't we have appropriate contact with the King Di's Henzong? Maybe they are willing to talk. If they are interested, they will naturally come to me. Hong Fan smiled. The 4 local wealthy families that Song Zhuanje took the copy of the fish-scaled book to talk to are still unwilling to cooperate, which shows that they are still trying hard. This time, we have come from afar to cross the river like a fierce dragon, and I am in the open while the enemy is in the dark. It is better to be quiet than to move. When they lose their patience and reveal their true strength, I can catch their weakness. The 2 of them had not talked for long when they heard a report that Gu Junda, the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall of the King Di's Henzong, was visiting. It's past the hour of Su now, and you dared to come to see me only when it was dark. One reason is that you don't want to give in, and the other is that you don't have enough courage, Hong Fan and Zhen Yanchu said calmly, while changing into a purple ribbon formal suit, and letting Song Zhuanje lead the people in. The quiet room was simple, and a round chair was newly moved to the door. The middle-aged man sitting on it was about 50 years old. He was Gu Junda, the third-generation true disciple after Yang Kuwei, the senior brother of Xin Wencheng, the current Xianzong's acting master, and the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall of the King Dezhenzong. After a few rounds of greetings, Gu stated his purpose. If Mr. Hong is kind enough, all the King's Hao martial arts sects will treat you as a guest of honor. The gifts brought by the King Dezhenzong were spread across the table. A famous sword named Quipo with the inscription, "Outstanding," a total of 100 taels of gold bars, and a box of Shenmu pills for healing. The total value of the goods was about 5,000 taels. King's Hao martial arts sect. Hong Fan glanced at the gift without any nostalgia, and stroked the purple clouds embroidered on his clothes. "Master Gu, can you tell me the specific names of these sects?" Gu Junda was immediately speechless. If he refused, the previous promise of treating them as guests of honor would become empty words. But now Hong Fan's position is unclear, so this information cannot be leaked at will. Mr. Hong, why don't you accept this gift first? Gu Junda glanced at Zhen Yanshu, who remained calm, and used his quick wit. Hong Fan laughed at the words. How can I not accept a small gift? He opened the sandalwood box on the spot, took out a Shenmu pill, put it in his mouth, and chewed it and swallowed it. The medicinal aroma is strong and the aftertaste is rich. Hong Fan closed his eyes and summarized, and then his eyes suddenly opened, as if there was a glimmer of light. Please tell me which sects are willing to make friends with me. Gu Junda saw his reaction and clenched his hands. His mind became more and more scattered. In a hurry, he remembered the rumors that Chixing was good at business and had a fortune of millions. He also thought about Guan Kimei's style of doing things that only cared about the results and not the process. For such a combination, can a little bribe be used as a hostage? After a conversation, the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall of King Dezhenzong was completely defeated. No problem. Seeing this, Hong Fan pushed back the gift. Master Gu, it's a good thing that you can come today. Please go back and inform that Hong Fan will visit Master Yang tomorrow to pay his respects. Gu Junda heard the words and bowed reluctantly and left. On August 14th, the sun was high. King Dezhenzong stood on Kangsu Mountain behind Kangsu City, overlooking the entire city below the mountain. The mountain gate carved out of a huge rock is 4 feet high and penetrates halfway up the mountain. Hong Fan led 6 guards up the steps to this place. They saw that behind the mountain gate, there were at least hundreds of disciples of the sword sect, wearing green robes and swords, and wearing mourning cloth on their heads standing in order. This scene was of course to welcome him. Greetings, Hong Zishao, the head of the Gu Hall, whom he had met yesterday, was waiting here. Seeing the visitor wearing a heavy purple silk robe, he could not help but frown. Your sect is really a great sect. Hong Fan raised his hand to return the greeting and stopped under the plaque of Blue Sea Sword Heart on the mountain gate. The sound of wind and bamboo whistles rose and fell like the tide, as if thousands of people were fighting swords in silence. The two stood for a moment and climbed the mountain side by side. Kangsu Mountain is short and strong, and the King Dezhenzong is built on the flat part of its second peak. After passing through the gate, Hong Fan's eyes darkened, as if he had entered a tree world. Countless Jianmu trees stood tall inside and outside the mansion, shattering the entire sky with their lush green leaves. Hong Fan looked up following the light and saw that the branches in the high places were intertwined and did not seem natural. There was actually a sort of intent in the fleeting light and shadows. In front of the Guangyang Hall where the coffin was placed, the receptionist called out the names loudly. Hong Fan, the top-ranked Xian Jiao and the purple ribbon Tiki of the Shenjing Martial Academy, Chixing, came to pay tribute. The loud voice rose, echoing and turning in the green sea, and even stirred the leaves in the forest. The person who called out the names had the cultivation of heaven and man. The gate was 2 feet high, and Gu Junda stopped in front. Hong Fan signaled Shen Huang to present the prepared 1,000 taels of silver notes for the funeral, and waited outside with Song Zhuanjie and others, and then solemnly adjusted his head and clothes and stepped over the threshold. In the middle of the hall was a fir wood outer coffin as big as a house. It was 2 feet wide and more than 1 foot high. It was painted black and connected with mortise and tenon joints, and it was difficult to tell how many layers of coffins were inside. On both sides of the coffin, hundreds or thousands of eternal lamps and white candles swayed in the wind, illuminating countless chaotic silhouettes. Dozens of warriors in mourning clothes were kneeling or standing on both sides of the coffin, shooting sharp and cold eyes, without any kindness. Hong Fan walked past them without looking around, took incense from the table and offered it, added oil to the long-burning lamp, and finally bowed deeply 3 times. The coffin was huge, like a crawling dead beast, threatening the newcomers with a timid appearance. Hong Fan stood up, and a faint sadness surged in his heart. In his eyes, the ceremony along the way was completely the manipulation of the dead by the living. Xin Wencheng, the acting leader of the Qing Emperor's Henzong, Bamboo Shadow Fu Ayan, was in the hall. It should have been greeted at this time, but the hall was as quiet as before, as if the process had not been completed. Junior condolences, Neela's courtesy, a sonorous and dry throat sound came from the side. Hong Fan turned around and looked, and identified the other party's identity from the position and age of the speaker. Kangsu City's first young master, Xin Wencheng's most accomplished disciple, Iron Curtain of Thorns Zhang. Since I am wearing the silk clothes of the Imperial Guard, I am not just representing myself. After this mission is over, I will change this clothes and mend it, Hong Fan replied. How dare you be so arrogant, Zhang Yanxian asked angrily in a low voice, and stood up suddenly. This fierceness seemed too deliberate to Hong Fan. Step down, you want to be presumptuous in front of the spirit of the former leader. Xin Wencheng finally spoke up at this time and stopped the conflict. Since Hong Zishao was wearing this inappropriate clothes, he must have something to say today. Please follow me to the Qingshan Hall and take a seat. Chapter 480 Fish. The Qingshan Hall is the second largest hall of the Qingdi's Henzong. Hong Fan thought that the next meeting would be a private discussion, but he didn't expect that there were already 7 people sitting there, 2 of whom, Yuan Ting and Yu Zhi, were obviously old-fashioned innates. But the person who was above them and sat at the head of the guest seat on the left was actually a young man in his 20s with fair skin and stern features. This is Chu Jianshao from the Tongshan Sword Sect, and this is Hong Zishao from the Zhangwu Academy. Xin Wencheng's introduction was meaningful. It turned out to be Brother Chu of Chu Jianj, the Wudang Divine Sword. Hong Fan looked at the heavenly sword piercing the clouds emblem embroidered on the other party's chest and bowed his hands in greeting. When did Brother Chu arrive? He didn't ask the other party's purpose, nor did he care about the origins of the Qingdi's Henzong and the Xianjian sect last night. Chu Jianj looked at each other and only replied with 2 words. I see. Hong Fan nodded and took the empty guest seat on the right without hesitation. The intention of the head of the Qingdi's Henzong's Foreign Affairs Hall's visit last night is now clear, which is nothing more than to borrow the power of the senior brother of this Hongshan Sword Sect. But the more this is the case, the more Hong Fan knows that the other party is not confident. Before Xin Wencheng brought the guests in, there were many conversations in the Qingshan Hall. Now that the 2 geniuses are sitting opposite each other, there is only silence. Senior Xin, what we are talking about today is an important matter. It may be inconvenient with so many people. How about changing the place? Hong Fan spoke first. Our sect has always acted uprightly, and everyone here is of the same blood and cannot be considered an outsider. Hong Zishao has something to say. Please feel free to speak. Xin Wencheng declined. Since Senior doesn't care, I will speak directly. The Zhangwu Academy has received accurate intelligence that the land under your name is in chaos and a large amount of tax silver is evaded, Hong Fan replied. Hong's trip is for this matter. Before leaving Beijing, the head of the mountain told me clearly that if your sect takes the initiative to clear the land and pay the taxes, it can be treated leniently. Xin Wencheng was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect the other party to lay the matter out so clearly in public. This matter is completely false. It must be a frame-up by a traitor, Xin Wencheng instinctively refuted. Whether it is true or not, we have to investigate to know. If it is really not true, then there is no need to be afraid of investigation, Hong Fan smiled calmly. During this period, the head of the Ministry of Revenue, Zhen, has made some progress. If you are willing to cooperate, the truth will soon be revealed. Hong Zishao, of course we are not afraid of investigation, but it is an overstepping of authority for the Ministry of Martial Arts to handle this matter. This sentence certainly could not force Xin Wencheng. Taxation matters are handled by the city guards and the co-governors at the lowest level, and by the provincial governors at the highest level. If the court wants to measure the land, it will send inspectors or officials. The Ministry of Martial Arts has been established for 100 years. And there has never been a precedent of interfering in local government affairs. Supervising and leading the sects of the world is the responsibility of the Ministry of Martial Arts, so how can it be an overstepping of authority? Hong Fan replied without thinking. To put it bluntly, your clan has deep roots in Kangsu City, so what right does the city guard office have to check your taxes? The 2 exchanged sharp words several times, and no one dared to interrupt. The order of the laws is not something we can explain at once, but our clan's founder has not been in heaven for long, and the body has not been in the state for 3 months. Can you really feel at ease with such aggressiveness? Xin Wenchang said this with a deep face and a very sincere look. Hong Zishao, you are young and full of energy, and you may think that you can do anything without any taboos, but Xin has a piece of advice for you. Taking advantage of others' misfortune and adding insult to injury is not something a kind person would like to do. It is not something a wise person would do if something should not be done but forced. A sad voice rose from the seat, lingering through the beams and halls and dispersing among the rustling leaves, filling the hall with desolation. Several outsiders were moved and wanted to join in, their eyes wandering over the heavy purple silk clothes of the right seat again and again, but they did not speak in the end. Senior Xin, you know best where your family is in danger and why you fell into the pit, Hong Fan sighed, feeling bored with the debate. The King Dezhenzong has a long history and profound foundation, and it doesn't need those crooked accounts. As long as the military luck is still there, returning the land and paying taxes will not damage the reputation much. I only have one piece of advice. It's the worst strategy to try to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. As soon as these words came out, several people in the hall breathed heavily and gritted their teeth. Hong Fan, my master knew that you were coming to worship the ancestor last night, and ordered us to treat you as a distinguished guest. It was still Zhang Yingshan who spoke. Before, you wore a purple robe and refused to kneel when you saw the spirit, and I gave up thinking of your identity as a tiki. Now you are on top of my sect's Kingshan Hall. Who can you say? He shouted loudly and rushed out of the hall, which spread to half of the mountain. At the same time, Zhang Yingshan actually crushed the hardwood handrail under his palm. Hong Fan leaned back in his chair and glanced at the former Xianjiao who had been removed from the list 2 years ago at the 41st place. Forget it. I know that you have been escalating several times just to confirm my momentum of forcing me to come here. He supported his chin with his hand and glanced at the more than 10 warriors present, especially Chu Jianzhi who had remained silent with a blank expression. If you think this trick is useful, I will help you. If you don't believe in Hong's reputation as a blazing star, please try it. In an instant, several people from the King Dezhenzong had changed their eyes. Be careful. The young disciple standing behind Xin Wenchang rushed forward and drew his sword. As time went by, ordinary attacks of heaven and man were no longer a breeze to Hong Fan. He opened the sword casually, his knuckles swung the tip of the sword, and grabbed the middle of the sword with his backhand. With a crisp sound, the brute force far beyond his peers, which was blessed by the dragon blood, was instantly released, breaking the fine steel cleanly. With just this one move, several veterans' Xianqian's eyes narrowed. How brave! Zhang Yingshan stood up proudly, and the broken wood armrest in his hand sprouted at a high speed, and took shape into a sharp sword in half a breath. This move was the most famous skill of King Dezhenzong, Kanking Sword Soul. The wooden sword slashed through the air, and the sword body stretched more than 10 feet like a vine whip. Hong Fan snorted coldly, stepped on the ground, and forced a high-speed sand flow from the gap between the floor tiles to intercept in the air. Amid the sound of the collision, a wind whistled violently. Zhang Yingshan did not retreat a single step, and urged the broken wood in his palm to wrap around his arm and grow in a spiral, expanding into cone-shaped armor full of thorns to block the flying fine steel sword tip. After being off the list for 2 years, his cultivation level has improved again, and he has reached the Xianqian San. What a thorny iron curtain! Hong Fan's unrestrained laughter rose like a wolf's smoke. Let me teach you that there are also high and low among the Xianjiao. The chair left his back, and he was about to condense the sand armor, but suddenly felt a crisis coming. The fiery tide erupted instantly. The deformed and shrunken wooden chair suddenly burst into flames, and the raging fire wrapped Hong Fan like a cloak, burning the purple silk clothes and making them sparkle. If you don't want to be decent, I can fulfill it. Hong Fan followed the flow of the innate spiritual energy and stared at Xin Wencheng. The wind and sand were flying and swirling, and the air was distorted by the heat. The hot wind hell that destroyed the city and took the stronghold was brewing, and several innates in the hall were frightened and fled out. Xin Wencheng regretted it greatly at this time. Although he had the innate 5 combination cultivation, his combat power was limited by his comprehensive talent, which was limited to Zhang Yingshan. He had no ability to save the Kingshan Hall under the hot wind hell. Chu Jianzhao, Xin Wencheng had to ask for help in a critical moment. Out of nowhere, the invisible sword came out. A dazzling light jumped up in Hong Fan's peripheral vision, and he was so frightened that his hair stood on end, and he gave up attacking and turned to defense. After he regained his consciousness, it was as if nothing had happened. Only a tuft of hair on his neck fell with the wind. This was his first close encounter with the sword energy of the Tongshan sword scripture. Although the two words were just in reverse order, they were completely different from the sword energy of the Jinhei Li family. The latter started from the physical object and ended at the innate spiritual energy, while the former started from the innate spiritual energy and ended at some higher and incomprehensible level. The hot wind hell was aborted halfway. This sword energy certainly helped the Kingshan Palace to escape, but it also made Hong Fan's fighting spirit burn wildly. There is a give and take, only then can it be considered a courtesy. He turned around abruptly, gathered the wind and sand on his arm, and fired a shot at Chu Jianzhi's face, who was 10 feet away. The latter did not dodge. The sword energy was released again, easily cutting the bullet, but the rock bullet that was split into two passed by his face, leaving a slight burn mark. "Brother Chu, how about this sword?" Seeing that he did not dodge, Hong Fan restrained his expression and asked. "The stone bullet is not a sword," Chu Jianzhi raised his head and replied. "It is extremely sharp and faster than thunder, so how can it not be considered a sword?" Hong Fan asked with a smile. "My master once said that appearance is real, but not permanent. The more you cling to appearance, the further you are from your mind." Chu Jianzhi frowned and said something that seemed irrelevant. Hong Fan did not comment. But Zhen Wensheng, who had been waiting for a long time, could not miss this opportunity. Hong Zishao has been pressing hard. Zin shamelessly asks Chu to do justice. Everyone in the King Dizhenzong in the hall was hopeful when they heard this. Sand flowed out from the cracks in the bricks and formed a second armchair. Hong Fan turned around and sat down, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Chu Loi once discussed and asked for advice from Brother Chu. "I have a brotherly relationship with him, and I was saved by the Sword Saint in Hebei City, so I am proud to call you Brother Chu." He leaned on his knees and stared at Chu Jianzhi. "Brother Chu, I am afraid that Xian Jianzhuang cannot do justice for the justice that the Martial Arts Academy wants." As soon as these words came out, the hall was silent, but it seemed as if a strong wind had risen. Zin Wensheng, Zhang Yingsheng and others were all staring at one person with dry mouths. Chu Jianzhi lowered his eyes and remained silent. He considered his words for a long time before replying. 7 years ago, I visited Zhenzong and was in this Kingshan Hall where I received the guidance of the old sect master Yang. That's why I couldn't see the fighting at his funeral. Just as everyone in Zhenzong was happy, he uttered the word but. But the investigation of land tax by the Martial Arts Academy is a public matter. I dare not interfere without the order of my master. Good, Hong Fan praised loudly. After hearing what Senior Brother Chu said, Senior Zin, are you willing to explain? Silence was like an iron drill, driving into the nails of everyone in the hall. Zhenzong is innocent and has nothing to explain. Zin Wenchang gritted his teeth and held on. Hong Fan sneered and nodded, and stood up suddenly. Senior just said that the Martial Arts Academy took advantage of the situation, but the land tax was measured according to the national law, and it would not avoid human feelings. As for whether this matter can be done, it depends on your means. He left the last sentence, shook his clothes and went out. A quarter of an hour later, everyone else had left the Kingshan Hall, leaving only Zhen Wenchang and his disciple sitting opposite each other in vain. Master, the headmaster is the leader of the martial arts world. Even if we force Hong Fan to retreat, we can't force the entire Hangwu Academy to retreat. Zhang Yingsheng changed his previous fierceness and persuaded in a low voice after enduring for a long time. What do you mean? Zhen Wenchang leaned back in his chair with his head raised, his face pale. What I mean is, why don't we just admit it? A real man can bend and stretch. Even if we can't afford to pay back 10 years of taxes. What Zhang Yingsheng waited for was the master's bitter smile. It's not that I don't want to. Do you think we have a choice now? Zhen Wenchang opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Our Zhenzong has a history of 300 years. Although its influence has declined in recent years, it is not difficult to raise some money, but Wan Kim is like a wild bear in King Zhao. Everyone knows that if he makes a hole in the beehive, there will be no honey left. These days, I have begged many people, each of them is a figure who dominates King Zhao. Everyone said that this hole cannot be opened. We must test the determination of this Hangwu Academy on the land management. When he said this, his face was already miserable. Test? Test with what? Zhang Yingsheng clenched his fists, his face flushed. So you understand now, Zhen Wenchang smiled hollowly. Think about Tai Suyan, who is in charge of the Martial Academy, and the fate of the 3 law departments. It's nothing more than Shenjing using us as chickens to warn monkeys, and King Zhao using us as stones to test their swords. The 2,000 taels Qi Hongkuang sent a few days ago was not an apology as you thought, it was buying his life. But last night Chujian Pavilion did not accept our gift. Who should Zhenzong buy his life from? Since the master is gone, King Zhenzong has fallen from being a knife to a fish. That's all. P.S. Brothers have been really helpless this month, and basically didn't write much, so I can only give you a private Marseilles of red bean paste. Now that the end has changed, we have also moved back to Shanghai with Neilong. The main base has been successfully launched, and we will work hard in April. Chapter 481 Twists and Turns. In a blink of an eye, another month passed. On the 10th day of September, the peaks of Kangsu Mountain were red, and the blazing fire was supporting the clouds. Yang Hui's body had been kept for 2.5 months. Today I received an urgent letter from a friend in the Ministry of Personnel, telling me about some recent developments in the capital. In the temporary meeting room of the merchant store, Zhen Yanchu took out a long letter with a wax seal but no signature, and looked a little worried. The joint impeachment of the censorate mentioned in the court report 17 days ago was initiated by Gao Jiaxin, the left vice chief censor of the censorate, and a total of 9 imperial envoys signed it. One was that the martial court was in violation of the rules in managing tax-related silver, and the other was that the forced investigation during the mourning period was against human morality. Hong Fan nodded calmly. This impeachment memorial actually specifically mentioned his name, describing him as oppressing the locals and being arrogant, but there was no real evidence other than rumors. The left vice chief censor was ranked 3rd rank, the 2nd official of the censorate, and was a great man far beyond the reach of the 6th rank. But even the leader among the civil officials could do nothing when he met a martial saint. According to Zhen Yanchu's information, Guan Qimei acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water when he went to court. He just said that he was a country bumpkin who didn't know etiquette. He thought that everyone in the world would mourn for 3 days and bury the dead on the 5th day, like in the countryside of King Zhao. He didn't know that there would be a 3-month funeral. This was just a coincidence. As for what Hong Fan did, in his mouth, everything was just following orders. In recent years, as the power of the Martial Arts Academy has become more and more important, there have been more and more conflicts with the censorate. However, Hong Zishao, you are not a court official and have no official career, so you don't have to worry about it. Zhen Yanchu saw that he looked relaxed and couldn't help but envy him. It's more than that, Hong Fan shook his head and replied. The impetus for this impeachment not only came from within the censorate, but also from the Tongzhangshi Hanzishi. Although this man is not from King Zhao, he served in Hanpu City, the capital of King Zhao, for 2 terms in his early years and has a close relationship with several local factions. Zhen Yanchu was stunned when he heard this. The Tongzhangshi is the chief of the Tongzhangshi, ranked as the 3rd rank, and is one of the 9 ministers of Dahua. He is responsible for receiving and checking internal and external memorials and appeal documents, which is a high position with little power. King Zhao probably doesn't expect to suppress this Hangwei with a joint memorial. It's probably a test to see the attitudes of all parties. There are many differences in the proposals of the 5 grand secretaries of the cabinet this time. Among them, your Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Lands and the Ministry of Finance have been looking for tax bases for many years, so you naturally support Shanshuang. The 2 cabinet ministers from aristocratic families are just the opposite. Yao Shaofu, who has always been obedient to his superiors, has an ambiguous attitude. Which shows that your majesty still intends to sit on the sidelines, Hong Fan said slowly. However, Zhenzong has received a reaction from the court and can understand that there is no joint effort in the capital for the land survey. Maybe he will have more confidence. What is Hong Zishao saying? Zhen Yanchu was completely stunned by these words. How can I, a small 6th rank official, know about the cabinet's proposal? Don't get me wrong, Lord Zhen. I don't understand these things either. They were sent to me by a friend in the capital. Hong Fan waved his hand and smiled. Zhen Yanchu glanced at the silhouette of the Shengaiyu army guards outside on the window paper and immediately knew where the news came from. After all, Hong Zishao is very well connected. He was relieved and smiled. We have collected most of the evidence these days, and there is only a little finishing work left. If nothing unexpected happens, there are about 17,000 acres of land under the name of King Zhenzong, of which only 3,000 acres pay taxes, and 20,000 taels of tax are evaded every year. Have you even got the evidence? The progress is faster than I thought. Hong Fan was a little surprised. The matter of measuring land depends on people's hearts. Before, you fought 1-against-3 in Hanzong Kingshan Hall, exchanged a move with Chu Jianshao, and left safely. Once the news came out, it shook the confidence of many small and medium-sized landowners, Zhen Yanchu explained. But even if they pay taxes for 10 years and hand over the surplus land, the loss of Zhanzong is at most 300,000 taels. It is unwise to hold on for such a small amount of money. Hong Fan did some mental calculations. They probably have their own unspeakable secrets. Zhen Yanchu sighed slightly. I heard from the locals that in the past 10 years since Yang Qiwei felt that her end was approaching, King Di Zhanzong has been opening up the mountain gates. Not only has the number of disciples doubled, but the treatment of elixirs has also risen. However, there is only one outstanding person, Zhang Engshan. To raise these hundreds of thousands of taels, I am afraid they will have to sell their ancestral property. In September, autumn kept fulfilling its own prophecies. The day was warm and the night was cool, and the white dew gradually turned into silver frost. The chrysanthemums bloomed yellow, the straw was buried in the flames of the wheat fields, and the smoke of ashes filled the entire Kangsu city. On the 11th day, Hong Fan ate a bowl of longevity noodles with eggs in the store as a birthday celebration. In the next few days, he secretly visited several local wealthy businessmen with Zhen Yanchu and obtained several important confessions. On the 13th, there were more twists and turns. A fire broke out in the storehouse when Hong Fan was out. The fire was so intense that no one was hurt, but the 2-story 3-room building where the materials were stored was burned to the ground. During this period, 7 soldiers of the Shengaiyu army were knocked unconscious without being able to warn. Song Zhuanjie was furious, and the clerks were on the verge of collapse. Hong Fan did not get angry, not only because no matter how strict the organization system was, it would be full of loopholes under the absolute gap in martial arts, but more importantly, he would seal the important materials that had been sorted out in the sand world every night and store them 10 meters underground in the storehouse, just avoiding the fire. From September 14th, Hong Fan ate crabs and fish and stopped going out. A few days later, September 19th, 2 large boxes of materials were ready, including fish scale books, land survey data, and a large number of testimonies from tenants and landlords. They only needed to wait for Yang Qiwei's funeral to end after September 25th, and then they could ask the Kangsu City Martial Arts Academy to come and enforce the law. As a result, Master Bu came to the door that day, and his words were extremely urgent. He said that there were rumors outside that this Hangwu Academy was measuring the land in order to increase taxes on the people. There was a great uproar in the city, and thousands of rioters surrounded the city guard's mansion. Qi Chengxiao hoped that Hong Fan would come out in person to clarify and appease. Zhen Yan was quite confused when he heard this. It was a great evil for the Beijing officials to go on tour to cause a civil uprising, but the warriors in the hall sneered in vain. This is a fabricated thing. It must be the work of evil people. Song Zhuanjie bowed his hands and asked for orders. Don't worry, sir. There are only 1,000 rioters. I only need 20 heavy armored soldiers to disperse them. Hong Fan frowned and glared at him, then waved his hand. Who is the leader of the rioters? He asked Master Bu. I don't know. The few who shouted were uncultivated and spoke crudely. They were all civilians, the latter replied. This is really strange. Hong Fan couldn't help but sneer. Ordinary people know best how vulnerable they are to warriors, so there are few mass incidents caused by ordinary people in the 2,000 years of human history. This also means that any gathering to force the emperor to abdicate must be based on warriors. Master, please sit down. Shen Hong, go and see the situation in plain clothes, Hong Fan ordered. 2/4 of an hour later, Shen Hong came back and said that the 3 streets outside the city guard's mansion were blocked by people in hemp clothes. Since the rumor pointed out that I was the one who led the land survey, why didn't they come here but block the city guard's mansion? They are just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Hong Fan looked at the newly sorted information and didn't intend to follow the pace of others. I don't think these people are rioters. This matter is like burning paper in front of a grave. The fire is strong for a while, but it will die out in an instant, he said, ignoring Master Bu's plea, and sent him out, and then asked Shen Hong to take the purple ribbon waist badge and the special affairs order to go to the city's martial arts academy, and transferred 4 Guantong and 2 teams of police rangers to strengthen the external defense of the storehouse. Nothing happened that day, and on September 22nd, the rioters dispersed on their own, without daring to approach Hong Fan. Chapter 482 Series. September 22nd, the 32nd year of Zen. Counting from Yang Kewa's death date on June 25th, there are only 3 days left for the funeral. The King Dezhenzong has been established for a long time and has a wide range of friends. At this time, the number of people invited to attend the ceremony has reached its peak, including more than 30 Xiantian and hundreds of high-level Lijing. Not only is the Zhenzong Mountain Gate full of early guests, but all the inns in Kangsui City are full. In the guest room of the inn, Shen Hong skillfully brewed tea and bowed slightly to leave. I heard that Hong Zishao's place was unfortunately caught in a fire a few days ago, but I didn't expect it to be repaired so quickly. The middle-aged man in an ivory-white brocade robe took a sip of tea and looked through the window at the newly built wooden building opposite. After all, it's just a wooden 2-story building. It won't take much effort. Hong Fan added some tea to Ke Guangxi, the military supervisor of Kangsui City opposite, and sighed again. The house was destroyed because of me, but the owner was so timid that he refused to pay me compensation. If he knew that we were the ones who came to do such a thing, he would not have been willing to rent the inn to us. Hong Zishao hit the nail on the head. Many things are right no matter how you say them, but if they really fall on the people below, they will become a disaster, Ke Guangxi was hinting. Then I guess Lord K has been unable to sleep and eat these days. Hong Fan suddenly laughed, and saw the face of the person sitting opposite him changed. I heard that you have a deep relationship with Yang Kewei and Zin Wencheng, so you don't care much about the land measurement, right or wrong. The depth of friendship is a private matter. Anyway, you don't plan to use my people, so what difference does it make whether I care or not? Ke Guangxi was still trying to control his attitude at first, but when he saw Hong Fan's undisguised burning gaze, he couldn't help but lower his attitude. The work of this Hangwu Academy cannot be done without the cooperation of the local authorities. Hong Zishao should know that the Qing Emperor Zhenzong is deeply rooted in Kangsui City. After this training, the 4-line regular affairs of this Hangxi Chaksa cannot be implemented without their cooperation. I understand this, Hong Fan interrupted his explanation. So I indulged Mr. K's wait-and-see attitude for dozens of days, but now the situation is about to become clear, and the Wujian still does not make a move. Is he trying to get away with it? Hong Zishao, I will give you the people you want. What else do you want? Ke Guangxi leaned forward, breathing heavily. 2 possibilities. Hong Fan leaned back in his chair and raised an index finger. The first is that Zhenzong is completely subdued and returns the stolen goods and land to the Zhangwu Academy. At that time, they will be out of breath for at least 10 years, and there is no power vacuum. Once the local authorities retreat, the Zhangwu Academy will surely advance again, and your friendship will naturally vanish. If so, you should help me. Then the thumb. The second possibility is that I lose, and I am forced out of Kangsui City without accomplishing the task. When I return to Shenzhen, I will report the reason to the headmaster. I will not only talk about the fact that the Kangsui City Martial Arts Academy is useless for staying out of the matter, but I will also emphasize it. I personally think that if this is the case, you should help me even more. Hong Zishao, you can leave easily, but I will stay in Qingzhou for a long time. Ke Guangxi was silent for a long time, and shook his head imperceptibly. It seems that Lord K has lived in Qingzhou for a long time, and is shielded from the turmoil here, and can no longer see the world. Hong Fan sneered. Because the headmaster has already raised his sword this time, and the sword will shed blood when it is unsheathed. If it can't cut the outside, it will be used to cut the inside. Hong Zishao is trying to bluff this martial arts supervisor. Ke Guangxi's heart was empty, and he forced a smile. Hong Fan's eyes finally turned cold, and he drank the tea in one gulp. I will repeat for you the warning that the headmaster gave me before he came. No one can guarantee whether the locals will benefit or harm in matters like measuring the land, or how much effort they can contribute. Now that I have said this, it is up to you to believe it or not. He pushed away the teacup and raised his head to signal the guest to leave. After hearing this, Ke Guangxi sat in silence, as if trying to determine the truth of the words. After a while, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up suddenly. He went to close the doors and windows, and then returned to his seat and sat halfway. What does Hong Zishao want me to do? I have heard from some local channels in the past few days that Zin Wencheng has made a lot of moves, and it seems that he is secretly colluding. Is there any news from Lord K? Hong Fan asked as he refilled the tea. Yes, Ke Guangxi replied hurriedly. This matter is mainly handled by Zhang Yangsheng and several other second-generation disciples, who want to stir up trouble at Yang Kewei's funeral. Hong Fan's expression became a little more serious. Warriors are powerful, and those who stand out often have fierce personalities. If they are incited and the crowd is excited, it will be difficult for him to deal with it alone. Does Lord K know about this? Gathering warriors is dangerous, but if there is anything wrong, it is the responsibility of the local martial arts academy. Xin Wenchang must inform me first, K. Guangxi apologized with a smile. In this case, I would like to ask Lord K for some information. Hong Fan paused for a moment and made a request. The list of warriors who came to attend Jiang Kai's funeral, which sect they belong to, where they settled in Kangsu City, and what is their relationship with the King Dizhenzong. According to the Dahua law, high-level warriors need to report to the Martial Arts Academy when entering the city. This is not mandatory and cannot be mandatory, but the matter of attending a funeral is grand and upright, and there is no need for warriors who come for this purpose to cause trouble. K. Guangxi breathed a sigh of relief and agreed immediately. That afternoon, Hong Fan changed into the local scholar's regular clothes, put on a veil and went out alone. Under the current situation, it is inevitable that someone is watching the store, but it is unrealistic to keep an eye on his Ayanshan. In the center of Kangsu City, the funeral shed has been set up for 3 months, and there is no crying in front of the tablet. Across the street is the Yulei Inn. The door of the store is half closed, blocking the sunlight and the noise of the street. Hong Fan came in silently and saw the waiter with a white towel on his head taking a nap on the table. His snoring blew the dust in the light column at his feet. The creaking sound of the wooden stairs went up all the way. On the second floor, in front of room 3, block A, there were 3 knocks on the door. Didn't I say it before? An impatient and rough voice sounded. We have a dinner tonight, so we won't have dinner here. I'm here to find Master Su of Hong Shengmen. The answer outside the door was solemn. Don't you know the rules? You don't announce your identity before looking for someone. The answer from inside the door. The sound of a cloth belt tightening, and loud footsteps. The wooden door was pulled open suddenly, and the salty and wet smell of fermented sweat rushed out. The bald man with his shirt half open held the door, and was startled to see a man in white standing with his face covered by a veil. Who is coming? An old man's voice came from the inner room. Before he finished speaking, countless fine dust particles were swept in from the feet of the man in white, carrying the convection wind to replace all the air in the room, and finally pushed the open window tight. Changsing, Hong Fan, the man in white answered, took off the veil and strode in, and the door closed behind him. In one afternoon, Hong Fan ran through several carefully selected sects and bought several mouthpieces with a privilege granted by Guan Keme. The newly created killing method of Zhongzhao Hongsheng sect will be rated as the first grade. The official supply of elixir quota of Xiong family in Hezhao Zumin City will increase by 20% next year. The elder who led the Fihong sword sect in Liangzhao Honggai City saw with his own eyes the cowardly appearance of Tuangayan Pavilion after it was smashed by Hong Fan and Chulei. The locals know local affairs and are willing to sell face unconditionally. Chapter 483, Winning. It was already 4 p.m. when everything was settled. The sun was setting and soaking the clouds. Hong Fan walked down from the inn. Through the gray gauze curtain in front of him, he saw the cloth banners of the wine shop fluttering in the wind and the smoke from the cooking rising into the sky. He was still thinking about a new piece of news he had just received while chatting with the Fihong sword sect today. The 4th Xianjiao of Kangsu City, Qiandiangsing of Duanli City, took the initiative to seek advice from Chujian Pavilion after paying tribute to the Morning Hall. His flying sword was so fast that it could cut gold and jade, but it only lasted 5 rounds. Hong Fan did not know the combat power of Tang Ziking under the blessing of the magic weapon. But Tang Shengwang's combat power had long been stable, and he had seen it many times when attacking Duanli City. Hong Fan stepped on the bluestone slabs, letting his body instinctively avoid passers-by, and simulating a fight with Tang Shengwang in his mind. Jin Xinnian's sword attack speed is extremely fast. 5 rounds at close range may not even take 3 seconds. After thinking for a while, his mind flashed with a sword energy that cut off the bullet at 0 distance that day. He had to admit that he was far from being a match for Chu Jianj in the ring. Annoyed and depressed. A slight burning sensation in his chest. Hong Fan frowned and stopped. Amid the noises and sidelong glances of passers-by, he looked inward for a while and realized that it was his competitive spirit that was acting up. Do I care about winning or losing itself? He asked himself. 5 years ago, Hong Fan had been practicing martial arts when he first came to this world, but at that time he neither respected martial arts nor cared about winning or losing. He only regarded everything as a means to get things done and gain fame. Now, After years of honing his skills in fists, legs, swords and knives, the originally self-disciplined and calm person can now enjoy the separation of life and death from the clash of swords. He remembered Chuloy's evaluation of him in the heavy snow. You are not good at fighting, nor are you obsessed with martial arts. Your heart is floating around, and your thoughts are all kinds of strange and scattered. It stands to reason that such a person would never be able to practice martial arts well, but your progress in cultivation is not only not slower than mine, but your achievements in killing skills are far higher than mine. It really doesn't make sense because I'm cheating, Hong Fan laughed to himself. The west wind swept across the street, and he strolled in the falling leaves, intersecting with the autumn of Dahua for the 6th time. At this time, Hong Fan heard a familiar voice from the jewelry store across the street. This hairpin really suits me. He looked through the gap in the veil. A dark golden hairpin, inlaid with a piece of obsidian as deep as a pond. There is no bead chain on the hairpin head, which is very simple and refreshing. Tang Xingqing, who was wearing a black gold skirt, inserted the hairpin into her hair, slightly straightened it, tilted her head towards the mercury mirror, and then twisted the hem of her skirt and tiptoed on her boots to turn half a circle. It can be seen that Xiao Tang has made some progress in the past 2 years that he can be so interested in encountering a new defeat. Hong Fan looked at the person trying on the hairpin and commented silently, feeling quite light and excited. Only a few feet away, Tang Xingqing quickly noticed the gazes from the busy street. She turned around and saw a man in white with a veil hiding his head. At first, he looked at her coldly, but then she recognized who he was in an instant. The last time they met was more than a year ago. She first widened her eyes and smiled unconsciously, but then she thought that her actions just now were a bit artificial, and her cheeks became a little hot. No need to change the remaining money. Tang Xingqing took out the silver ingot and put it on the table. She said something to the smiling shopkeeper and went out. In the tea house next door, the two of them found a private room separated by a bamboo fence and sat down. The white window screen was blown by the wind, brushing back and forth on the short table. You are not working in Shenzhen. Why are you in Kangsu? Tang Xingqing held the hot tea in both hands and hunched her shoulders like a black cat. Are you here to pay your respects to the Emperor Zhenzong? These days, the incident of Blazing Star and Fierce Dragon crossing the river has been making a lot of noise inside and outside the city, but Jiaxiao is vast, and Duanli City and Kangsu City are located in the extreme west and northeast respectively. It is not easy for the Tang family to arrive in time before the burial after receiving the death notice, so they still don't know the inside story. I went to pay my respects, but it can't be considered as coming for this. Hong Fan smiled awkwardly. I came here as an unwelcome guest. Tang Xingqing lifted her hair, not understanding what he meant. Unwelcome guest. The gold paper flower between her eyebrows gleamed against the light. At the beginning of July, I was ordered by the headmaster to lead a team to investigate the tax evasion of King Dizhenzong's hidden fields. Hong Fan finished speaking in one breath. Now? During Senior Yang's morning period, Tang Xingqing, who was sipping tea, was stunned, and a piece of tea leaf stained her lips when she put down the cup. Yes, the headmaster is not particular about trivial matters. He doesn't care about this. Hong Fan laughed. You came all the way here. Do the Tang family have a good relationship with Zhenzong? He asked casually. Not bad. Both of our families respect sword skills and have been in contact for many years, Tang Xingqing replied seriously, and suddenly added a sentence when she looked at Hong Fan's face. Actually, it's just so-so. It's just a courtesy, but there's no real friendship. They both laughed when they heard this. I heard that you fought with Chu Jiansh today. Hong Fan drank up the tea and added more, and finally couldn't help asking. How was it? At this point, Tang Xingqing's cheeks faded and shook her head slightly. I attacked 4 moves in a row, and he only defended and didn't attack until the 5th move, when he used a sword to cut off my hair by my ear, and I had to admit defeat, she recalled with an empty look in her eyes, and her right hand couldn't help but press the sword box beside Jingnian. Too fast to react? Hong Fan asked again. Not really. Chu Jianzhi's sword energy is very fast, but at that time I was a little afraid to resist it, as if his sword energy could even hurt Jingnian. Tang Xingqing weighed her words carefully. He and I were sparring in the courtyard, and we were only 10 steps apart at the beginning. If we were 10 feet apart, it would not be impossible for us to drag it out for 20 moves. The Tongshan sword scripture is indeed very famous. Hong Fan heard the girl's unwillingness and echoed. It's been a long time since we last met, so let's not talk about these trivial matters. He drove out the absurd idea of trying Mingshan and Shimmy and Swanee with a sands-flowing knife from his mind and invited with a smile. I have booked a store in the north of the city. Why don't you come to my place? You don't have to travel 5 or 6,000 miles to rush back to Duanli tonight, right? Tang Xingqing was embarrassed and annoyed when she heard this, and glared at him fiercely, but soon returned to her usual cold look. It's not convenient now, she shook her head. I am the leader of the team that came back to watch the ceremony this time. You must set an example and not run around in the next 2 days. So, give me your address, and I will come to find you after September 25th. Hong Fan was surprised by her generosity. 3 days of separation is really a new look? Humph, I may not be as good as you in martial arts. Tang Xingqing raised her head and snorted, looking directly at the majestic Trixing, tapping the sword box with her fingertips. But the one sitting opposite you is still the best swordsman in the 3 counties of Huaiang. In the past 10 years, when she said this, she was immature and proud, and her childishness was full of unyielding determination. It was the Kyandiangsing in Longqiu town who was living under someone else's roof and still cared about his status. 2 days later, September 25th. The Qingshan sword was suspended for 3 months and the coffin was lifted and buried. In the morning, the heroes of the Jianghu gathered at the Qingdi's Henzong for a banquet, and they kept silent during the banquet to show respect. In the afternoon, Xin Wensheng, Zhang Engshan, Gu Junda and other core members of the sect personally carried the coffin down the mountain. On that day, dark clouds covered the sky and the sky seemed to be cracked. The grave was chosen to be located on a majestic mountain 30 miles north of Kangsa Mountain, adjacent to the ancestors of the Henzong sect. After the spectators climbed the mountain, they waited for an hour in the fierce west wind until the sun set in the west and the bright red twilight poured over the mountain like copper liquid before the funeral began. Following the practice of most Yuanzi warriors, Yang Qiuyi was buried in a rock after her death. First a square pit of 4 or 5 feet deep was dug out in the whole rock, and the coffin with the 5 internal organs removed was buried in one piece, and the whole rock was used to cover it, and finally molten iron was poured into the gap. After a quarter of an hour, the iron liquid cooled and solidified. The mausoleum was cast. Xin Wencheng took off his coat, carried the granite steel that was 1 foot high and weighed 5,000 pounds on his back, poured oil into it, and then knelt down to ask the most prestigious master of Lijian state, Mu Wuyu Zi Hao Zhai, to write the inscription with his finger. Hao Zhai was over 160 years old and ranked 85th on the Earth list. He was the distant cousin of Hao Zhiqiu, the martial saint of Hejian state. Although they had the same generation name, they were nearly a decade apart in age. There was a tomb with a monument, incense and candles. The guests bowed one by one amid the flying paper money, while hundreds of disciples of this Henzong who had cultivated themselves took seeds and squandered their true energy to give birth to a new forest on the mountain. After the ceremony, Hao Zhai, who was known for his arrogance and harshness, left without saying a word, which somewhat embarrassed Xin Wencheng, but the guests who watched the ceremony just breathed a sigh of relief. Only the disciples of this Henzong were even more silent. The strong wind pushed the team going down the mountain. That night, everyone returned to this Henzong to attend the last funeral banquet. It was called a funeral, but in fact there was no sad atmosphere at all. With good wine and good food, everyone was toasting, talking about friendship with those who knew each other, and making friends with those who didn't know each other, and the atmosphere was surprisingly hot. Especially this banquet used the best 30-year-old wine from Kangsa City, which was available in unlimited quantities for 8 taels of silver per jar. Considering the huge appetite of the warriors, it could be said to be a luxury. Half an hour later, the cups and plates were in a mess, and the empty jars had piled up into a small mountain. Most people were half drunk. Xin Wencheng saw that the heat was right, so he stood up and walked to the entrance hall, clearing his throat loudly. Guang'an Hall and its surroundings fell silent. Chapter 484 Determination. The master passed away 3 months ago. The sect was at a loss and lost its soul. The grief in my heart was beyond words. I could only manage the funeral affairs at a loss. I didn't know what to do every day. Xin Wencheng spoke slowly. Fortunately, during the period of the funeral, heroes from all over the world gathered together, and finally there were more than 600 distinguished guests present, which made our Zhenzong extremely mournful and excited. I am deeply moved. His eyes were slightly red and he lost his composure. After speaking in a hoarse voice, he drank 3 cups of wine. Many people in the audience responded with "I dare not, you are too serious, my condolences," etc., and more people raised their glasses silently in response. I still remember the first day I became a disciple with 17 brothers 39 years ago. It was in this Guangain hall. At that time, the master was as young as a young man with white hair. He gave us clothes and swords. Xin Wenchang waited until the surroundings were quiet, and smiled and talked about the old things of the master. Unfortunately, he could not finish a sentence, so he had to cover his face with his hands and turned his head away. Some people at the table were secretly wiping tears. I am Jiang Zimo, the head of Hongsheng sect in Yupo City, King's Hao. My master's ancestor founded this sect 70 years ago. At that time, he was short of money. It was Senior Yang who generously donated money to help the sect overcome the difficulties. Seeing that Xin Wenchang was unable to calm down for a long time, a big man spoke loudly to ease the situation. This was like an introduction, which immediately inspired more people to express their feelings. I am Kong Bin, the Li Zhenzi of Zhenayang Sword Sect. My master and I have both received guidance from Senior Yang. Without this kindness, I would not have achieved the key realm I have today. My uncle suffered a broken spine injury 20 years ago. I thought he would never recover in this life. Fortunately, Senior Yang took the initiative to give him medicine. It's like a rebirth. In the words, the deeds were true and detailed. When it came to the emotional part, tears fell on the spot. Obviously, it was not fabricated, so that more than 70 tables in the venue were immersed in the atmosphere of remembering the deceased. Thank you all, I am Zhenzong. Xin Wenchang recovered. His face was excited, but he saw his beloved disciple suddenly stood up and interrupted. There is something that I was ashamed to talk about, but it has kept my master awake at night. I have to say it. Zhang Yangshan drank a glass of wine, stood up, looked around the room, and spoke loudly. Not long after the master left, someone took advantage of the situation, threatened and oppressed him, and forced a crime before the mourning period was over. Are you talking about Chaixing? Someone in the corner pointed out loudly. It was Jiang Zimo from Hongsheng sect. That's right. Zhang Yangshan bowed to that side. What does senior brother Zhang want everyone to do? The second person passed the message. My Zhenzong cannot support itself alone, and I would like to ask all heroes to speak out together, find Chaixing and confront him face to face, and seek justice. Zhang Yangshan replied immediately, regardless of the angry glare from my master. Oh, forget it, please help me. Xin Wenchang sighed at this, bowed and asked. His voice was low and heavy. Blowing the candlelight. There was silence inside and outside the hall for a moment, and then there were a few responses, which gradually became noisy. Finally, some heroes smashed their wine bowls and shouted to go now. For a moment, the crowd was surging. Just when Zhang Yangshan was secretly happy, another loud voice jumped out from the audience. My Hongsheng sect is a family friend of Zhenzong. Zhenzong will definitely lend a helping hand when he is in trouble. However, there are many of us, so we must set a rule before we go. I dare to ask whether Master Zin's request to the Zhangwu Academy is not to investigate, or to investigate after the mourning period. This question seems to be mild, but it is actually crucial. If Xin Wenchang only said to postpone the investigation, the force would be too weak and it would seem too much of a fuss. If he insisted on not allowing the investigation, it would be blunt and unreasonable and arouse suspicion. It should be known that group behavior is mostly carried out by incitement at the moment. As the saying goes, once most people's minds turn from emotion to reason, things can no longer be pushed forward. Master Su, this matter is not just a matter of timing. Xin Wenchang calmed down and replied. The Martial Arts Academy is responsible for the establishment and abolition of sects, the establishment of martial arts, and the circulation of elixirs, but it has never been in charge of private property. If the court really wants to inspect taxes, it should naturally be led by the inspectors of the inspectorate. How can they send the Imperial Guards at will? This was a reluctant answer. But the warriors in the room followed a logic and rationality came up immediately. Not only did they argue at the table, but many people were shocked and used their true energy to sober up. I am Xiang Rui from Huzhou Weitran City. What the head of the sect Xin said makes sense, but Chaixing is the head of the Mountain Master's trusted Imperial Guard and has a strong personality. If we go there and he insists on not retreating, what can we do? We can't fight him, right? Someone else stood up and spoke. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses. If Hongfan mishandles the matter and makes it bigger, it will naturally be the Qing Emperor Zhenzong's pleasure. But Xin Wenchang couldn't say the truth in his mind. What he does is his business. There are laws in the world, and someone must uphold it. At this time, Zhang Yanxian slapped the table and replied proudly. After 2 rounds of dialogue, the angry crowd in the audience had cooled down by half. Tang Xingqing was sitting on the left of the second seat. Hearing that she now understood the undercurrent today, she thought about the fact that Hong Fan did not ask for her help when she met him before. She felt happy but also a little depressed. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zin Wencheng had to look at Chu Jianzhi. The latter was silent as usual. So he glanced at the table and turned to Tang Xingqing. I wonder what Hua Yanxing thinks. As a contemporary genius, Tang Xingqing is one of the 5 or 6 most prestigious people present. In addition, everyone in the world knows that the Tang family and the Beisheng army have fought against each other. She herself has been defeated and captured by Hong Fan. She will not back down at this time. I think we can't be impulsive about this matter. Unexpectedly, Tang Xingqing poured a basin of cold water on him. Zhang Wenwen is powerful, and it controls the sex in the world legally. Moreover, there are many people today, and there are many variables. If everyone rushes to find Chixing, if there is a conflict, wouldn't it give Zhang Wenwen an excuse to put pressure on them? Now that Senior Yang's affairs are over, let Hong Fan investigate your family's character of hanging a sword on a pine branch and making money. If he fails to find anything after a long time, there will be people in the world who will attack Zhang Wenwen for Master Zin. These beautiful words, which were actually excuses, were sent to the hearts of the heroes who had sobered up, and they echoed them one after another and made a complete noise. Zin Wencheng knew that there would be no result today, and he felt like he was falling into an ice cave when he sat there as the chief. The next day, it was night. The night sky was as deep as the sea, and a few crows flew silently. Zin Wencheng stood woodenly under the eaves with his hands behind his back, and saw his beloved disciple coming to report quickly. Master, we have roughly counted that about 50% of the heroes who watched the ceremony yesterday are leaving today, and nearly 100 of them even left overnight. Zhang Yanxian lowered his head and said, unable to hide his anger. The 900 taels of silver we spent on the wine are wasted. If I were them, I would have left last night too. Zin Wencheng sneered weakly. Those small sects, even the sect masters and elders are not as good as Xiantian. What can they resist? Chixing is so famous, and we have seen his methods in the Qingshan Palace. Although he is not yet at the right stage, he is clearly of the caliber of Gu Yixin and Chu Jianzhi. Ordinary Xiantian can't stand up to him at all. I am angry at others, those land immortals and celestial masters in King's Hao. He lowered his voice and his breathing became tight. Although the ancestor was only at the 2nd level of Yuanzi during his lifetime, he made many good friends. Even the 6 celestial beings in King's Hao could be counted as friends. But what happened? Dahua Tunayan is fine, but the other 5 didn't even show up at the funeral, and the only one on the earth ranking present was from outside King's Hao. Zin Wencheng gritted his teeth, his voice trembling, and staggered 2 steps and fell back into the armchair. The wooden chair creaked and groaned. After a long silence, a twisted and suppressed roar suddenly came from the hall. The King Dizhenzong has a history of 300 years. As the 21st generation leader, if I can't keep the inheritance, how can I have the face to be buried with the ancestors of all generations? Zhang Yanxian's heart tightened when he heard the crying sound. When he raised his head, he saw the master who was as close to him as his biological father, curled up in a chair with tears on his face and blue veins bulging. The flock of birds behind the eaves flew away in surprise, and the moonlight outside the courtyard was cut into tiny pieces by the leaves. The Qingshan Hall gradually calmed down. Yanxian, go take a shower and change your clothes, then go to the tablet of the ancestor and kowtow and burn incense. Come to my room in an hour. Zin Wencheng stood up shakily, his voice as resolute as the sound of a broken sword. Master will teach you the mantra of the King Sword Cannon after the Xiantian Lu. Chapter 485 Swordsman. The 27th day of September in the 32nd year of Zhen. The sky was clear and the colors were distinct. Tang Xingqing persuaded the dozen or so burdensome people in the clan to return home early in the morning. After returning to her room, she repeatedly put on makeup for half an hour. She was still not satisfied even after tossing her personal maid. Finally, she simply washed off her makeup and only pasted a golden flower on her forehead as usual. At noon, she set off alone to the north of the city. When she stepped on the bluestone road, she felt her heart tremble slightly, like the cold dew blown by the cool wind. When she arrived at the heavily guarded storehouse, Song Zhuanjek, the military marquis of Shangaiyu army, who led the way, said nothing, hiding with scrutiny. Tea and snacks were already prepared in the reception room of the storehouse. The flowing spring red maple on the windowsill cast a delicate shadow on the table. The two sat opposite each other. "Thank you for your help on the night of the 25th. Hong Fan was wearing a dark red brocade robe with a gold brocade background. His long hair was untied and draped behind his shoulders, casual and leisurely. "I wasn't speaking for you at that time." Tang Zinking's cheeks flushed slightly when she looked at him, but she didn't look away. "It is a great disgrace to offend this Hangwu Academy. The King Dizhenzong has friendship but no favor to my Tang family, so it is impossible for us to take such a risk for them." "Why are you dressed like this when the mission is not completed?" she asked, thinking that Hong Fan rarely wore expensive clothes 2 years ago. "Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing," Hong Fan replied. "To be safe, I plan to wait for 2 more days until most of the foreign warriors gathered in the city have dispersed before leading the team to the Kangsu Mountain for confrontation." He pushed a plate of preserved fruits over. Tang Ziking actually doesn't like sweet food, but she tasted the preserved fruits out of courtesy and found them surprisingly delicious. 3 years later, the two of them grew from 19 to 22 years old. She noticed that Hong Fan had a short beard, which made him look more mature. "Are you planning to grow a beard?" Tang Ziking asked. "No plans," Hong Fan replied casually. "But if you are over 18, you may be mistaken for a eunuch if you don't have a beard." There was a chuckle during the dinner. Tang Ziking realized that this seemed to be the first time she had talked about meaningless things with the other party. She slumped her shoulders and leaned back on the chair. She somehow found the feeling she had in Longqiu Town at the beginning. At that time, her relationship with Hong Fan was not as complicated as it was later, and she didn't feel awkward when she saw him. At 11 a.m., Hong Fan naturally invited her to stay for dinner, and Tang Ziking had long forgotten the maid waiting for her at the inn, and readily agreed. The chef of the inn was not very skilled and could only cook farm dishes. This meal stewed a rooster and a hare, fried 2 seasonal vegetables, and served with a jar of sorghum wine. Tang Ziking rarely drank a lot of wine, and after the meal, her interest was still unabated. She and Hong Fan exchanged martial arts outside the courtyard, and her demeanor became more and more relaxed. At 3 p.m., the two of them washed up and returned to the room. "Your fighting power has indeed improved by leaps and bounds. If you include Jing Nian, you are about 35th on the Xianjiao list, about the same as Zhang Yingxiang of King Dizhenzong." Hong Fan made an estimate. "I have improved by leaps and bounds?" "Not really." Tang Zinking's face showed no joy. "I broke through in March last year. With the 2 years of accumulation of the interaction between heaven and man, I opened the first meridian in July. It took me a whole year to open the second meridian. According to this speed, I may be able to rush into the top 20 before I am off the list." She pretended to be indifferent, but she still showed some frustration. The way of martial arts is to go far rather than fast. The Tang family does not urgently need you to carry the flag. It is most important to lay a solid foundation. Hong Fan smiled. "Speaking of laying a solid foundation, I heard before that the eldest daughter of the Shen family in Zhaijing is now practicing martial arts hard. The ancestor of the Shen family even went to Haizhao in person to ask for 4 top-grade Bailu pills for her." Tang Ziking suddenly mentioned someone she didn't like to mention before. If the Shen family doesn't care about the cost, she has a chance to reach the Xianshan realm in the 34th year of Zhang, and maybe even be on the Xianjiao list. It takes 2 years to cross the entire Force realm. This number sounds incredible at first. I remember that she is 3 months older than me. What you said is not impossible. Hong Fan did a little mental calculation and replied. According to his understanding, Cao Yuang, Chu Jianj, Chu Lei and others spent about 5 years from the initial understanding of martial arts to breaking through the Xianshan realm. But on the one hand, Shen Tixin is naturally friendly to the innate spiritual energy, and there is no threshold of heaven and man's sympathy. Compared with ordinary Xianjiao, she can save 2 years of hard work. On the other hand, she has the support of the first family in Liangzhou and has external resources at all costs. The Force realm is different from the Qi realm. As long as the talent is not exhausted, the best elixir can greatly improve the speed of cultivation. I asked the clan to inquire about her parents. Tang Ziking continued. Her mother, Madame Lu, and the head of the Shen family have known each other since childhood. They were well matched and got married smoothly. However, 3 years after the marriage, Madame Lu's martial arts broke through to the Xianshan level, and she was eventually forced to return to Shenjing to focus on cultivation. Hong Fan nodded. Many people in Zhaijing knew about this, and it was for this reason that Shen Tixin had a cold relationship with his mother's family. Compared with the geniuses on the list, Xiantian warriors under the age of 30 are certainly not amazing, but there are many who break through to the Yuanzi level after practicing for another 30 or 40 years. Hong Jian is the best example. As such, for the aristocratic families, young Xiantians are core assets that must be managed carefully. If Madame Lu really stayed in the Shen family in Zijing for a long time, it would be hard to say which family she would belong to in the future. She practiced martial arts for you, right? Tang Xingqing said abruptly with her eyes downcast. The topic sank again. She took a deep breath, clenched her fists on her knees, raised her head and looked at the person sitting opposite her. I think she practiced martial arts for her own freedom. Hong Fan pondered for a moment and changed his words. Ms. Shen's appearance and talent are both noteworthy. She can do whatever she wants now because of Shen Moi's preference and protection. The Shen family's ancestor's martial arts career is over, and his lifespan is at least 5 years and at most 20 years. Once the 5 declines of heaven and manicure, she may not be able to control many things. Now the second highest martial artist in the Shen family, Shen Maoxin, who is frozen 3 feet, is at the 3rd level of Yuanzi. In theory, as long as Miss Shen achieves the Yuanzi realm, no one in the family can control her. At this point, the two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It seems that there is only one major realm away from the innate Yuanzi, but the talent required in the meantime is completely different from the concept of water grinding in Force realm. From the 1st level of innate to the 1st level of Yuanzi, Guan Qimei, who has the best talent in history, took 6 years, and Duan Xianan, who has outstanding talent compared to the top of the list of Xianjiao in history, took 9 years, not to mention the pale and innocent Shen Tixin. The 4 noble truths of Buddhism are suffering, accumulation, extinction and the way. Tang Xingqing sneered and asked back. Can you do whatever you want when you are a martial artist? I'm afraid not. Hong Fan recalled his inexplicable time travel and shook his head with emotion. The so-called freedom in the world is, first, not to be responsible for anyone, and second, never look back at the past. Martial arts can change victory and defeat and life and death, but it is precisely powerless against these 2 things. The wind blew through the bamboo window, and the barking of dogs in the distance diluted the voices in the room. Both of them were thinking about their own things. Hong Fan was his stagnant martial arts realm. Tang Xingqing had something else in mind. Another pot of tea was boiling on the stove. The whole Liangshao knows that the eldest daughter of the Shen family is in love with you. Tang Xingqing stared at the steam in vain and suddenly spoke. Halfway through her words, she was shocked to realize that she was talking nonsense, and she was so nervous that she reached out to press the sword box. Then, Qian Dianxing followed her hard and asked the truth in her heart like a sword with no regrets. Will you marry Shen Tixin in the future? When she said this, her heartbeat was like a hammer in her ears, and her true energy was running at full speed involuntarily, instantly sweeping away the drunkenness. Will I marry Shen Tixin? Hong Fan had never expected that this little girl who always blushed and was shy would ask such a direct question to his face, so he was a little flustered. It seemed that the 2 of them had switched the host and the guest. I don't know. After a long while, he shook his head. Miss Shen grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. She is willful and unruly and doesn't know the world, but her nature is not bad. I have no lingering feelings for her friends, Hong Fan replied seriously. As for the marriage arrangement, I haven't considered it yet, and I really can't answer. He said this from the bottom of his heart. As a time traveler, Hong Fan thought about many things and had many daydreams. For example, if the world is in chaos within 10 years, he wants to split the Northwest and compete for the Central Plains. Marrying Shen Tixin to tie up the Zijing family is a good strategy. No lingering feelings? Well, I don't think you like that kind of aristocratic daughter. Tang Xingqing smiled. This smile only lasted for a short moment. Though in Shenjing, she almost asked the second question. As a good swordsman, Qian Dianxing would always follow up with another sword after winning the first one, but Tang Xingqing interrupted her. Hong Fan was a cunning man and knew very well what the other party was going to ask, but this time he really didn't know how to start. You and I are both warriors, there is a long way to go. Tang Xingqing looked out the window and changed the subject, her high ponytail bouncing briskly. The Tang family's Jinsinian sword theory advocates countering the moves, using complexity to win simplicity, and using the right to win the odd, and it is most taboo to bet everything on one throw. When are you going back to Shenjing? I'm not in a hurry, I can go with you then. This was Tang Xingqing's last question. Qiu Fen blushed outside the window. How could Hong Fan not agree? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 Iron Devil. Same night. 20 miles outside Kangsua City, there is an abandoned charity cemetery. A hole was dug in the corner of the main hall by wild dogs and rats, and a piece of white paper that was not torn clean was stuck on the wall. The main beam on the pillar collapsed on one side and tore the roof apart, with a crescent moon leaning against the gap, and a pile of broken tiles on the ground below. On the right side of the house, an old wooden coffin was opened at an angle, with bones scattered in the coffin, a table of wine and food on the coffin lid, and a murderer sitting on the stone pier beside the coffin. A murderer in the literal sense. He was 8 feet tall, with a piece of black cloth draped over his body. All the exposed skin on his body was proliferated with metal armor, and there were spikes on his forehead and joints. The introducer has explained it clearly to me. It's nothing more than burning down a storehouse and killing dozens of mortals. It's very simple, the ironclad man said vaguely, picked up a piece of pig's trotter with his bare hands and swallowed it, and then picked up the wine pot and poured wine into his throat. As he moved his body, the spikes on his body carved deep marks on the stone pillar under his seat, and the stone powder fell off with a harsh sound. Outside the court, Xin Wenchang sat on the second stone pillar in his night clothes, his collar wet with sweat and feeling like a thorn in his back. The blazing star is famous all over the world, and its combat power is several times stronger than that of ordinary innates. It should not be underestimated, he added in a low voice. Why, you young man don't trust me? The murderer stopped chewing, and a pair of dark eyes with no pupils shining in his eyes, like a bottomless abyss. Xin Wenchang sweated like a pulp and said he didn't dare. Don't worry, my name has been on the 10th place on the evil list for 13 years. The purple ribbon is nothing but a chicken and a dog in front of me. The Iron Demon grabbed a pig leg bone and chewed it, chewing and swallowing it piece by piece as if he was eating bamboo shoots, bone and marrow. Please be sure to spare Hong Fan's life, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable, Xin Wenchang reminded carefully again. Don't worry about that, Tai Mo sneered. Although he had no eyesight, he seemed to see the client's embarrassment clearly. I have been free for many years, relying on the credit of doing as much as I am paid. A mere 2,000 taels of silver can't buy the life of a purple-ribboned cavalryman and a top-ranked genius. Besides, isn't Shixing famous for his speed? He will run away when he gets scared, Tai Mo laughed evilly. Seeing that the wine and food were finished, he squeezed the wine pot into an iron ball, put it in his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it whole. September 28th. Tang Xingqing got Hong Fan's promise to return with her yesterday, and she took the initiative to visit her early this morning. Dahua martial arts is prosperous, and the barriers between men and women are not serious, but at least there are some. It is somewhat presumptuous for a young and unmarried noble lady from a noble family to seek out a man outside the family alone. But Tang Xingqing didn't care at all, and even turned a blind eye to Shen Huang's playful and Song Zhuangji's vigilant eyes. When she hadn't made a name for herself in the Tang family, she also practiced hard in the corner of the martial arts training ground every day, bearing the contempt and disdain of others. There are thousands of locks in life, and she only uses one key to open them. Hong Fan was quite busy today. Before and after lunch, he met Ke Guangxi and Qi Hongkuang respectively to prepare for the final showdown. Tang Xingqing didn't want anyone to receive her. She let the host go to work. She either meditated in the reception room or took a walk in the yard. In a blink of an eye, it was already late at night. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, and most of the people in the city who couldn't afford to burn lamp oil and candles had fallen asleep. Tang Xingqing thought of the maid who had been bored in the room all day and felt a little sorry for her, so she finally decided to go back. The date was approaching the first day of the month, and the moon phase was shrunken and difficult to distinguish. The sky was as clear as an eye, with only a lonely cloud drifting, like a gray cloud in the eyes. The fire basin at the entrance of the storehouse was crackling. The sentry was bored and watched them while flying into the fire. Suddenly, he heard a very dull sound of footsteps coming from the distant street. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall and ferocious figure with 2 large buckets in his hands, walking in the gray moonlight. It seemed like a ghost patrolling the street. Ordinary people would be frightened by this scene, But the soldiers of Shengaiyu army had experienced many battles and were on duty with Chixing this time, so how could they be afraid? Who is coming? He took off the double-barreled shotgun on his back with one hand and shouted from a distance. Iron Demon responded with a disdainful evil smile. Stop, the sentry warned for the second time with his gun, and his finger pressed on the trigger. Stupid, you're wasting your time. Iron Demon kicked the stone at his feet and hit the sentry's eye. After stepping over the corpse, he poured the kerosene in the bucket onto the wall of the storehouse. The secret sentry opened fire with a pistol. 5 gunshots pierced the night sky, startling countless birds. Iron Demon took the bullet as if nothing had happened. Sparks flew from his fingers, and bright yellow flames rose in an instant. The fire has been set, and now it's time to kill people. He listened to the sound of the convection wind caused by the flame, stretched his body, and muttered with satisfaction. Another large-caliber bullet hit his chest and shattered into pieces. This time he switched from the revolver to the rifle. Naughty, he flicked away the white mark where the bullet had him, and the stone slab under his feet exploded as he exerted force. He crossed 7 feet and hit the chest of the sentry with his knee. The latter's bones were broken and flew backwards into the indistinguishable darkness outside the storehouse like a broken bag. 2 are gone, and I can report to the task after killing another 28. Iron Demon muttered to himself, reaching out to catch the falling rifle. This firearm is not bad. 5 seconds had passed since the first gunshot, and there was a general movement in the house. He randomly chose a place and threw the musket through the wall. The moment the wind started, a ray of moonlight flowed down from the roof, cutting off the murderous intent. The musket broke in two in midair. Huh? Taimo was slightly distracted before being slashed by 4 flying swords that flew close to the ground. Sparks flew and the 4 swords bounced off. The blade is damaged, and this person is wearing precious armor. Tang Xingqing stood on 1 foot on the top of the stone chiwen at the corner of the 2nd floor and warned loudly. Why is there a girl flying a sword? Taimo scratched his waist and ribs that were hit, and he was indescribably calm. Before he finished speaking, the flying sword came again. This time, it was Jing Nian who cut through his forehead, leaving a scratch without blood. Earth God soldier, no, he has armor on his skin. 2 voices sounded at the same time, one surprised, the other astonished. Shaquan rushed back to put out the fire. 10th on the evil list, Taimo. Hong Fan came out of the main entrance of the store, tightened his wrist guard, and spoke in a very serious voice. Sand flowed around him and continuously dehydrated and produced, surrounding and gathering. It is me, Taimo replied proudly. Hong Fan, you little boy, and that little girl, I won't kill you, just run away, but you have to leave this earthly weapon. Today is the day for me to make a fortune, he said in a condescending tone. There is no consensus in Jiaxiao on who is the strongest innate warrior. There are naturally no weak ones at the top of the list of Xianjiao in history, and some who have been immersed in the peak of innateness for decades may even be stronger, but Taimo thinks it can only be himself. The answer to him was a continuous slash of flying swords. At the same time, 7 or 8 long and short muskets stretched out from the windows on the 2nd floor, firing continuously. Broken copper and iron, useless skills, Taimo sneered, lifted the bluestone slab under his feet and threw it towards the 2nd floor, which was chopped off by Jing Nian in midair. Chapter 487 Greed. There was a loud sound of breaking stones. Everyone, evacuate. Shen Hong, protect Master Zhen, Hong Fan ordered loudly, and stepped forward on the sand's flow. After a few steps, he turned into a sand giant about 10 feet tall. It is recorded in the evil list that Taimo had been entangled with Yuan Si, being beaten, for an hour, and fighting him hand to hand was obviously not the best strategy. But it would take time for the people below to evacuate. The sand flow molded knife, slashing down, was unexpectedly blocked by the reverse arm. Taimo bent and slid, punching the middle of the sand armor. When he pulled his arm out, he could see that the 3-foot-long sharp spikes on the front of his fist had already turned red, and there was also a row of reverse blades on his forearm that had just blocked the sand knife. Hong Fan could accept the ability of bones to be metallized, weaponized, and even to stretch at will, but he really didn't expect that the sand armor that had grown thicker could be penetrated by a single blow. This monster is simply a divine weapon in human form, pure thoughts flashed, forcing Taimo to be distracted. At the same time, Hong Fan's counterattack was divided into 3 directions. Sand locks bit his legs, open palms clamped his neck and knees, and dust invaded his ears and nose. The Iron Demon was restricted everywhere and was burning with anger. He suddenly burst out the iron essence to clear a spherical cavity in the sand curtain, and then chased Hong Fan relentlessly despite the left and right cutting of the flying sword. When his claws pierced into the sand armor, he realized from the soft touch that he had been fooled. The next moment, the inside was covered with red-hot burning sand, and the clothes were instantly carbonized and extinguished, just like the death penalty of burning. The Iron Demon roared in pain, and heard the wind whistling behind him. It was the pure thought that stabbed him fiercely, carrying him up and crashing into the wooden shed on the side of the yard. The high temperature encountered the combustible material, and the flames instantly exploded several meters high, releasing a bang of thunder. Hong Fan thought that even Feng Manian in the past would have lost half of his life if he had been hit by this trick. However, the Iron Demon's breath was not weakened at all. "I am real steel, why should I fear the flames?" The 8-foot monster stood up from the fire and walked out, his whole body covered in iron armor and spikes raised. Tang Xingqing stood alone on the floor, looking grim. Forge 1 level top-grade flying swords were suspended around her, with the blades full of defects, and Jingnian's full-strength attack just now only drew lead. This monster's defense is incredible not only in the innate realm, but also in the Yuanzi realm. Fortunately, the people below had already fled far away, and even took away the red flag and other livestock. Blazing Star Hong Fan, 1000-point Star Tang Xingqing, your names were not originally on the list I received. The Iron Demon laughed grimly, scratching his chest armor with his claws, making a harsh sound. "But you insist on not wanting to die, so I have to work in vain." Before he finished speaking, Hong Fan's artillery fire had arrived. The Iron Demon tore through the fire curtain in the explosion, and the fist-shaped sword blade popped out, cutting off the flying sword that passed by his ankle with one blow. Tang Xingqing on the roof groaned, formed a seal with one hand, and a silver light emerged from the sword box behind him. The firepower network in front of the storehouse reached its peak at this time. Even though the Iron Demon was indomitable, he was still hit hard by the Lianshan sword cannon. After breaking 2 flying swords, he flew into the stable and smashed the special stone trough of the red flag. Mist was steaming all over the sky. The Iron Demon threw wood and stones to attack randomly, and then crashed into the outer wall of the storehouse with his head covered, hiding himself with smoke and wooden boards. Tang Xingqing's eyes were slightly closed, and his mind was bright. Flying swords shot back and forth on both sides of the building, making rows of holes in the wooden wall, and sparks flashed and the sound of metal clashing continued through the window. After a breath, the house shook and collapsed. Tang Xingqing's foot was unstable and she was flying in the air. She heard the strong wind in the building and saw the collapsed tiles suddenly exploded, and the main pillar of the building more than 2 meters long was knocked out. She turned around and crossed. She ran on the pillar with her skirt in her hand, and her figure was 10 meters higher than the moon. The storehouse collapsed completely, and the dust rose like a mountain. The Iron Demon leaned against the rockery in the courtyard, holding his hands and feet, and threw 3,000 jin boulders in a row. The first 2 were blown up by Hong Fan's artillery, and the third was cut off by Tang Xingqing's toes. The flames brushed the golden thread of her clothes. The female swordsman fell gracefully with a corner of her skirt, standing on the shoulder of the sand giant. The flying sword returned to its position. Fire attack! Hong Fan took off his helmet and exchanged glances with Tang Xingqing. As he said, this seemed to be the only solution now. Although the Iron Demon was resistant to high temperatures, the burning sand did hurt him at the beginning. The blazing tide swung out, and the wooden ruins burst into flames. The target was no longer there. Ignoring the pursuit and interception of the desert world and the flying swords, the Iron Demon only pressed towards Tang Xingqing's body. He had been in the martial arts world for more than 60 years, half of the time hiding and half of the time fighting, and he was very experienced in fighting enemies. It should be noted that no matter how good the armor is, it cannot completely block the heat transfer. However, as long as he stayed close to Tang Xingqing, Hong Fan would not be able to exert the power of the blazing fire essence. Sure enough, after a few rounds, Tang Xingqing was fighting and retreating, and became more and more embarrassed, while Hong Fan followed in vain and achieved nothing. "What do you mean by being on the list of geniuses?" "It's just the word young." The Iron Demon was sure that the other party could not cause him any harm, and his laughter became more and more rampant. "Xiao Tang, a short call." Tang Xingqing turned around and stepped on the ground, and reversed the sword seal while sliding back, and led the pure thoughts to shoot out. A strong wind exploded, and the golden hairpin slipped off. The scattered hairpins reflected the fire and flew wildly. The Iron Demon laughed silently. He locked his 10 fingers forward, trying to capture Jing Nian in midair. But his mind was captured by the ecstasy of his martial arts advancement. At this moment, Hong Fan fired the armor-piercing bullet that he had prepared for a long time. Hit, explosion, flame, childish tricks, but in vain. Taimo could clearly sense the compressed fire spirit energy coming from behind him, but he didn't care. The bullet hit before the sound. The blazing fire essence exploded for the second time, and the overpressure gathered along the axis of the inverted cone. The crystallized gravel broke into a stream, shooting at 15 times the speed of sound, effortlessly liquefying and piercing the body armor and heart that blocked the way. After being stunned, there was still stunned. Jing Nian was already in his palm. But the heat of the blood and the coldness of the heart met again, bringing a violent dizziness like the collapse of the pillar of heaven. Taimo couldn't help but think of the scene 80 years ago when his playmate stole a long sword from his home to show off his dancing. The cold steel blade reflected the last sunlight he had ever seen in his life before it cut through the eyes of the watching child. The 8-foot-tall body staggered and fell to his knees, blood gushing out from the wounds. "You cheated." Before he died, he left a last word in the direction of Hong Fan. There was no one around the inn, and the ruins were rising with flames several feet high, burning the night sky dark red. The fire was so quiet that only crackling could be heard. Tang Xingqing gathered her hair and used the narrow sword of Jing Nian as a hairpin to hold it up. "This is the first time we have joined forces to fight the enemy." She breathed a sigh of relief, turned her head and smiled, her eyes and the flowers between her eyebrows sparkling in the firelight. Not bad. Hong Fan was slightly distracted when he heard this and saw this scene. What he was thinking about at this moment was not the Iron Demon or the King Di Zhenzong, but the question he couldn't answer last night. It turned out that he couldn't answer it not because he didn't know how to answer it, but because he was both hypocritical and greedy. "I can only find an inn to stay tonight." Hong Fan avoided Tang Xingqing's gaze and felt his cheeks slightly hot from the fire. Chapter 488 City Palace. On the fine night of September 28th, the 3-8s fought for a long time, turning the huge storehouse into a mess. During this period, the personnel of this Hangwu Academy had arrived long ago, but they dared not intervene for a long time. The strongest combat force of the Kangsu city government was Ke Guangxi himself, who was at the peak of his powers. If he rashly participated in the battle, he would only be kicked to death by the Iron Demon like a wild dog. After the battle, Hong Fan dug up the documents buried underground on the spot, and escorted the body of the Iron Demon to the Hangwu Academy for temporary storage. Ke Guangxi ordered his confidants to drive the famous horses to the King Zhao's Hangwu Academy to report overnight. That night, Hong Tang and the officials of the Hangwu Academy in Kangsu City did not sleep all night. The Iron Demon was a killer who did things for money, and the people behind him were the key to the matter. If the matter tonight was only handled by the Qing Emperor's Zhenzong, it would be fine. If a King Zhao giant who was involved thought that he had made a mistake, he might come to kill people overnight to silence them. Hong Fan had personally experienced the magical power of the 3 law officers Yizan. Fortunately, nothing happened overnight. Everything progressed rapidly the next day. At noon, the deputy governor of the King Zhao Martial Arts Academy arrived and personally sent the body of Taimo to Shenjing. In the afternoon, Xin Wenchang personally went to Hong Fan for a secret talk, admitting on the spot the fact that he had hired Taimo, and was willing to unconditionally meet all the conditions of the Martial Arts Academy, just to ask for the survival of the sect at this point. The condition is certainly not just to return the land and pay taxes. Hong Fan proposed 3 points. First, return the land and pay taxes for 30 years. Second, send 30 core disciples to join the King Zhao Martial Arts Academy as state riders and strongmen. Third, hand over the original King Di sword cannon to the Martial Arts Academy for safekeeping, and only keep a copy in the sect. Xin Wenchang sat for a long time, gritted his teeth and nodded, and when he left, his face was pale and he was out of breath, as if he was a dead body possessed by a ghost. The next day was the first day of October. As the head of the sect, Xin Wenchang announced the implementation of the conditions proposed by Hong Fan in the sect, and even personally crippled 7 people to suppress the backlash of the disciples. On the second day of October, the whole Kangsu city was still surprised by the sudden change of events. In the afternoon, Shen Hong rushed to the second floor of the inn. "Second master, the news just now." After all, a martial artist who has mastered the art of martial arts was out of breath. Xin Wenchang committed suicide in the Kingshan Hall. He unconsciously lowered his voice. "Ah." Then don't I have to stay a few more days to attend the second funeral? Tang Xingqing, who was sitting in the corner of the room, said something harsh. No, Miss Tang, I heard that Xin Wenchang's suicide note stated that he would not hold funerals or put his body in a coffin, but only ordered his disciples to cremate his body as soon as possible and scatter his ashes on the back cliff of Kangsa Mountain, Shen Hong replied. Tang Xingqing's expression froze when she heard this, and she looked at Hong Fan worriedly. With this incident, no matter how silent people seemed on the surface, they would privately say that this Hangwu Academy was mean and cruel, taking advantage of the danger to force the head of a sect to death. What a bamboo shadow brushing against the clouds, Hong Fan was silent for a long time, and sighed. He used his life to stab me with the last blood sword. Time flies. 10 days later, October 12th. Hong Fan and Tang Xingqing traveled together for a while, and parted in Hanpu City, the capital of Qingzhou. When handling the deportation procedures of the Qingzhou Military Academy, Hong Fan learned that the Qingzhou governor Dahua swallowing cloud Zijingguo was urgently summoned to Beijing by Guan Qimei 3 days ago, and the Qingzhou state was in turmoil from top to bottom. October 14th. The convoy left Hanpu and drove into the barren fields against the north wind. Hong Fan rode a red flag and scattered outside the convoy. Looking up at the sky, he saw that the wild geese had already passed by, leaving only a deep blue sky. He couldn't help but recall that the day before leaving Kangsu City, Ke Guangxi came to see him in the middle of the night. After entering the house, he knelt down without saying anything, just asking him to protect him after returning to Beijing. Alice, Hong Fan shook his head and sighed. The second young master won the first battle, killed the Iron Demon and frightened those cowards. Why is he discouraged? Shen Hong, who was following beside him, asked. I am sighing that I still can't figure out the headmaster's mind. Hong Fan smiled back. At first I thought he wanted to suppress the Qingzhou sect, then I thought he was testing the attitudes of all parties in the world, especially the palace. Later, I got news from Shenjing that the headmaster had several secret talks with the Ministry of Revenue Tianjilao, and I thought he was trying to pry open up the financial resources for the Hangwu Academy. Now it seems that the person the headmaster wants to burn is not outside the academy, but inside the academy. Honky snorted. Everyone in the world says that the headmaster is rough, but I didn't expect him to be so cunning and calculating, Shen Hong said in surprise. No, Hong Fan sneered. How can the headmaster be so powerful? He is so powerful in this. He clenched his fist towards Shen Hong. Old Shen, if you are a martial saint, you can also stir up trouble out of nothing and force others to be cautious. Anyway, anyone who reveals a flaw will be punished by you. With a sound of wheels, the convoy drove into the mountains at the junction of Qingzhou and Hongzhou. There was a sea of nothingness floating between the high gorges, and a flock of white birds were ferrying through it. Hong Fan thought of Chu Jianzhi's sword that broke his hair a few days ago, and his cultivation that had not improved for several months, and felt quite depressed. He had to raise the sands into wings, soared into the air from the back of the tiger beast, and caught up with a flock of birds. P.S. I really want to finish writing this plot and post it today, but when I got up in the afternoon, I still needed 4,000 words of text, so I rushed to finish it. The last part of the text may be a little hasty. Please forgive me. Chapter 489, Gathering of Heroes. October 22nd, afternoon. 100 miles northwest of the capital. Heavy snow fell, and the sky turned into glowing white. Hong Fan, wearing sand armor, stood against the wind, and saw dozens of mountains in the north floating above the snow, like the dorsal fin of a giant beast emerging from the sea. Shi Yuanwei, wearing a black single piece, holding an armor-piercing steel spear, stood 20 meters away from him. How is it? He asked, twisting the spear around his waist, dancing with a majestic sound. It's okay, or come to the center of the shield. Hong Fan shaped a sand shield as thick as the plastron and replied. Shi Yuanwei nodded, holding the spear in both hands and his eyes slightly fixed, and shot away from the spot like a black light. A moment later, the steel spear pierced through the sand shield, revealing a section of the spearhead. 1 inch and 2 points. Hong Fan read the data with his eyes as a ruler. 10 times of testing, 10 penetrations, the killing depth is between 1 and 2 inches. You look dissatisfied. This defense is obviously terrifying. Shi Yuanwei stabbed the lance into the snow and complained. I am now a congenital 3-in-1, holding 2 armor-piercing sharp weapons, using the divine movement code to exert 100% of my strength. but I can barely penetrate the thinner abdominal armor on your sand armor. If I can only exert 70% or 80% of my strength in actual combat, I can't even break the defense." Shi Yuanwei was originally a bold and careful person. These days, he had discovered that Hong Fan seemed to be worried and smiled less. "I originally thought so, old Shi, but the King's Iron Demon really taught me a lesson," Hong Fan sighed. "Besides, if a warrior does not try to kill, how can he improve his martial arts?" he said, using the blazing fire true essence to burn the outer layer of the sand armor on his abdomen. The calf-deep snow under the feet of the two men sublimated at a high speed, and Shi Yuanwei's face was soon burned red by the heat radiation. After a few breaths, the high heat dissipated. The belly armor of the desert armor was as smooth as a mirror, inlaid with 6 highly transparent crystals. "I call this a crystallized defense plug. It will slightly reduce the flexibility of movement, but it can greatly improve the defense." Hong Fan tapped the plug with his knuckles, making a short crisp sound. "This time you stab me directly, okay?" Shi Yuanwei knew that his old friend always made plans before taking action, so he walked back with a steel spear. It was still a distance of 20 meters, and the two of them tested it 3 times in total. The first time the spear had slipped in the crystal plug, the second time the spear tip was bent, and after straightening it, it broke in the middle when tested for the third time. The strength of ordinary 100-forged steel is obviously not enough. So the two of them changed to 1-level armor-piercing spear worth 300 taels for testing. Although it could stably penetrate the plug this time, it was still not enough to hurt Hong Fan's body. Objectively speaking, this defense is not enough to compete with the Iron Demon, but it is not a problem to withstand a few attacks from the Divine Weapon, Feng Man Iron Gang Blade, and other levels. This new killing method is successful in principle, but I still need to practice more to quickly manufacture and deploy the plug-in board in actual combat. Hong Fan smiled rarely. Is a killing method of at least the first grade already completed? This time it was Shi Yuanwei's turn to sigh. "Alice, when I was in Zhejiang Prefecture, I always thought I was quite intelligent, and laughed at Master Lu Yun and Wu Ruiyi for being stupid in private. Now that I've been with you for a long time, I feel that I'm almost the same as them, and it's time to go to the trough to eat." While the two of them were chatting and laughing, they took the frozen roe deer that they had hunted on the way here, and roasted them in the snow. Shenjing. Thanks to Yuzhou Mountain, Didian Lake and Liguo Waterfall, the capital of Dahua is not extremely hot in summer and not extremely cold in winter. Not only is it not snowing at this time, but the temperature is similar to that of the northern part of Zhanzhou, and there are many dahlias and golden osmanthus blooming on the streets. Hong Fan returned to the mansion and recorded the experimental results as usual. He sat quietly for a while and added some ideas: explosive reflective flow armor, deploy armor-piercing projectiles inside the sand armor, detonate under pressure during close combat, and integrate attack and defense. But due to the limitation of human brain computing power, it is probably only useful in actual combat when one reaches the realm of true essence and spirituality. Fiery sand knife. Combining the characteristics of sand containing water cutting and gas welding, it uses crystallized gravel for high temperature and high speed cutting, and its destructive power should be much higher than that of sand's flow knife. Just after finishing a draft, Shen Hong knocked on the door from outside and presented a gold-plated invitation sealed in a black sandalwood box. Hong Fan removed the sealing wax and opened it, and he felt a little dizzy for a moment. Respectfully pays respect to the young master of the Hong family. At the end of the year, frost condenses, and the sky is full of auspiciousness. I humbly hope that the young Master Hong is gifted and brilliant. Today, the drums of the 12th lunar month are urging the cold, and the ancient rituals of exorcising and and warding off disasters are specially prepared, and the unicorns and phoenixes from all over the world are invited to participate in the grand event. At 3 p.m. on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, the mask and acrobatics will be held. At 2 p.m., the banquet will be moved to the shore of Didian Lake. Golden 4 eyes, black clothes and red skirts, please hold the spear and shield to drive away the plague. Ice mirrors float on the light, jade slices are spread out, imitating the elegant event of the winding stream flowing. You are the blazing star in the sky, how can you break the good promise of the Jade Garden? I specially sent Fail Yang to present the invitation, hoping that the young prince will come with a dragon and jade pendant. When the cold plum blossoms are in the snow, I wish to watch the stars of heroes with you and draw the cloud map of the martial arts together. I wish you a prosperous military fortune. The imperial decree conferred the title of super rank Feng Cheng Duke Shen Huchen respectfully presents the invitation. The invitation was also stamped with cinnabar at the end, leaving the foreword Xianjian Feng Chen. Hong Fan has been in Shenjing for more than a year, and of course he knows the reputation of the 3 dukes and 4 marquises, especially the 3 dukes who jumped to the super rank for their meritorious service in the 13 Kings Rebellion 200 years ago. This invitation is very flowery. I won't understand it unless I read it a few times. He handed the invitation back to Shen Hong. The second young master has been busy with cultivation these days. Old Shen has heard people talking about a gathering of heroes for a long time, the latter replied. Gathering of heroes? Hong Fan's face fell slightly when he heard this, and he sighed. It is the gathering mentioned in the invitation of Lord Feng Chen. It has been held for 17 consecutive years. Generally, only young warriors who were once listed in the top 20 of the Xianjiao list are invited, and there are only dozens of people each time. As for the exorcism ceremony, it is actually hosted by Tai Chen Qing, the official in charge of ancestral temple etiquette, the head of the 9 ministers, and has nothing to do with Lord Feng Cheng's mansion, Shen Hong explained. Hong Fan nodded silently. As the saying goes, a sedan chair is carried by many people. Cao Yuang, Gu Yixin, and Shului had traveled around Jiazhou when they were on the list. One is to learn martial arts from other heroes, and the other is to increase the reputation of individuals and sects, and Hong Fan has received many such invitations over the years, but the specifications are not as high as this time. Please reply to this letter for me. Since you are in the center of Jiazhou, it would be good to have the opportunity to meet your peers on the list, he said. Also, check the gift you prepared for Zhan Yigong again to make sure there are no mistakes. Chapter 490 Pretending. The next day, October 23rd. A strong wind blew in the capital, and clusters of thin clouds rolled across the sky, which made people dizzy if they looked at them for a long time. Yizhan's residence was located in the North City, 2 streets away from Princess Xian's residence and only 2 miles away from the Imperial City. Since they had an appointment for dinner, Hong Fan left home at 2:30 p.m., 4:30 p.m., and took half an hour to get to the end of the place. Even though it was his second visit, the vast palace and dense courtyard of Yi's residence still impressed him deeply. Led by the housekeeper, Hong Fan strolled through the side corridor and saw gauze curtains hanging all along the way, swaying in the wind. At the end of the long corridor, 2 groups of green trees embraced a wind-piercing pavilion. The housekeeper stopped here and asked the guests to step onto the green jade steps alone. A half-person high ice crackle plum vase was placed at the entrance. The sound of stringed instruments came from behind the hall. When Hong Fan entered, he saw Lord Zanya drinking in a plain dragon gauze inner garment and a white fox cloak. His complexion was like jade, and he was rich and handsome, just like before. Brother Hong, tell me that you sent a new mechanical pocket watch from the instrument works, 2 old Ganoderma lucidum from Kangsa Mountain, and a few boxes of local specialties from Liangzhou. Yizhan sat up from the golden Enmu couch. The shark silk cloth under him was splashed with half a cup of wine, and it turned purple. I told you last time when you came to see me that you and I, the Star Lord, are like brothers of different surnames. In the future, just come and don't bring anything. He put down the gold cup inlaid with rubies, and his tone was casual, obviously not a courtesy. People living in the world always have to go through some formalities. Anyway, these are things that are not worth much, Hong Fan replied, sitting down on the guest seat on the side. I did hear that you are now one of the richest people in Liangzhou. This wine is good, pour it yourself. Yizhan smiled and nodded, leaning back on the wooden couch. I just built a new garden this year. What do you think? It's beautiful and impeccable. Hong Fan returned and poured himself a drink as he was told. At this time, the sky outside the house had already set. The gilded Bushan stove in the corner of the house was emitting a constant stream of incense, which caused a few cracks on the screen woven with 12 peacock feathers. Looking at the entire Yin mansion, all the equipment was the best in Dahua, but every time Hong Fan came here, he felt that the owner's extravagance was full of depression. Has the 3 law courts heard about the murderer of Zhan Yuanzi's case this year? He put down his wine glass and asked. This was also Hong Fan's first question when he came here last year. Kyushu is like an ocean. It's not that easy to find 2 innate warriors. Yizhan shook his head. In fact, it's good that we didn't find them. The cause and effect of things in the world are complicated and bizarre. Even with my eyes, it's hard to see clearly. He pointed to the center of his eyebrows. If others were to think that this was a casual action of comparing the power of fate to the eyes, but Hong Fan could hardly suppress the shock in his heart. Because he knew that Yizan was pointing at the purple eye between his eyebrows. It's stuffy in the room. Let's go to the back to get some fresh air. Yizan seemed to realize it, and stood up, grabbing the fox cloak. Hong Fan followed the sound of stringed instruments and went back, and when he passed the screen, he saw a lake. Dahua Gardens pay attention to the technique of changing scenery with every step, and the pavilion of Yu Mansion was originally built by the lake, with dense green plants on the left and right wings to protect the partition, so that you can enjoy the lake view alone. There is a waterside pavilion facing the lake, paved with teak boards. In the center of the waterside pavilion is a tea table and 4 cushions, and on the side is a bathing pot carved from a whole piece of tourmaline. What shocked Hong Fan the most was that there was a stage in the middle of the lake, and there was a team of 12 dancers singing and dancing on the stage. Even though no one was watching just now, they didn't stop. In terms of luxury alone, Ziochu's Zion Princess Mansion is far inferior. When the two sat down, a few white peacocks walked through the landscape on the other side of the lake. We're having camel tonight. Yizan clapped his hands 3 times, and the applause spread across the sky over the music. Soon, 2 strong chefs came in with iron racks in their bare hands. On the skewers were skewered golden camel humps, with grease dripping from them from time to time, and smoke rising from the charcoal. Brother Hong, how are things going between you and Princess Zion? Yizan didn't look at the 2 chefs fiddling with the food, but leaned on the railing and touched the lake water with his fingers. Hong Fan was shocked when he heard this. Don't worry, no one will gossip about you, but I can't control my magical powers, so I can't help but know a little about the things in Shenjing. Yizan smiled and tilted his head. Hong Fan didn't respond. The Duke is going to hold another gathering of heroes, and the invitation must have been sent to you, Yizan said again. Yes, I have accepted it, Hong Fan replied. You should go there. There will be many rich girls by the Dian Lake, all for you. Yizan turned around and watched the hump being cut into pieces and served on a plate, sprinkled with cumin. Young people in their 20s should also think about getting married. There's a long way to go. Hong Fan shook his head. The sun was setting, and 2 white cranes flew over the orange-red water and went to the next courtyard. Hong Fan saw that the dancers had finished their dance, but when they rested, they kept their staggered and fixed postures, which actually became part of the landscape. Is it beautiful? Yizan suddenly smiled. Hong Fan was not used to this excessive luxury, and he felt annoyed, but he had to nod. Seeing this, Yizan laughed. Peaceful and beautiful times are always short, so we have to make the most of them. He directly picked up the glass bottle and drank wildly. The blood-red wine flowed from the corners of his mouth, along his collarbone, and soaked his dragon gauze inner clothes. An hour later, the roasted camel hump was eaten to pieces, and the eaves of the capital had already swallowed up the sun. The 2 star gods beside the waterside pavilion listened to the wind and leaned on the railing, intoxicated and speechless. In front of them, the stars were sinking to the bottom of the lake, like silver fish caught in a trap. In November, there was occasional light rain in the capital, like wearing wet clothes in winter, and it was particularly chilly. In the middle of the month, the reward for Taimo was finally issued, a full 10,000 taels of silver, half of which was sent to Hong Fan's residence, and the other half was sent directly to Duanli City by the official post. At the end of the month, the 3 lists were updated on time. Yishi, who is in the 5th stage of the innate realm, ranked 4th, second only to the 3 peak innate realms. Taimo's battle confirmed Hong Fan's innate 4th stage, and his ranking rose to 10th place, not only ranking first among the 4 stages, but also surpassing the 3-5 stages. Considering that Taimo's body was sent to the Hangwu Academy, the mechanism and power of the armor-piercing bomb must have been roughly cracked by Ji Xianji. Tang Xingqing was promoted to 49th place. Duan Shu, the Lord of the Bamboo, and Feng Xianqing, the snow-scorching wind taste, who were defeated by Hong Fan, were both removed from the list because they were over 24 years old. Throughout November, Hong Fan's social life was completely back to normal. When he was in Kangxue City, he often found that the warriors he met were afraid of him, but they were also resentful. This was obviously the side effect of forcing King Di Zhenzong to surrender and forcing Xin Wenchang to death. But this matter was not a concern in Shenjing. For most of the proud Shenjing people, King Di Zhenzong was nothing more than another small sect from other places that was conquered by the behemoth of the Hangwu Academy. In a blink of an eye, It was the 6th day of the 12th lunar month in the 32nd year of Zhen. The door of Hong Fan's mansion in Shenjing rang 3 times in succession. Sun Li, who was on duty in the courtyard, stood up on his knees. Just as he was about to respond, he saw a man stepping in from the threshold, thin, dusty, and with his lapels open in the cold weather. "You bastard!" He tightened his scarred face, frowned and shouted half a sentence, but when he saw the face of the visitor clearly, he was so shocked that his tongue was tied. "Why is it Mr. Chu?" Sun Li has been following Hong Fan for a long time and has seen Chu Loi many times. "Where are you from?" "Of course I came from Xianpeng Mountain." Chu Loi raised his head suddenly and threw his tangled hair behind his head in a way he thought was cool. Sun Li welcomed the person in, but his mind was stuck. Xianpeng Mountain is 2,000 miles away from the capital, which really doesn't match the other party's tone of visiting. Then he noticed Chu Loi's feet. 10 toes were scattered on the floor tiles, and there was black mud embedded in the gaps between the toes. "You came barefoot from Xianpeng Mountain." Sun Li was overloaded with information for a while, and didn't know whether to ask for tea first or a foot basin and shoes first. "How can that be?" Chu Loi waved his hand. "Of course I wore shoes when I came down the mountain 3 days ago. I wore them out while asking for information all the way here." He rubbed his flat belly while stepping on the muddy floor and stepped onto the carpet in the main hall. "If your second young master didn't come to greet me, I must be away. By the way, has Aunt Liu come? Go and ask her to make me some food. I haven't eaten for 3 days and I'm counting on this meal." Chu Loi turned his black eyes left and right as he entered the door. He looked around but didn't find anything to eat. A trace of sadness appeared on his face. Sun Li fled. Half an hour later, Hong Fan, who had just returned from going out, saw Tang Dazhen, who had gone out with Tao Hong to buy food urgently, and learned that the kitchen's reserves were empty. On the large dining table for 15 people, empty plates and bones piled up like a small mountain, and buried behind was Chu Loi, who claimed to be 7/10 full. "Are you here to participate in the gathering of heroes too?" Hong Fan asked when they met, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. The two hadn't seen each other for more than a year, but it seemed as if they had never parted. "Yes." The invitation arrived in August. It was written in a roundabout way. "If it weren't for my sister's help, I would have almost been unable to understand it." Chu Loi rubbed his belly and picked his teeth with a little fingernail that had been temporarily born. As the top of the list 3 years ago, it made no sense for Feng Changgong not to invite Chu Loi. "Did you meet Cao Yuang for the first time when you went to learn from him more than a year ago?" "I heard that Cao Yuang comes every year." Hong Fan thought of the old things. "Is this your first time attending the meeting?" "It is the first time," Chu Loi nodded. "Xianpeng Mountain is too far from the capital. Riding a horse costs money, and not riding a horse costs shoes. Although I was invited every year before, I was too lazy to come. This time, I thought of you being here." Hong Fan's heart warmed when he heard this. He glanced at the black footprints on the gorgeous carpet and felt that some external things could not compare to brotherhood. At this time, he saw Chu Loi burping and wiped the oil on his hands on the table. "Give me 500 taels of silver first." "Huh?" Hong Fan didn't react. "Look at me. I have to buy a new pair of shoes and change into nice clothes to attend that stupid meeting, right? Shenjing is a fertile land, and clothes must be very expensive," Chu Loi complained. "Does this cost 500 taels?" Hong Fan looked at him with a scornful look. "I plan to check out the best brothel in Shenjing tomorrow," Chu Loi said seriously. "Oh, my second young master Hong, I rarely come to Shenjing. If I go back without seeing a few courtesans, won't the heroes of Zijing look down on me?" He stretched out his greasy claws to grab Hong Fan's arm, but the latter dodged. "Don't you take money when you go on a long journey?" Hong Fan coldly took out a 500 tael silver note and slapped it on the table. "Master wanted to give me money, but I said you don't need it here. I can just spend your money." Chu Loi took the money with a playful smile and replied proudly. "He was immediately convinced by me." "I don't believe you." Hong Fan looked at Chu Loi's shameless look and laughed angrily. He went out to ask the waiter to prepare a bath for him. When he left the courtyard, he suddenly felt that his steps, which had been a little heavy for many days, became much lighter. Chapter 491, Exorcism Ceremony. On the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, everyone in the city of Shenzhen got up at dawn. Before breakfast, Hongfen and Aunt Liu and the others offered sacrifices to their ancestors in front of the courtyard and performed the 5 sacrifices. The 5 sacrifices are 5 small household gods, including the door god, the household god, the well god, the kitchen god, and the Zhonglua god. At the beginning of the Chen hour, after breakfast, the family took a carriage to the North City and stopped 3 miles south of the Imperial City. At this time, the street was already crowded with people. Hongfen and Chuloi led the way in front and protected Aunt Liu and the others as they continued to walk. The southern main gate of the Imperial City is called Dingding Gate, and it is connected to Jianayu Avenue, which runs through Shenzhen. The moat is 5 meters wide, and the avenue passes over the river, divided into 5 bridges. Today there is a grand ceremony to exorcise the Nuo, and the 3 middle bridges are not allowed to pass. In this way, the 2 outermost bridges have become the first-class viewing spots. There are too many people on the bridge. Second young master, why don't we find a second floor of a store to watch the ceremony? It's just a matter of spending some money, Shen Hong suggested. Just as Hongfan was about to agree, he suddenly heard Chuloi shouting beside him. Hey, isn't that Cao Yuang? Let's go to that bridge. Liu I and Cao Yuang, which one? Hongfan looked around. The most conceited one, Chuloi replied. In fact, when he saw Cao Yuang in person, Hongfan no longer needed confirmation from others. This was a Liu Ein who was incomparably outstanding even among the geniuses. He was 2 inches shorter than Hongfan, with skin as white as jade, 2 thick black mustaches on his lips, wearing loose and even revealing silk clothes, with an outstanding generosity, as if this person had silently granted everyone the right to peek into his body. The group slowly squeezed onto the bridge under the courtesy of passers-by. After a year and a half in Shenzhen, Hongfan's face had already been passed to the same level as the princes and dignitaries. Cao Yuang, why are you standing so high again? Chulei shouted before he had climbed half of the stairs. Are you still drinking the passing wind? He was obviously imitating the other person in a pretentious tone. Cao Yuang pressed his lips and rolled his eyes in disdain. I don't drink with vulgar people. You said I'm a vulgar person. Chulei raised his eyebrows and pulled out his hands from his belt. Hey, then why are you still breathing? You have the ability to hold your breath all the time. At this time, several people stood high on the top of the bridge, in the spotlight, and were naturally the focus of all directions. Hongfan has never been afraid of big occasions, but now he feels like sitting on pins and needles. Fortunately, Cao Yuang did not quarrel with Chulei. I didn't expect that Chulei could have such a respectable friend. He looked at Hongfan. Brother Cao, don't you recognize this person? But I do. A man in black clothes next to him interrupted. This man had a ponytail, a lazy look, and a purple-bluish spot on his left cheek that looked like a birthmark. I heard the noise from afar and wondered who the newcomers were. It turned out to be Chisha of Liangzhou and Chixing of Shengzhou. The man in black used words that seemed to be very respectful, but his demeanor was casual and frivolous. Gu Yixin himself didn't come, but my sworn brother did. Cao Yuang nodded, and his attitude became much more gentle. May I ask your name? Hongfen bowed to the man in black. He could tell from his figure that the other party was a martial artist with good skills. My surname is Gu Yuhu, and my name is Lumin. Lumin leaned against the stone railing by the bridge and smiled. Whose family is poor, and I'm not like Master Hong who can turn stones into gold. Fortunately, I practiced martial arts for a few years when I was young, and now I can barely make a living in Shenzhen. This didn't sound flawless, and it was a humble word often used by divine drifters, but Hongfan just felt that this person is very familiar with me. Brother Cao, the bridge is crowded. Follow me to the other side to make room for the newcomers. Lumin pushed Cao Yuang's arm. The latter followed his words. It's a pity that her brother Kiao has been listening to the stupid fish on his back chanting. He must be fed up. Cao Yuang patted the bridge railing with pity as he walked. Now Hongfan understood Chuloi's unfair evaluation. At this time, there was another round of cheers on Jianayu Street, and the focus was on the 5th stone bridge opposite. The one on the left is 3 mountains and half-fallen Lukianayu, and the one on the right, I don't recognize him. Chuloi was the first to identify him. As the top of the Xianjiao list after Gu Yixin and before Chu Jianj, Lukianayu has a strong figure. Although he is not very handsome, his facial features are regular and honest. The one on the right is a star god, Hongfan added. The sand world destiny star between his eyebrows was floating uneasy. How do you know? Chulei was about to ask, but Lumin interrupted him. It's Lingbo Jade Yin Wuxiang, the star master of Si Wuxi. Yin Wuxiang had just been removed from the list as the 10th, so everyone present naturally knew his name. At this moment, He was dressed in a green robe, with a handsome and solemn appearance, and he lived up to the reputation of Limbo Jade. A melodious bell sounded in the north, flooding over Jianiu Street, which had been cleared by the Five Cities Army, like a tide, suppressing the noise in the whole place. The bell sounded from the Taichang Temple outside the Imperial City. Hong Fan glanced at the position of the sun and knew that the time had come to Chenchi, 8 a.m. Everyone quieted down and looked north, seeing clouds and mist rising at the end of the avenue. The mist approached silently, making the viewers unconsciously concentrate and hold their breath, and their palms sweat. The sound of a whistling arrow suddenly became clear. Fire flashed in the mist, and the sound of the rustling rose and fell left and right. The bronze animal face could be vaguely seen in the flickering place. When the rolling mist approached the 5 bridges on the river, the majestic drum sound suddenly sounded, shaking the streets. The smoke dissipated slightly. At the front was Feng Xiangxi. He wore a golden 4-eyed mask and a bearskin cloak. His black robe and red skirt fluttered like the tide. The copper bell in his hand made a sound of tearing silk. Beside Feng Xiangxi, 100 dark-robed servants in red caps and copper armor held halberds and stepped on the steps of Yu. The sound of their feet corresponded to the rise and fall of the direction of the Big Dipper. In the back were 2 huge drums made of the skins of exotic animals and wooden platforms carried on the shoulders of naked giants. In the middle of the formation, a bronze brazier was located, with green flames surging in the basin. Outside the formation, a boy singing an yuo stood on the stage. His ankles and arms exposed outside the linen were blue with cold. He held a peach bow and reed arrows with colorful silk ribbons at the end of the arrows. Hong Fan looked at the colorful NUO masks and got goosebumps on his body. The north wind hit the flags and made a sound. The crisp voices of children were either laughing or whistling, and occasionally arrows were shot into the walls of houses along the street. Every time an arrow was fired, hundreds of slaves would run in the direction with their hands and feet, retrieving their prey from the void with exaggerated movements, paper puppets with evil human faces and play ghosts, and then these puppets would be thrown into the bronze brazier amid the exclamations of the audience, twisting and curling in the flames, and turning into ashes. The cheers became louder and louder. As the exorcism formation moved forward, the blue bricks along the way were successively splashed and soaked with the blood wine of 3 animals. Every time the wine hit the ground, there was a hissing sound, and a fishy and sweet white mist was steaming. On this day, thousands of households in the entire Shenjing opened their doors so that the plague ghosts had nowhere to hide. When the entire formation passed the 5 bridges, the cold seemed to have been swept away from Jianiu Street. The boys on the high platform became hot and red in their movements, and hot air rose from their mouths and noses. Hundreds of slaves threw bamboo sticks wrapped in saltpeter, which crackled and exploded beside the street. "Is it over?" Hong Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the green flames subside slightly. "Not yet," Huluman laughed. As soon as the words fell, the smoke suddenly rose again, covering the entire formation, and the golden eyes of Feng Xiangxi in the back suddenly swelled in the thick smoke, and 4 golden lights pierced through the white fog that symbolized the transformation of the plague ghost. The uniform and UO ballads of the boys suddenly bloomed. Hollow, ethereal, and sublime. Following this ballad, 28 servants held bronze mirrors and patrolled, using the mirrors to reflect the golden light of Feng Xiangxi to each other, and illuminated the rat head and snake tail in the white fog. The NUO exorcism ceremony full of wild power lasted for an hour and ended at the time of c. 10 a.m. The shopkeepers happily pulled out the colorful ribbons and reed arrows stuck on the door walls and took them home for worship. The crowd slowly dispersed. Shen Hong and others escorted Aunt Liu back to the mansion. The servants of the Duke's mansion, who had been waiting for a long time, came to Hong Fan and others and invited them to go to the Earth Eye Lake. When getting on the carriage, Hong Fan sensed the 3rd star god of the day. King Wuzi Su's Hiyan, female, 25 years old, ranked 9th and left the list at the same time as Chuyi. More than 20 luxurious carriages lined up and drove out of the city from the east, heading for the manor of Fengchang going by the lake. Along the way, many young women lined the road to watch and smile, all dressed up, and some were even accompanied by their elders, obviously wanting to try their luck in finding a good husband. Hong Fan hid in the carriage. Chu Loi sat upright on the shaft of the carriage, and from time to time, he used a self-proclaimed invincible and chic action to throw his messy hair behind his head. Chapter 492 Seniors. The Dian Lake has a diameter of 100 miles in a large area. The land price along the lake is generally not expensive. However, the superclass duke is in a high position and has great power, so he naturally circles the first-class position in the west. When the convoy full of geniuses arrived at the manor, Duke Fengcheng had already been waiting at the door with his 3 legitimate sons and 2 legitimate grandsons. Even the ordinary princes and princesses of Dahua would not have such treatment, but no one present felt that Duke Fengcheng's mansion was condescending to make a fuss, because when a full 49 martial arts prodigies gathered together, they represented the future martial fortune of Dahua to a certain extent, and even the martial arts saint had to give them respect. Under the attention of everyone, the geniuses got off the car and looked at each other. The 49 people were of various types, but they were all equally young and agile. Hong Fan looked around at his peers, and an inexplicable trance rose in his heart. He seemed to have returned to the afternoon 5 years ago when he first saw the results of the exam. Strange titles and names were hung on the list, and were read by countless mouths. Curiosity and yearning mixed and evaporated in the chaos, turning into a distant phantom smoke. The arrogance and shouting at that time became seeds, remembered today's ambition to reach the clouds, and once promised to be the best in the world. Now, the young man who stepped on the ground to look at the clouds and made a wish for the best has risen to the clouds. Everyone, please come here. Feng Changuang, who was wearing a jade-colored unicorn-patterned robe, leaned on a jade staff and called out loudly, leading everyone to gather. The elite of the generations are all here, but it's a pity that Brother Gu didn't come. Hong Fan followed the crowd and silently thought in his heart. Here, the wind was like an invisible torrent, and the water was the sound of the tide of the times. A few steps away, he was sweating all over his hands, and looked around, and most people around him were the same. Lord Shen of Fengcheng is over 70 years old, vigorous and talkative. He personally guides everyone to visit the garden and the lake. The Duke's manor is magnificent and exquisite, but it cannot shake Hong Fan, who has seen Yizan's garden and Princess Xian's mansion. However, one person's experience is nothing in front of nature. Looking down at the water from the observation deck, everyone can see small boats rippling in the waves, and the clouds in the distance hang high above the water, better than a painting. The world is quiet, and only sighs can be heard for a while. At noon, the banquet started. The Duke sat on the stage, and the dining tables in the hall were divided into 4 rows. The seats at the top were all famous young warriors in the world, and those at the bottom were at least in the top 20 of the Xianjiao list. Cao Yuang, the leader of the Xianjiao with the most seniority, was the chief on the left, and the chief on the right was a female man with a face like a rock sculpture and a tall and majestic figure that was taller than Hong Fan. His name is Zhang Lianian. He is from the White Tiger sect, and he is ranked first among the current proud people. His title is Kixiu. Kixiu is the first of the 7 Western White Tiger stars, Kui, Lu, Wei, Mao, Bi, Shen, Zi. It is the fixed inheritance title of the 7 best disciples of each generation of the White Tiger sect. It was noon, and the sunlight sprinkled from the glass top column, with hundreds of musk-white candles illuminating the hall, and guests from different backgrounds were dining in the hall at the same time, showing different styles of people. Old seniority like Cao Yuang and the top sect leader Zhang Lianian are naturally relaxed and leisurely, while Yishi, Zhao Zhe and other noble sons of aristocratic families are reserved and solemn. As for Yin Wuxiang, Li Feng and others who are not ranked high and have no strong backers, they are more cautious and restrained. Hong Fan secretly observed and found that the most eye-catching one is Chu Yi. This guy always does what he wants and focuses on the present. Once his belt is loosened, he is crazy about the wine and food. The plate in front of him is empty faster than the maid served the dishes. Of course, the focus of the gathering of heroes is not eating and drinking. Cao Yuang, the oldest among the Xianjiao present, is only 29 years old, still considered a young man, and the 48 people below him are all arrogant, bellicosity, and many of them do not agree with the ranking calculated by Ji Xianji. In this case, it is impossible not to take action. The first ones who can't sit still are Qi Zhao Kaiyan Xiansu and Shu Yu Junjin Sishu. These 2 were once lovers, but broke up because of their strong personalities. Now they have been off the list for more than 2 years and are both in 8-5 combinations. Whenever they meet, they have to compete with each other. This battle lasted for more than 100 lilies, and in the end Jin Sishu won 1 move. After Yan Xiansu left the scene in anger, more people were ready to move. I have a new understanding of the sword way after my comprehension, when the 7th on the list Jade and Stoneburn together Sikun posted up with his sword. It's better to do it now than to wait for a day. I would like to borrow the precious land of Feng Chang to compete with Brother Yi. There was only one person named Yi present, and that was Yishi, the fourth on the list, from Ji Guang movie. In front of everyone, there was no room for refusal. But Yishi refused to stand up. Brother Sikan, I have always heard that you have sharp sword skills, but we don't need to fight to see who is better, he replied calmly. Could it be that Master Yi doesn't think highly of me? Sikan Po's face suddenly turned cold. No, it's just that I opened up the Yangming and Taiyuan meridians of the hand half a month ago and entered the Xianshan Lu, Yishi replied proudly. Sikan Po heard this and could only bow and reluctantly say congratulations and sat down dejectedly. A peak Xianshan who practices 10 classics is enough to overturn the order of the top 5 on the list. Everyone was whispering, but Yishi raised his glass and stood up. On this occasion, Yi wants to challenge someone, he smiled and looked around the hall. This senior has outstanding appearance, calm and gentle, and most importantly, extraordinary strength. Hearing these adjectives, everyone knew who he was talking about after a little thought. Hong Fan and the crowd turned their attention to Lu Qianyu, who topped the list after Gu Yixin. The latter was about to take action, but suddenly saw Chu Lui, who was sitting on the right, stood up with both hands pushing the table. I didn't expect you to admire me so much. I can't refuse your kindness, so I will teach you a thing or two. He wiped his hair from his forehead with the 5 fingers of his right hand, and he looked very heroic. This made Yishi stuck. Brother Chu, I'm afraid I made a mistake, Hong Fan, who was sitting opposite, whispered and quickly winked at Chu Lui. The latter smiled complacently. It can't be wrong. First of all, if you are outstanding in appearance, you and my brother and Cao Yuan are the first to be recommended. Second, if you are calm and gentle, then Cao Yuan is excluded. Third, if you are a senior, then you are excluded, Chu Lui argued convincingly. I can only go down. There was an unspeakable silence. Everyone except Hong Fan felt offended. Actually I was talking about Senior Lu. Yishi was stuck in the middle and had to clarify. He was actually quite cunning in challenging Lu Qianyu. As a top prodigy on the list, Yishi should have fought against a current leader of the list, Kui Suzhuang Lianan. But the Western Tiger Evil Sutra is one of the 10 sutras, far superior to the Samadhi Vajra Sutra that Lu Qianyu practiced and the upper limit of the 3 levels of Yuanzi. It is precisely because of the disadvantage of his skills that Lu Qianyu was even rated as the weakest leader in history after Cao Yuan. Chu Lui felt bored because he had no right to fight. Okay, you are dishonest and you are wasting my mood, he glared at Yishi and continued to sit down and eat in a bad mood. On the other side, Lu Qianyu didn't think too much, just tightened his sleeves and stood up to fight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 Samadhi. The battlefield was a square paved with white marble bricks outside the main hall. Yishi held a scimitar and stood facing Lu Qianyu among the 8 steles, with nearly 100 spectators at the outermost edge. Senior Lu, please don't hold back. The blade was unsheathed, and the remnant sound was shrill. Lu Qianyu nodded silently, put on a fist stance, and signaled the other party to attack first. Lightning crackled and exploded, and the blue light shone through the shadows under the relief of the steles. Yishi made a series of forward steps and chopped with his long arms. This slash was indeed very fast, but in Hong Fan's opinion, it was still within the scope of response, far less than the one that intercepted him outside Princess Xian's mansion. Lu Qianyu did not change his face and slashed with his bare hands. He stepped aside to avoid the sharp blade and then whipped with his backhand, but was blocked by Yishi's elbow. It was obvious that neither side had used their full strength in the first fight. Several moves were exchanged in an instant, and Yishi gradually increased his speed. The scimitar chopped into a circle, and several lightning flashes remained in the air at the same time, and the smell of ionized ozone filled the wind. Lu Qianyu fought and retreated, avoiding the blade face to face, and the first drop of blood flowed from the tip of his nose hit by the arc. With a loud bang, his heel crushed the jade bricks. He suddenly clenched his fist, his muscles bulged and his hair stood up. Gang Liu, Chu Lui spoke briefly. Lu Qianyu's nickname Sanshin Banluo was taken from Sanshin Banluo King Xianwei, referring to the Sanmei Vajra Sutra of the 3 Samadhis of hardness, softness, and evil, which can be flexibly switched to strength and defense, recovery, and destruction. The scimitar dragged and cut, hitting Liu Qianyu's forearm, releasing the sound of metal and iron. Yi Shi's pupils condensed, and he used his left palm to block the incoming fist, and his palm was instantly red and swollen. Ha! Liu Qianyu exhaled and shouted, his feet crushed the white marble floor tiles, and his fist peak smashed like a hammer, actually breaking the Zhuan-level top-grade scimitar alive. This injured Yi Shi's right wrist holding the knife. Sikunpo couldn't help but shout good. Yi Shi was at a disadvantage and had to parry with one hand. He quickly retreated to his back against Dahua. The two of them attacked and defended around the pillar. The relief of the dragon was smashed to pieces by Liu Qianyu's heavy punches, and the flying debris tore several holes in Yi Shi's blue robe. Mr. Yi has just entered the world of Liu, and he is indeed not mature enough, Sikunpo commented. It's too early to say, Yin Wuxiang, who had fought with him before, replied. Before the four words were uttered, the situation of the battle had changed. Yi Shi seemed embarrassed after defending for a long time without attacking, but suddenly he stabbed with his right hand hidden behind his back, and a slender light blade about a foot long burst out from his fingertips. Liu Qianyu tried to dodge, but was still cut into his right abdomen. There was no bleeding, and the flesh exploded and carbonized directly. The two separated with a hissing sound on the sidelines. The electric sword Jings, I was defeated by this move last time, Yin Wuxiang sighed with a fist. Hongfan had heard of this killing method, one of the signature moves of the Void Thunder scripture, ranked first. He guessed that its principle was to condense and ionize nitrogen and oxygen molecules in the atmosphere to form a plasma beam with a core temperature comparable to that of a lightning channel. Senior, you were careless. Yi Shi straightened his messy clothes and smiled. I was prepared, but I still didn't dodge. Liu Qianyu shook his head and loosened his fists that had been clenched for a long time. Then his hair and muscles relaxed, and his whole body moved gently with his breathing. In just one breath, the wound between his ribs had closed and recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The soft flow of samadhi, Chului crossed his arms and spoke casually and disdainfully. A small wound that penetrated 2 inches into the flesh will take 20 breaths to heal, which is very difficult. Although the little Doubty's words were untrue, no one refuted them. In terms of recovery ability, the world's martial arts recommend the Yimu Kingling scripture and the Shuridaoxian scripture. The former is relatively long-lasting, and the latter has a stronger recovery burst. Fian's shadow cuts the square. Liu Qianyu crossed his palms, his true essence boiling like a file. Be careful, balling palm. He stretched out his hand and gently wiped the huabao, and the stone carvings were smoothed wherever he passed, and stone powder fell. Yi Shi nodded solemnly, and then used the second-grade killing method Thunderstrike. Although he lost his weapon, the electric light still lingered on his fingertips. The battle started again. Liu Qianyu changed his vigorous style and just kept attacking indiscriminately to exchange injuries for injuries. In contrast, Yi Shi was rigorous in rules and regulations, and took a lot of advantages in the flow of attack and defense. The problem is that the Void Thunder Strike Sutra is not good at recovery. During the stalemate, Liu Qianyu's electric shock wounds continued to scab and heal, and his endurance was endless. Whenever Yi Shi missed, even if it was just a slight contact, he would be torn off by the wave palm power. Soon his upper body was full of wounds. His clothes were soaked with blood. The balance of victory and defeat was rapidly tilting. Yi Shi waved his lightning and faced Liu Qianyu head-on. He used the force to fly back and then stomped his feet, raising the white marble that was shattered all over the ground. The jade was shattered into dust and smoke in the lightning, blocking his sight. In the chaos of sound and light, Hongfan could no longer catch Yi Shi's breathing and heartbeat. The same was true for Liu Qianyu. He didn't want to give his opponent a chance to breathe, so he rushed into the smoke. After going several meters deep, he suddenly found that the hairs on his arms were standing straight. There was a faint blue electric light in the air. There was a thunder in the void. The flashing blue light illuminated 2 figures 5 meters apart in the dust and smoke. Liu Qianyu leaned forward and rushed forward, while Yi Shi stood with his back against the huabao, with his hands in a seal. Thunder Prison, Yin Wuxiang muttered in his heart. This is another famous innate killing method in the Void Thunder Sutra. It can create a huge voltage difference within a spherical barrier of a certain radius, continuously causing indiscriminate air breakdown, causing wide area damage. After taking just one step, Liu Qianyu was already electrocuted 3 times. The speed of the atmosphere breaking through was extremely fast, and it was impossible to block it in the innate realm. The continuous damage of the Thunder Prison also exceeded the recovery speed of the Rallyu, breaking the balance. Liu Qianyu had to change his tactics. He bent his fingers into claws, and his muscles tightened and compacted while driving, increasing his speed by 50% under the electric shock. He wanted to use his speed advantage to finish off his opponent before the Thunder Prison completely erupted. Hong Fan instantly understood Liu Qianyu's idea, and at the same time thought of the step that exceeded instant step in front of Princess Xian's mansion. No one could see the blue light hidden in Yishi's eyes. When they came into contact, he avoided Liu Qianyu's claw attack by a millimeter, and then a lightning flashed across the opponent's throat. The winner was decided. Super killing method, Thunder Coming, the speaker was Cao Yuang. Using lightning to replace the original signal transmission system in the human body, the speed is increased by 70%, and the reaction is increased by 3 times. Looking at the Yi family, there are very few people who can practice this skill in the innate realm. Yishi is really good at hiding it. Yin Wuxiang and Sikun Po were disappointed, and Zhuang Lianian was serious. The smoke and dust settled, revealing the messy battlefield. I lost. Liu Qianyu was a little disappointed, but his voice was still calm. As most of the warriors present had guessed, Sanshin Banluo had stronger basic skills, but the absolute gap between the two martial arts and killing methods dominated the victory or defeat. Senior, thank you. Yishi straightened his blood-soaked robe and bowed slightly. Although he was covered with the wounds and ragged clothes at this time, his posture was more proud than thunder and lightning. Liu Qianyu left the stage dejectedly and let the doctor waiting on the sidelines treat his wounds. On the other side, Yishi occupied the center of the stage, first looking at Hong Fan, then looking at Zhuang Lianian. Sister Zhuang, I want to ask for advice at Jianyu Square in 15 days. Please help me. He straightened his back and bowed his hands. He didn't look like a dog who was licking Xiao Chu's door. Okay, then I will stay in Shenjing for another 15 days, Zhuang Lianian replied. His voice was not as gentle and pleasant as his appearance. With a fierce battle between Lu Yi and the other two, the enthusiasm of everyone present to win was swept away. The gathering of heroes in the second half was quite dull. At 2 p.m., everyone said goodbye one after another. When Hong Fan walked out of the gate, he saw Cao Yuang standing by the road with his hands behind his back, motionless. Brother Cao, what are you doing? He asked, and scared away a starling on the treetop. I was just competing with Brother Bird to see who would move first, Cao Yuang stretched. Alice, Brother Bird, you lost this time. He pinched the corner of his mustache, and his words were full of satisfaction. Brother Cao is somewhat similar to Brother Hu from Hulu Men. Both of them look carefree and don't care about anything, Hong Fan sighed. I'm not like him. Unexpectedly, the other party shook his head repeatedly. I care about different things than others. As for old Hu, he probably doesn't dare to care. When Cao Yuang said this, his eyes were reflecting the moment when the leaves fell on the surface of the lake. Chapter 494 Finding Trouble. December 18th, the 32nd year of Zen. The solar term is approaching the great cold, and the rainfall in Shenjing has decreased. In the north, the cold wave in Hezhou has been moving south frequently for 2 months, blowing the north of Yuzhou Mountain into a wide ice wall. Hong Fan flew over the mountain ridge a few days ago and saw the cold air surging along the steep mountain wall into clouds, like a waterfall rushing backwards. The end of the year is approaching, and there are many things to do. Xiao Chu even wanted to ask Hong Fan to stay in Shenjing for the new year. Just at this time, Dahua's Hangwu Academy sent a message. This is the 3rd time Guan Qimei has summoned Hong Fan in Jianwei Hall. Last time, you handled the matter of King Dizhenzong properly, especially cutting off the scum of the Jiwu list, which saved me a lot of effort. He stood behind the wide table, the tabletop was rarely clean, and he looked prepared. Since you came back from King's Hao, has anyone used the matter of Zhenzong to embarrass you? No, everything is normal, Hong Fan told the truth. No, it's good, these people still know something, Guan Qimei nodded. I've got a serious business to ask you to come here this time. He made a 3 with his fingers, indicating the 3rd task, and then pushed a thin booklet over from the corner of the table. Hong Fan picked up the booklet and saw the 3 regular characters of Foundation Building Secrets printed on the cover. Take a look, it's very simple stuff, Guan Qimei said. Hong Fan read it as he was told and found that it was a secret level skill without attributes. The sentences in it were extremely plain. and there was nothing to praise except that it was easy to understand and practice. But there was no doubt that this was a genuine martial art, and the upper limit could reach the realm of heaven and man. This foundation building secrets was compiled by me. It is simple and easy to understand and not easy to go wrong. Although it is not very good at fighting and cannot reach the innate level, it can be practiced in all directions, Guan Qimei explained. This is now the textbook for the martial arts school of Xiangwu Academy, martial arts school. Hong Fan had never heard of this term. Yes, it was funded by Xiangwu Academy to teach people martial arts for free. Guan Qimei actually sighed. I started this 7 years ago, and it has expanded from 1 county in Qingzhou to 10 counties in the 3 eastern states, covering a population of 400,000. This is a great good policy, Hong Fan stood in. Or whether it is a good policy depends on who it is for. Guan Qimei glanced at him and sneered. And it is extremely difficult to do this. He frowned and paced in the hall with his hands behind his back. Practicing martial arts is a dangerous thing. Without a reliable teacher to guide you, it is easy to go astray. Every year, hundreds of martial arts techniques of the ancients are discovered in Dahua, most of which are of the 3rd or 4th level or even fragments. Among those who practice privately, nearly half die or become disabled. But the cost of hiring teachers is very high. Now there are 40,000 young people of school age in the public schools, and a total of 2,000 teachers are needed. Most of these teachers have to be hired locally, and their cultivation must be at least at the level of Guantuang. The average annual salary is 130 taels per person, which adds up to 230,000 guan per year. It's not just the teachers who spend money, the students in the public schools are all strong laborers in their families, and most of them cannot leave their jobs. The school system is 1 month of martial arts training for 10 days. During these 10 days, the public school provides 2 meals a day, and meat is required. Each meal costs a little over 10 yuan per person, and the total cost is 10,000 taels per year. Pills are indispensable. The minimum standard is 300 yuan per person per month, which is 150,000 taels. In addition to the venue, teaching aids, administration, and some other miscellaneous expenses, the 10 counties have to swallow 500,000 guan per year for the Xiangwu Academy. Hong Fan nodded when he heard this, his face calm. I forgot that you are a wealthy man. Guan Qimei originally thought that this number would scare the other party, but then he realized that Hong Fan's wealth was not comparable to other tiki. But no matter what, 500,000 taels is a lot of money even for the court. This is absolutely true. Dahua's annual income last year was 80 million taels, of which 12 million taels were military expenses, and the total budget of the Xiangwu Academy was even higher, reaching 14 million taels. This included the food and clothing of more than 200 city-level academies in Jiazhou and more than 1,000 county-level offices with a total of 100,000 staff members. It was for this reason that Jin Ziming's annual tax revenue of more than 1 million for the central government was a great achievement. In the past 2 years, Fanshan Society has eaten up a lot of funds from the academy, and 500,000 taels a year is all I can scrape out, so this money must be spent with results, and it must be the best results. Guan Qimei almost gnashed his teeth when he said this. With Hong Fan's intelligence, he understood the other party's concerns in an instant. Guan Qimei was not short of 500,000 guan. He was worried that the fruitless investment of this money would lead to a backlash within this Xiangwu Academy and interrupt its policy planning. But with a little mental calculation, Hong Fan knew that universal martial arts education was an almost insurmountable barrier. Based on the current population of Dahua, the most basic teacher staffing would cost 160 million guan a year, corresponding to an annual fiscal revenue of at least 2 billion guan. This expense could not be afforded even if the imperial court was sold. The road is still too long, so long that it makes one's eyes go dark just thinking about it. But for such an intangible thing, this annoying old man in front of him is already seeking it inch by inch with a clawing and biting posture. Hong Fan could not help but stand in awe. Shanshang, so what's wrong with a public school? He became completely serious. There are too many problems, Guan Qimei sighed. First, martial artists from sex and aristocratic families discriminate against students in public schools. In addition to provocations and suppression, there are even murders. Just this year, a total of 30 abnormal deaths have been reported, and many of them must be man-made. Second, the practice of martial arts by the lower-class people will cause unrest in the local order. To cite a few examples, in years of poor harvests, Public school students use force to resist rent for their families, stand up for oppressed villagers, and band together to denounce injustice, which may even lead to bloody conflicts. Last year, when you did not come to Shenzhen, the court received a petition from 7 surnames in Zhezhou, accusing public schools of flooding the martial arts and causing immoral people to infest the local area. Third, public schools violate the master-apprentice tradition. In the past few years, more than one person has said to me in person that practicing martial arts without becoming a disciple is a betrayal of the teacher and ancestors, which violates the principles of the ancestors' teachings. Public schools are often temporarily suspended due to this kind of pressure. Fourth, public schools lack teachers, so there are good and bad people. The teachers hired locally cannot escape the influence of the local area. Some of them are bad at teaching, teaching slowly, not teaching at all, or teaching chaotically. Every year, there are cases of students in various counties going astray and damaging their meridians. And the teachers with excellent moral character, although they do not do evil, often have to resign due to pressure. He rambled on, complaining bitterly. Is this how we prevent problems from happening? Hong Fan's face was solemn. The Puhu public school was of course in opposition to the monopoly power of the aristocratic families, but he did not expect the latter to react so strongly. That's not the case. Guan Qimei glanced at Hong Fan strangely. I have traveled from Qingzhou to Shenzhen, and 9 out of 100 people I have seen are either thinking about the present or thinking about themselves, and not so many of them are prepared for danger in times of peace. The public school has been in operation for 7 years, and has taught more than 50,000 students in total. More than 200 people have entered the Guantong realm, 15 people have entered the Hunren realm, and 3 have reached the Xianren Jiaogan. Guan Qimei was a little proud when he said this. This ratio was naturally much lower than that of the Hong family school, but it was much higher than Duan Xianan's wild growth at the time. Studying is similar to being a soldier, especially since warriors from public schools have similar backgrounds and are prone to getting into a fight. How can a place that was originally a stagnant place not have trouble when a group of warriors appear? He smiled calmly and profoundly, as if he had seen everything he said. In the past, landlords collected rent without caring about the harvest, and since there were no capable people in the village, they could only pay it with gritted teeth. Now there are more hot-blooded people who have internal vision, so do we have to resist the rent? The same goes for other things like usury and bullying men and women. Of course, there are even more public school students who have done bad things. Don't I know what kind of people the poor are? It's normal for them to become more and more evil once they gain power. Conflicts accumulate little by little, and gradually become as fierce as a raging fire. Humph, of course, there are also people with ulterior motives who take advantage of them, Guan Qimei asked with a cold face. Have you heard of the Pan family in Zhezhou? Hong Fan nodded. He had rejected Shang Wang's Xiaoji in person, so how could he not know the Pan family? I think the current crown prince is not virtuous enough, so I support the second prince to inherit the throne. Pan Yuchen's granddaughter married Xiao Lao San, who is naturally opposed to me, so I fanned the flames behind the scenes. At the beginning of the year, he also contacted some imperial envoys to impeach the Martial Arts Academy for disorderly politics, causing unrest in the local area, Guan Qimei explained casually. Hong Fan never thought that the matter of seizing the throne could be said so blatantly. Although he helped Guan Qimei to complete 2 things, he still didn't think the relationship between the two was so deep, but on second thought, the princes and princesses didn't have much face in front of the martial saint, and no one would dare to pursue it if it was really spread out. This time, I want you to find fault with the Pan family. Guan Qimei tapped the table with his fingers, and his voice was loud. I have asked several suitable candidates for this matter, including Yuan Si, but they all refused, but I think you must dare to do it. This kindness made Hong Fan feel pressured. He immediately realized Guan Qimei's secondary purpose beyond the mission. Because of the special relationship with Xiao Chu, the Pan family would probably not dare to retaliate excessively, otherwise it would damage the relationship between the eldest princess who held military power and her younger brother. This was another conspiracy to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and the old man across the table did not even hide it. Please give me your instructions, headmaster. Hong Fan took a deep breath and nodded heavily. The blazing explosion code was one of the very few martial arts codes outside the 10 classics that was believed to have the opportunity to reach the realm of martial saints, and he was determined to get it. P.S. Happy May Day everyone. Chapter 495 Double Standards. Do you know about the court's salt administration? Guan Kime asked. Not much, I just know it's government-run, Hong Fan replied. After all, he's a rich young man, it's normal for him not to know about firewood, rice, oil and salt, Guan Kime said with emotionless joking. Selling salt permits is a very important part of the court's income. Legally speaking, the salt in all Kyushu should come from the official salt fields of the Salt Transport Bureau, and the hereditary cooks are responsible for boiling the salt, and then the private salt merchants withdraw it with the salt permits and sell it to the people. When the salt administration was newly established in the early years of this dynasty, the annual salt tax was 5 million guan. Now, 300 years later, the salt tax is still 5 million guan. Obviously the population has tripled and the consumption of salt must be more. Do you know why the salt tax has not increased? Because of private salt, Hong Fan replied. He naturally knew about this kind of thing that was common even in Jinhei City. Yes, it is private salt. The private salt in Kyushu has been banned repeatedly because it is more fair than official salt. Guan Kime said something earth-shattering. No one in the court dares to say this, but I am different. When I was farming in Qingzhou, I only bought private salt. After all, the price of official salt is several times that of private salt. Who can afford official salt without a family business? He showed a complicated expression, as if he hated the high price of salt and suffered from the exhaustion of fiscal revenue. The cost of producing 1 caddy of salt in the salt field is 2 cents, but 1 salt permit for 400 caddies is priced at 4 strings of cash. The price of 1 caddy of official salt in the market is 15 cents, while the lowest price of private salt is only 5 cents. According to the salt tax of 5 million strings of cash, the sales of official salt in a year are 500 million caddies, which is probably less than half of the private salt. In Zhao, where the water network is dense and the salt fields are concentrated, the proportion of private salt is overwhelmingly higher than that of official salt. In this way, the salt tax swallowed by the court every year is at least 10 million strings of cash. With such a huge profit, those who can get a share are all tough guys. The martial arts and ruthlessness of the salt smugglers in Zhao are well known in Kyushu. It is said that they are 3 times more powerful than the local officers and soldiers. The hall was quiet for a moment. Who do you think is behind these salt smugglers? Hong Fan did not guess, because he knew there was no need to guess here. Of course, I am just talking nonsense now. The key to this matter is evidence. Guan Kime changed the subject. This time I want you to go to Zhao to find evidence that the Pan family is raising salt smugglers to make money from salt, the location of the privately opened salt wells and salt ponds, the routes for transporting private salt, the accounts of profit distribution, and the confessions of the people behind the scenes with fingerprints. These are what I want. Are you going to expose the Pan family? Hong Fan's voice was a little dry. Don't be nervous. How can you expose such a small thing? Guan Kime sneered. The Pan family is also a family with hundreds of years of history. How could they do dirty things without gloves and isolation? Even if you have irrefutable evidence, it is nothing more than killing a few family members involved, which is not even a heroic act. I will tell you frankly that the investigation of this matter is not for private salt, nor for the Pan family, but for the problem of Zhao Public School. Local problems must be solved by local forces. Many things that are very difficult for this Hangwu Academy to do, manpower, venues, food and medicine resources, etc., are easy for local aristocratic families, and the chaos I listed before would not cause any waves without their support and acquiescence. The Academy has communicated with the Pan family on these matters more than once or twice, but the old man and the Pan family are clearly divided because of the matter of the succession. I have repeatedly asked him to do a favor but was rejected, so I had to resort to some means. Guan Kime's face was full of helplessness. In short, you will act according to the circumstances after you go to Zhao. It doesn't matter if you use some extraordinary means, and you don't have to abide by the rules. He gave a look. Shenzheng, is this okay? Hong Fan said what was in his heart. When we talked to King Dizhenzong before, we always mentioned the law. Isn't that double standard? Guan Kime laughed at this. How can I have double standards? My standards are consistent. If it is beneficial to what I do, it is right, and if it is not beneficial, it is wrong. I am different from others. To me, the truth is not just a verbal reason, but the path I walk. People speak in order to do things, so how can they let their tongues restrict their hands and feet? He raised his voice and shook the earthenware pot, as if he had a clear conscience. I still want you to go when the new year is approaching because people who are eager to go home are prone to reveal flaws, but it may affect your new year. Is it okay? Guan Qimei asked insincerely. There is a problem. Hong Fan wanted to say this, but finally shook his head. 3 days later, the 21st day of the 12th lunar month. Yunke City, the capital of Zhejiao. The heavy snow had just stopped, and the moonlight shone on the spotless snow, glowing cold white. At the edge of the forest, there was a woodcutter's hut surrounded by a wooden fence, with firelight coming through the paper-covered windows. The sound of footsteps on the snow came from far away and got closer. "It's me," a rough voice asked, and after waiting for 3 breaths, he pushed the door open and came in. The person who came in was a 6-foot-tall man wearing a linen cloak and wrist guards. He closed the door silently and glanced at the 7 people standing around the stove in the room. "General Manager Gu," he nodded and greeted the person in the middle, then looked at the strange young man in the corner with a vigilant look. "I'm waiting for you alone," General Manager Gu said with a reproachful tone. His real name was Gu Jianming, and he had served in the military department of the Zhejiao Military Academy for many years and was very prestigious. The newcomer is the local hero down the mountain tiger Deng Li, and on his right is the famous Yurke constable Ran Yi. Seeing that everyone was there, the usually serious Gu Jianming actually smiled and introduced himself to the stranger in the corner first. No one was surprised. Everyone present was a capable person, and they immediately understood that this person's status was far higher than theirs. "Today I urgently summoned you here because a distinguished guest has come to the capital," Gu Jianming said, looking for information. The strange young man nodded, showing the ivory arrow order on his waist, and clasped his fist slightly. "Jin He, Hongfen." The dust flew around the stove. Everyone was shocked and returned the heavy gift. The Chaxing daimyo stood out from the other Xianjiao after the battle in Shengzhou. When the news that he killed the Iron Demon and tamed the King Dizianzong 3 months ago spread, his prestige was already comparable to the top of the list. Hong Zishao was ordered by the headmaster to come for the Pan family's salt business. "I am ashamed to say that I have been taking this job for half a year and the progress is slow." Gu Jianming was full of shame. "Good things are hard to achieve, it has always been like this," Hong Fan comforted. He understood the other party's dilemma very well. Just like the King Dizianzong in Kangsu City, the Pan family has a huge influence in Guizhou, so Gu Jianming did not even dare to use his subordinate Chishao directly, but instead found the 6 outsiders present to do things. "I'm new here, please tell me about the local situation in detail." Hong Fan took the lead and sat down next to the fire. Seeing his humble attitude, everyone relaxed a little. The private salt business has many forms, but they are all divided into 3 links: production, transportation, and distribution. The upper reaches are public and private salt fields, the middle reaches are warehouses and docks controlled by the CAO gang and the cavalry, and the lower reaches are local gentry and powerful people. The patrol inspectors Huan Kai and Gu Jianming exchanged glances and took the initiative to speak. Most ordinary private salt dealers buy surplus salt from the cooks of the official salt fields, and transport it by mixing it with other salt, or mixing it with bulk goods such as grain and cloth, or making salt bricks and hiding them in the interlayer of the bottom of the ship. They hide during the day and come out at night, and go through mountains and ridges. In order to avoid our inspection checkpoints, they even dig tunnels privately. In addition, salt smugglers generally raise private soldiers. First, they compete with each other for salt sources and trade routes. The particularly arrogant ones even dare to confront the officials and soldiers. This spring, there were 2 groups of salt protection teams in Fiayu City. The total size was more than 1,000 people. They were well equipped and morale was high. Both sides were equipped with cavalry teams, and even the salt capture camp did not dare to interfere directly. Specifically, what about the Pan family? Hong Fan asked. Except for the White Tiger sect in Zhejiao, the Pan family has the final say. Giants like them have always been in charge of everything from top to bottom when doing business, and have their own salt fields and salt transport teams. It was Ran Yi who took over. The Pan family's private salt business is managed by Pan Chen and his son from the 14th branch of the Sai branch, and the specific affairs are handed over to the local Terence Hienmo. The total size of their salt protection team is over 3,000 people, equipped with heavy armor, powerful crossbows and war horses, and divided into sentinels and teams with leaders in charge. Before, the hero Deng had tracked their salt transport team several times and was able to confirm that their salt field was located in the heavy mountains in the east outside the border. The heavy mountains are the territory of the Silver King. Hong Fan was surprised. At the same time, Deng Li cupped his hands, indicating that he did not dare to call himself a hero in front of him. Yes, this is also the reason why they have to raise so many private soldiers. There are rumors that the Pan family's salt field was attacked by a group of beasts last year, and it was only Yuanzi from the clan who took action to settle it. Gu Jianming replied, Yuanzi took action? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Hong Fan had doubts in his heart, and then suddenly realized that in the various materials he had read before, only the snake god, mountain god, and sea god were worshipped by gods, while the Silver King and the heart-eating demon king were only given the word king. He vaguely felt that there was something to this matter. Since the target is clear, why can't we find their flaws? Hong Fan asked again. Hong Zishao will report. Gu Jianming gritted his teeth and replied. I was also brave and diligent, but later I found out that the Pan family had dealt with all the relevant inspection offices and salt capture camps, and even the sub-inspectors stationed in Yongke City turned a blind eye, so that the pressure on us is getting greater and greater. Hearing this, Huan Kai was a little embarrassed, and just stared at the jumping fire. In July this year, they even found out about us. The Dahua law stipulates that those who sell private salt will be hanged, and those who buy private salt will be beaten 100 times, and the consequences are extremely serious. So the salt smugglers are also very cruel, so we have to postpone it. Gu Jianming clenched and unclenched his fists, glanced at Hong Fan's face, with both shame and fear in his eyes. General Manager Gu, I understand. Hong Fan signaled the other party not to continue, and glanced at the 6 people present, regretting in his heart. Considering the information just collected, he was sure that someone present must have become an insider of the Pan family. When this place was over, they would lose their only advantage of being in the dark while the enemy was in the open. Ran Yi added new wood to the fire. In the ears of the innate warrior, the ice spikes growing on the corners of the eaves outside the house were making a barely audible high-frequency sound. General Manager Gu, what are the names of the salt-related officials stationed in Yongke City, and where do they live? Hong Fan propped his knees and straightened his back, and made a decision. Hong Zishao is going to visit, Gu Jianming asked, but was interrupted by a piercing look. Zi Yi, the co-governor of the Salt Transport Department, is a 5th-rank official, and lives in Yonglifeng in the south of the city. Mu Yingju, the deputy envoy of the Salt Transport Department, is a 4th-rank official, and lives in the west of the city. Zhai Hao, the inspector of the censorate, he had no choice but to tell him. It is now the hour of high, 10 p.m. Hong Fan took out his mechanical pocket watch and said. What is Hong Zishao going to do? Ran Yi asked, feeling a little uneasy. I have a plan, but I have to ask you to stay here tonight. And no one can leave. Hong Fan stood up and glanced at everyone. Is Hong Zishao outing us? Deng Li's eyebrows suddenly rose, and he asked angrily. I said that we should look after each other tonight and no one can leave. You can do whatever you want tomorrow morning. Hong Fan just repeated it once. What if I insist on leaving? Huan Kai also stood up, and pretended to be fearless. Then go ahead, and don't blame me for looking for you again. Hong Fan looked directly at the man, and his voice was cold. The moment their eyes met, the latter felt like he was falling into hell. After a few breaths, he struggled out with heavy breathing, and his body was soaked with sweat. That's it, there was no more talk in the room. Chapter 496, Piercing the Clouds. Late at night, Yolke City slept peacefully in the heavy snow. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the strong, Hong Fan walked into the city and found Zhai Mansion in the east of the city without asking. This mansion is 100 meters wide and occupies half of Hengsen Street. Even with the snow covering the corners of the house, it is still fierce. The organization is only lower than the 3 heads of the 3 departments and several big families. The patrol officer was originally an external post of the Shenjing Supervision Line, which played an auxiliary role in the supervision of the local areas by the Inchashisi. Later, it was gradually equipped with fixed yamen and jurisdiction, and evolved into a permanent post of the 4th rank, honored as supervisor. Zhai Supervisor, whom Hong Fan was looking for, was born in the 6 departments of the Imperial Censor. He was responsible for the administrative supervision of a county and also managed the salt law and government affairs. In theory, he had the right to dispatch the local city defense department, the guards in the salt capture camp. His power was not small. Even so, he did not have the ability to invite masters to protect him personally. The total number of civil and military officials in Dahua exceeded 130,000, 80% of them were military officers, of which more than 10,000 were above the 5th rank, far exceeding the number of Key Realm warriors. Although the official rank is high, it can suppress the common people but not the warriors. Hong Fan walked around Zhai Mansion, stepping on the snow and rustling. He saw lanterns hanging on several doors on the front and sides, and the breathing of sentries and hunting dogs could be heard from inside the doors. So he randomly chose a section of the courtyard wall to climb in. It was a cold and snowy night in December. There were no sentries in the mansion, and not even a human voice could be heard. Finding someone is the easiest thing. This kind of high-ranking family is built according to Feng Shui, and the internal layout is similar. The owner's bedroom is always in a fixed position. Hong Fan walked along the corridor into the main courtyard and heard a long and even breathing in the ear room. The person's cultivation is above the level of penetration, so he should be a close follower of the patrol officer. He walked over silently and shot a sand arrow through the window to knock the person unconscious. Bid farewell to Chang Feng in the courtyard. The silver moon shone on the footprints of the same depth. The wooden door of the bedroom opened and closed quickly, creaking half a sound. Zhai Hao had just fallen asleep when he heard an unusual noise but ignored it. After a while, he felt a gust of cold wind blowing through his quilt. Half asleep and half awake, he thought the window was not tight, so he kicked the foot-warming maid at the end of the bed, signaling her to go and take care of it. But no one responded. Zhishan, Zhai Hao knew that his maid was always alert, so he called her and knew something was wrong. He sat up suddenly and saw a tall figure standing in front of the bed. His heart was pounding, and he glanced at the end of the bed in the dim light of the enamel spring stove. Zhishan was lying on his side, his chest heaving and still breathing. "What are you going to do?" Zhai Hao felt relieved and asked in a low voice. His face was calm and his momentum was vigorous. His left hand quietly reached for the short knife hidden in the bed. But the move of the person who came was as fast as lightning. He grabbed his left hand and broke his little finger in just a blink of an eye. Zhai Hao was about to scream in pain, but his throat was immediately pinched. As he struggled, he felt that the other person's arms were as solid as a rock and could not be shaken at all. "I have something to ask you, don't waste your words," the visitor threw down an order. The moonlight passed through the window and fell on the man's hair and jawline, which was indescribably simple and cold. "You are the master of the mansion, right?" The voice of the questioner was very young, with an accent of 70% Northwest and 30% Beijing. Zhai Hao recognized that he was a foreigner, held the broken little finger, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I am a 4th-rank official of the Imperial Court," another sound of broken bones mixed with a miserable howl of being broken. "It is not difficult to connect these 2 fingers, but it is hard to say about the 3rd one," the visitor said. His voice was as young and cold as before. This time, Supervisor Zhai's eyes were completely clear. No matter the age, good or evil, the people in front of him were all coming for him, and he was full of confidence, and he didn't care about the power of the 4th-rank official at all. "Please give your orders, Zhai will answer any questions you ask," Zhai Hao said flatteringly. "Are you involved in the Pan family's private salt trafficking?" Although he answered any questions, he didn't expect it to be such a dangerous thing. "Yes, there are some conveniences." Seeing the other party's hand reaching for his 3rd finger after a disagreement, Zhai Hao immediately admitted. "Which trade route is open to them besides Yurkei City?" "The Yunmo line in the southeast direction outside the city, where the salt catching camp patrols and sets up checkpoints, but it is open to the He family salt transport team from Modern County at night." "Will it be open tonight?" "Salt is something that everyone eats every day, so there should be some." After a conversation, Hong Fan nodded and stood up. "If you had known better earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much before." He turned around and opened the door to leave. Zhai Hao saw that the young man was still calm after cutting off 2 of his fingers, and his anger rose again. "It is not easy to be a hero, and your recklessness may have consequences," he seemed to remind him. "Of course there will be consequences for this matter, but it is not because you, a patrol officer, cut off 2 fingers." Hong Fan spoke in a contemptuous tone, stopped, and glanced back sideways. "A smart person should learn to forget. No one came tonight, no one talked to you, and anything that happened afterwards was not because you leaked the news, so the Pan family will not come after you. You broke these 2 fingers yourself, remember?" Zhai Hao did not reply. With the moonlight at the door, he had already seen the ivory plate of the uninvited guest deliberately exposed on his waist. As a senior official of the 4th rank, Zhai Hao knew a lot of things, and in an instant he thought of the public school dispute that had been raging between Guan Qimei and Pan Yucheng in the past 2 years. I remember it. He stood up despite the severe pain and bowed to the door. At this time, the night sky was full of snow. Like countless white moths flying and falling to the ground with a puff sound. There were dogs barking in Yongke City, and the silence was inhuman. Hong Fan left Zhai's house and took out his pocket watch. The pointer pointed to the first quarter of the night, 11:15. The snow was getting wilder and flooded Yuncheng. As expected, Kaiankan Fa Xiao Pan Yucheng was living in his house, but he didn't know what was happening outside. Hong Fan thought so, and flew south until he could no longer see the city wall, then he glided with his wings. The earth was bound by the night with an unknown force, and the insects and rats could only sneak around in fear. Only the capable ones could walk like the day. The sandwings flew in the air, and they galloped along the southeast-oriented cloud incline. They quickly traveled 100 miles and passed the checkpoint of the salt-catching camp. There were no clouds or snow on the other side of the world. Only the sky inlaid with star diamonds gave a faint cold light. The He family's salt transport team trudged along the official road. There were 12 of them, wrapped in thick cloaks, and their sheepskin boots were tied to their knees with leather ropes. Each of the 6 carriages was equipped with 2 strong draft horses. Even so, the first carriage was stuck in the snow and mud again. Go! The coachman was reluctant to get off the carriage and whipped it twice. The draft horses exerted their strength in pain, and white mist sprayed from their noses, but the carriage did not move at all. You cheap bones usually eat well, why can't you do anything? The driver cursed in a low voice, and was about to hit him harder when he was slapped on the back of his head. Leoma, seeing that it was the team coming up, the driver smiled. Why are you standing there? Come down and help. Let's try to unload half of the goods first. Lao Ma took off his hat and threw it on the good snow beside the road, making a dent, and turned around to shout. The checkpoint of the salt capture camp is only 30 miles away. Wait until you get past it before you think about being lazy. Chapter 497 Loyalty. The men on the carriage came over one after another. Just as they were unloading the goods under the light of the stars and the moon, they saw a figure striding towards them against the wind from afar. Lao Ma exchanged glances with his brothers and sisters. Ordinary people would not choose to travel overnight in such weather. What's more, they were alone. The unloading process was slow. The 12 people took off their gloves and tucked them into their belts. Unexpectedly, the person on the other side shouted before he came close. Are you private salt dealers? Lao Ma suspected that there was something wrong with his ears, or that the other party was speaking in dialect. Who are you? He shouted. Are you the He family's salt transport team? I'm here to find you, the person who came answered in a hurry. Although his steps were scattered, he had approached dozens of meters away without knowing it. Come for us. Lao Ma's eyes were fierce, and he gave a low order. The 12 people each drew swords from the carriage frame, and there were even 3 crossbows without strings. Hand in hand, don't let him get away. With just one sentence, the salt merchants had divided into 4 teams, and 9 of them were divided into 3 groups to meet the enemy, waiting to chop the man into mud. Wang Xin was set on the target, and the string sounded for the first time. The arrow should have hit, but there was no sound, and the man was still moving forward. It's all because the night is too dark, and it's unlucky, the crossbowman cursed inwardly and quickly reloaded. The string sounded for the second and third time. At this time, Lao Ma was only 3 feet away from the visitor. He could see clearly that the 3 crossbow arrows were not shot off the target, but were easily caught in his hands. It's too cold, the bowstring is brittle and has no power, the visitor commented. Under the moonlight, he grasped the neck of the arrow with one hand, and his thumb exerted force, making a ding sound, and he actually broke the fine steel arrowhead, as easy as picking vegetables. Then all the salt merchants saw that the 3 arrowheads were kneaded into the palm of his hand and squeezed together, and only heard the metal groan for a while, and when he let go of his hand, they fell into the snow in one piece. With a puff, Lao Ma's scalp tingled, and he knelt down neatly. He had mastered the basic cultivation, so he knew what kind of skills and brute force this was. Good man, we are a legitimate caravan. Lao Ma glanced at his brothers and sisters, and saw that they had all dropped their weapons and lay on the ground, so he hurriedly pretended to be weak. Why would a legitimate caravan carry a crossbow? Hong Fan asked with interest. My good man, the knife is for self-defense, and the crossbow is for hunting. Lao Ma bowed his head as he spoke. Hong Fan did not comment, stepped on the moon on the steel knife in the snow, walked to the carriage, inserted his finger into the bag, tasted it, and it was indeed salt. Are there legitimate and dishonest private salt dealers? He turned around and mocked. Lao Ma stammered. Okay, come here, I'll ask you something, and you won't have to suffer if you answer truthfully. Hong Fan did not waste any more time. First, where do the goods come from and where do they go? Second, what is the name of the person in charge? Third, where's he now? Everyone looked at Lao Ma. The latter showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Don't waste your energy, my dear. We are all loyal people who have received the kindness of our master. Let you, the man said harsh words, and his knees bent down unconsciously. Hong Fan shook his head and punched the liver area. Lao Ma covered his stomach and retreated a few steps to the ground. He drooled at the corners of his mouth, but he didn't beg for mercy. The other salt dealers were both scared and shocked, and they dared not say anything. They didn't expect that the boss, who is usually sneaky, would have such backbone at the critical moment. Hiss, there are loyal people among the private salt dealers. Hong Fan raised his eyebrows and rolled up his sleeves. Okay, then try my tricks again. Lao Ma heard the words and widened his bloodshot eyes. Seeing the other party approaching, he finally spoke before he made a second move. Confess, my dear, I have always been willing to confess. These words had been lingering in his mouth for a long time. Are you teasing me? Hong Fan said with a little anger. It's really painful just now. How dare I tease a hero? Lao Ma turned over like a turtle and knelt in the snow. We are the subordinates of the He family who are responsible for transporting salt. This trip is to pick up the goods from the warehouse in Modern County and transport them to Bin County outside UK City. Hong Fan had memorized the terrain before coming to Zhezhou, and knew that Modern County was 200 miles east from here. Then who is your previous family and where does they live? The previous family's surname is Lin, and his name is Lin Xiangming. The Lin family mansion in Modern County is here, Lao Ma said carefully, breathing heavily. The horses kept stamping their hooves in the snow. The salt dealers carefully looked at Hong Fan's face, and when they saw that he had no intention of regretting killing, they all breathed a sigh of relief. If you cooperated a little bit at the beginning, you could have received less punches, Hong Fan mocked, and took all 12 horses off the shaft harness, and then pointed at each salt dealer. As the blazing fire essence poured into them, their limbs that were originally frozen in the snow suddenly felt warm. Just as they were about to thank him, they found that they were unable to move their whole bodies. As long as my true energy is not dispersed, you can't move, but you don't have to be afraid of the wind and snow. Modern County is only 200 miles away from here. If the information is wrong, I will come back to take your lives, Hong Fan said casually, striding eastward, and was stopped before he went 10 meters. Please spare my life, my dear, I was confused just now. Lao Ma's face was full of regret. We are from Mountain, but I said something wrong later. Lin Xiangming is the leader of our rival family. Our boss is Ye Hongfei, who lives in room A of Ming's Hen restaurant in Modern County. He and the county lieutenant are brothers. Hong Fan didn't look at him again, but asked the others. Is he right this time? Everyone nodded hurriedly. Okay, don't say I didn't give you 11 people a chance then. Lao Ma realized something was wrong when he heard it, and he was swept by an invisible red tide, and burned into a blazing torch with a bang. The startled horse ran into the woodland beside the road. The salt merchants were silent. The night stretched out deeply in the faint moonlight, like a tunnel with an unknown edge. Hong Fan took out his pocket watch. It was 2/4 of an hour, 1:30 a.m., and it was 110 miles away from UK City, Mountain County, Ming's Hen restaurant. The moon rests on the flying eaves. In the outer room of suite number 1, the candlelight was bright, and the charcoal stove made the room warm like spring. He Hongfei, the 7th master of the He family, held ivory chopsticks and tapped the wine table, keeping the rhythm for the 3 wide-sleeved dancers. 7th master He, my eldest brother, has been famous in Fiyu City for many years and is familiar with the government. Usually, he can settle things by just reporting the name of Jin Yi. It is not a big deal that he accidentally killed 3 people without paying attention, a young man in brocade robe said on the lower left. But this time, we didn't have the arrangements. The local martial arts academy reported that they had provoked the red-clothed Tiki, so we had to hide out. He Hongfei glanced at him when he heard the word Tiki, stopped shopping, and used his eyes to drive the dancers out. The door opened and closed, and the room became much quieter. If it weren't for my 3rd brother's persuasion, I wouldn't have thought of hiding away. The man who spoke sat opposite the young man in brocade robes. He had a big beard and a big belly, and had eaten all the food and wine on the table. In fact, what's wrong with fighting those red-skinned people in UK City? Maybe they will be on the evil list, and then they will be famous all over the world. He put his hand on his knee, seemingly casual. Well, you are worthy of Fiukai and Jinai, so heroic. He Hongfei gave a thumbs up. Since my brother has come to Modern County, you can rest assured about the things outside. County Lieutenant Cao is my closest brother. As he said this, he took the hand of the middle-aged man in a red robe beside him, who is obviously County Lieutenant Cao. With your 3 meridians of pure cultivation, how about hiring me as the guardian of the He family for 800 taels of silver a year? How dare you disobey me? Jinai was overjoyed when he heard this, and hurriedly poured wine into the empty cup. The 4 people in the room smiled at each other and were about to drink the wine. Chapter 498, Hawk Catches Rabbit. At this moment, the door was kicked open. Hong Fan stepped in, snow on his shoulders, and looked around at everyone. Who are you? Did I let you in? County Lieutenant Cao suddenly put down his wine glass and was the first to scold. You are he Hongfei. Hong Fan's eyes were fixed on the main seat. It is you, Mr. Hiki. He Hongfei was about to speak, when he saw the other party striding over to catch him, with a casual posture as if he was entering a circle to catch a chicken. Are you going crazy in front of Grandpa? Jinai, who had been hired as a guardian, knew that it was time for him to show his ability. He slapped the short case, rose from the ground from his cross-legged position, and in the blink of an eye, he flew across half of the room, as light as a flying bird. His true energy was surging, and his fists were powerful. Then he was slapped by Hong Fan, who had him first, and he was hit through the wooden wall like a ball and embedded into the solid wood wardrobe next door. Looking at the rotten teeth on the ground and listening to the deathly noise next door, he Hongfei knew that he probably didn't have to pay the 800 taels. The great master of the 3 meridians was slapped to death with one slap. The strength of the newcomer is self-evident. Maybe you have a misunderstanding? I work for the Yunkai Pan family. Hiki swallowed his saliva and forced a smile. That's why I came here. Hong Fan tightened his sleeves. Since it is such a big deal, it would be presumptuous for me to stay any longer. I will leave first. County Lieutenant Cao stood up, bowed, and smiled apologetically. You can't leave either. Hong Fan shook his head. I don't want to get involved in things like smuggling, but I heard downstairs that you, as a county lieutenant, are still protecting criminals. It's not convenient to miss it. As he said this, he kicked the copper charcoal stove at his feet and smashed County Lieutenant Cao's face. After the bone was broken, the loud sound of the funeral bell lingered for a long time. Jinai's 3rd brother collapsed on the seat, wanting to turn into a pool of water and seep away from the cracks in the floor. The door was closed. A quarter of an hour later, Hong Fan opened the window to let out the blood. This time he didn't leave anyone alive. Starting from Zhai Mansion in Yunkai City, Hong Fan traveled eastward without showing the power of the Life Star or any signature killing methods, and thoroughly felt the recklessness of martial arts masters. The strong are terrible. Especially the strong who are not socialized. He couldn't help but think of the word alone that Li Guiyan said to himself when he stood in front of the evil list in Shenjing's Hangwu Academy. Outside the window, the sky is high and the mountains are far away, and the stars are like the gaps in the night. There seems to be a fatal attraction hidden in the darkness. Hong Fan turned around and took the strong wine that had not been drunk from Hiki's cups, and washed off the blood on his hands. He took out his pocket watch. It was 1/4 to the hour of yin, 2:45, and it was 300 miles away from UK City. He stood in front of the window in silence for a moment, waiting for his passion to cool down a little, and suddenly poured the remaining wine on the pure white and fluffy new snow on the windowsill. The wine was gone and the snow was gone. The window was rustling in the wind. And no one was seen. The largest river in Zhejiao is called Ju's River, which cuts out from the heavy mountains and crosses the south of the state. The He family's salt was transported through this river, and the shipping point was a private wharf near the border of Dahua. According to He Hongfei, the He family was mainly responsible for the packaging, transportation and sales of the middle and lower reaches, and the Pan family handed over the upstream mining business to the more powerful Mo family in the east of Zhejiao. Hong Fan flew down the river after leaving Mountain, and saw the earth mixed with black and white, and the river surface was covered with a misty glow of stars and moons. When he found the salt transport wharf, the sky was already slightly bright, and the purple-red color was like a blooming rose. Hong Fan took out his pocket watch for the fifth time. The time was 6 o'clock in the morning, at least 1,200 miles away from UK City. According to the agreement, the 6 people in the woodcutter's house could leave at this time. It was conservatively estimated that within an hour, the Pan family would receive news that Chixing had arrived in Zhejiao. Unfortunately, this news was far behind him. The wharf was called Beishuten, and it was just 3 wooden trestle bridges built at the river bend. Because it was early in the morning, there were no fleets or carriages here, and only a dozen men were resting in the attached wooden house. Hong Fan, as usual, grabbed a high-ranking official as his mouthpiece and drew a route map to the Moji assault field. Unfortunately, there was no precise surveying at this time, and the nominal map was actually just a vague navigation with a series of iconic scenes connected in order. Considering that the same mountains looked completely different from different perspectives, he had to walk all the way after passing through the border of Dahua. Fortunately, there was a dirt road opened by the salt transport team along the way, and he arrived at the Pangaea salt pond deep in the mountains after a day and a night. This is a low-lying closed basin, benefiting from the shelter of the mountains, and there is no wind or snow in the 12th lunar month. Standing at the pass, Hong Fan saw a row of brine diversion channels falling down the slope, diverting the natural brine seeping from the ground into the salt fields below. These salt fields were neatly divided into several ridges, and clay bricks and stones were laid at the bottom of the ridges to prevent seepage. The salt pond was surrounded by rows of willow trees and dams, which were obviously to prevent wind and sands from polluting the salt particles. At this time, before the 3 p.m., nearly 3,000 salt workers were working in the fields. The shoveling, washing, storage, and transportation were all in order, and the sounds of labor could be vaguely heard from a distance. According to the scale, this salt field can produce at least 70,000 to 80,000 guan of net profit a year, which is equivalent to 5 times the annual income of the entire Hong family 5 years ago. Such a treasure pot, hidden deep in the mountains, naturally requires corresponding security facilities. Only 100 meters away from the salt field, a medium-sized dock fortress is located. It has a circumference of 600 meters and a wall height of 12 meters. There are watchtowers at the 4 corners, hanging gates in the north and south, and a tower in the center, which serves as a command post overlooking the 4 sides. The last 2 things that Guan Kim specifically asked for, the account book and the confession, were obviously in this fortress. Hong Fan carefully memorized the terrain and flew down the mountain along the rugged cliffs. Suddenly, he saw a small temple hidden in the woods beside the road. The temple is made of red bricks and white stones for the walls, and the top is made of swallowtail ridges, all in the Guziao style. It was quiet all around, and no one was in the forest. Hong Fan stood outside the door to look in, and saw that the temple was made of split stones for pillars, and the space was cramped, with windows the size of square stools left on both sides for lighting. A faint fishy smell came from inside. He walked in quietly and saw a stone platform in the temple, on which stood 3 statues. The stone statue in the middle was a white ape, and the wooden statues on the left and right were tigers and bears respectively. The stone statue was particularly rough, with only the general shape of the ape, as if it did not dare to be finely carved. Only the eyes were inlaid with obsidian, which was quite brilliant. Hong Fan did not recognize the ape on the platform, but considering where it was no accident that it was the Lord of Chongshan Silver King. In front of the stone platform, there was a copper furnace and an iron altar. The bronze incense burner was half a person's height, and it was filled with white ash. At this time, a thick incense stick more than a meter long was burning, and it was obvious that the incense was burned every day. The tin altar contained the fur of several exotic animals. The fur underneath had dried to an ochre color, and the fur on top was slightly wet with blood. The fishy smell came from here. The human architectural style, coupled with the animal-shaped gods and blood sacrifices, made people feel creepy. Hong Fan observed for a moment and was about to go out. His heart suddenly jumped as if he was being spied on. He looked back and saw that there was no other change except the curling incense sticks dispersing into the dust. It is not advisable to meddle in irrelevant matters when you are away from home. Hong Fan thought so, and ran out of the temple. He was thinking about how to sneak into the fort to arrest people and get the account, but he heard a fierce bell in the distance. He quickened his pace and turned around the valley. He saw that the fort had entered a state of alert, and all the salt workers were abandoning their work and rushing into the fort. Half a quarter of an hour later, the gate was cut down, and more than 100 archers on the city wall were in armor. Just by looking at their spirits, You can tell that they are professional armed forces with sufficient fighting experience. The salt pond was empty and no one was there. Hong Fan thought there was a beast hide, but after waiting for a while, he saw nothing. Instead, a man in a brocade robe climbed up the watchtower of the fortress. He was about 30 years old, with wide sleeves and a red silk ribbon tied on his bun, which was fluttering in the wind. "My name is Mo Lixun, Mo Samling. I am a friend from somewhere who came uninvited. I hope you can tell me your name." He pressed his hand on the parapet, and his loud voice swept across the area of several miles, revealing his innate cultivation. Hong Fan recalled the sudden dispersal of white smoke in the Earth Temple, and realized that he had been exposed for unknown reasons, so the Silver King was worshipped and even protected humans. Outside the Fate Star, this was the first time he directly witnessed the peculiarities of the gods. All the way from the White Beach, Hong Fan had only encountered some wild beasts and species along the way. It was not until this time that he realized that he was outside the familiar land of Kyushu and was touching the real wilderness. He suddenly felt that it was not appropriate to stay for long. "Jinhei Hongfan." Hong Fan's mind suddenly changed, and he strode out and introduced himself a mile away. The sound rolled over the fort like thunder. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in hiding one's identity at the last stop where the truth is revealed. There was a commotion inside the besieged city. No one in the inner city, including Mo Lixun, had seen Hong Fan, but the power of the Star of Life was second to none in the world, so who'd impersonate him? "What is Chixing doing in this remote place outside the border?" Mo Lixun's frivolous face was slightly restrained. "Since you know this place is outside the border, you are not here for good. As for your various demands, which are quite excessive, you'd better wait until I catch you," Hong Fan said lightly, walking slowly forward, with sand swirling around him. Mo Lixun was originally a man of arrogant character, but at this moment he was still shocked by the contempt in the other party's words. "I thought Chixing was a wise man, but I didn't expect him to be a fool." He laughed in anger and broke a brick with his hand. "The Mo family is a first-class tyrant in Zhejiao. All of their children practice martial arts. The direct descendants of the family have certainly seen the battles between the Xianjies. They are very strong and fast, but no matter how strong and fast they are still innate. Is it only you, Hong Fan, who has a different style? As for the rumors that you are faster than the personal guards of the tree god and more powerful than the Yuanzi Venerable, the people of Zhejiao have never taken them to heart. The Xianjiao list says that you have experienced many battles. I am in a dangerous fortress, with 200 elite soldiers around me, fully equipped with armor and powerful crossbows, and 3 of them have perfect cultivation. What else can you do except fight for the ground with your head?" Mo Lixun waved his hands and boasted, causing laughter on the top of the city. "It is said in the world that you have a killing method that is enough to destroy an army by yourself. What is called the God of Fire? Why don't you show it to me?" He crossed his arms and showed off his eloquence. Hong Fan no longer replied, but silently urged the desert sand. "The God of Fire can naturally flatten the top of this medium-sized dock fort, but if nothing unexpected happens, it will hurt the lives of many soldiers and workers." The investigation of Pan's salt business was for political struggles in Guan Kimei's case, and for personal gain in Hong Fan's case. With such motives, there is only enemy and no good and evil in the city, so restraint should be used. As soon as the thought came down, the sand mist rose up to a radius of dozens of meters, and the wing surface was already formed in a daze. The engine turbine shaft accelerated. The blades buzzed, and the nozzle spit out fire. Everyone saw a red meteor suddenly rising from the flat ground and shooting towards the top of the city. The distance was 500 meters, and there was a visual illusion of distance. But the attacker's maximum speed exceeded 200 meters per second. At the moment when Mo Lixun was stunned, the fire meteor quickly enlarged in his pupils, and arrived almost at the same time as the sound of thunder and storm. Mortal crossbowmen do not have enough dynamic vision and nerve reflexes. High castles and armored soldiers are not reliable. In the empty world, Mo Lixun seemed to be facing a hare attacked by a hawk, and all he could do was to cross his arms to defend. The parapets on both sides were blown to pieces, and the long wind passed like a tornado. The soldiers lost sight of their master and instinctively turned back to follow the sound of the explosion. They saw a huge black hole in the brick wall of the central tower of the fortress, like a huge mouth with jagged teeth. The battle was over before it even began. A quarter of an hour later, on the first floor of the tower, there was dust on the carpet and a broken vase in the corner. Hong Fan sat on the armchair and sipped the freshly brewed tea. In front of him, Mo Jiasan Lang knelt on the ground with his hair untied, endured the severe pain of his broken left forearm, and pressed his bloody fingerprint on the confession that was not yet dry. On the pocket watch, the hour hand pointed to the afternoon. Chapter 499 Gimmick. Hong Fan obtained the confession of the Mo family and the monthly income and expenditure account of the salt field at 3 p.m. on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month. 8 hours later, the capital city was already in sight under the night sky. At this time, ordinary people had gone to bed, but Guan Qimei had not yet left the government office. When he heard that Hong Fan had returned to ask for an audience, he immediately summoned him. Jianhui Hall. The accounts, confessions, and sketches recording the location and transportation routes of the salt field were all displayed. Hong Fan told the whole process, and did not hide the fact that he had killed the county lieutenant of Motan. Across the wide table, Guan Qimei listened carefully and nodded from time to time. From the capital city to Yongke City and then to Chongshan, it is nearly 4,000 miles. You went there and back in just 3 days, and you were able to break into the fortress and capture Mo Laosan by yourself. Your actions are almost as sharp as Yuan Si, Guan Qimei sighed, showing a rare look of disbelief. When your cultivation reaches a higher level, it is hard to imagine what the scene will be like. Hong Fan was praised by the martial saint, and his face remained calm. The main reason why this time was so smooth was that the Pan family was caught off guard. However, because of the violent method of using fast to beat slow, there will inevitably be a lot of traces left, which may have consequences, he said. You don't have to worry about this, Guan Qimei didn't care. Whether there are traces or not, Pan Yuchen will know that it was me who caused the trouble. If they dare to retaliate against you, the Martial Arts Academy will bear the responsibility, he said this firmly. Hong Fan nodded silently after hearing this. The candlelight in the hall was flickering, and the atmosphere was a bit dull. You look worried, what's wrong? Guan Qimei asked curiously. It stands to reason that only one of the 7 things has been done, which is a happy event. There are 2 situations, Hong Fan forced a smile. When I came in, I heard that Jiashi fought Zheng Lianian on Jianayu Avenue as scheduled this afternoon, and successfully topped the list after 300 rounds. It's a pity that I didn't see it in person. What's the matter? Guan Qimei waved his hand and sneered. The competition among the geniuses is just a joke. It's all just a trick in the ring. As for the ranking, it's just a gimmick to win over and manipulate talents. If you care about this, don't fight with others when you reach the innate 6 harmony level. Then I will talk to Xiao Juzi and put you at the top of the list. Hong Fan was stunned. From Jinhei to Zijing, from Zijing to Shenjing, this is the first time he has heard someone mention the genius list and the geniuses on the list in such a joking tone in all these years, which makes him feel uncomfortable. After a few breaths, Hong Fan thought of the rankings of military power, education, corruption, etc. that flooded social media in his previous life, and couldn't help but laugh at himself, because that was the fact, and he was more or less manipulated by this gimmick. Even if you engrave the advocacy of rationality and restraint of desire into your bones, it still does not mean that you are indifferent by nature. If you fight for a fame without doing things, it will only be a burden. Guan Qimei saw him wavering and added. If you want to achieve great things, the promotion of the Yuanzi is the starting point. Hong Fan nodded heavily when he heard this. There is one more thing. He calmed down in an instant. I heard from Mo San Lang that the Pan family made a special trip to worship the Silver King to open the salt field. Not only did they avoid 70% of the beast disasters, but they also received its protection. Once a creature above the key realm approaches the salt field, the shrine set up in the fort will react. When talking about this, Hong Fan's expression was extremely solemn. I understand. You grew up in the western frontier. You probably think that the Pan family is suspected of colluding with foreign races. Guan Qimei's tone was relaxed. Actually, this is not a big deal. After I came to Beijing, I read some secret books, which recorded that the Silver King was once the leader of all the spirits in the prehistoric world. However, after the ancestor dragon descended from the sky, he did not obtain the position of god nor had a family. He only occasionally selected the creatures he liked to develop his spiritual wisdom. Therefore, the relationship between Dahua and Chongshan is not similar to that of other alien races. The beast tide in the east frontier is more like a natural phenomenon than a battle between 2 armies. Hong Fan was much more relaxed after hearing this, and bowed and left. Not long after he left, Yu He's Henjin Tianwai came to report something. The two high-level officials of the Martial Arts Academy walked to the courtyard and talked under the stars and the moon. Soon the topic turned to Hong Fan. This person knows how to advance and retreat. He has knowledge, martial arts, intelligence, and resources. He is very handy. He can be said to be a magic weapon that appears once every 10 years when compared with a sword. Guan Kime made many adjectives in one breath. Is the headmaster moved by his love for talent? Tianwei replied. But Hong Fan is only a cavalryman now. Of course I know. Zishao has fulfilled the agreement, and both the person and the goods are cleared, and the world is bright. Because of this, I am quite harsh when evaluating his performance. Guan Kime sighed. You have always known that I love talents. My great desire cannot be accomplished without gathering people, otherwise why would I run a public school? As for Hong Fan, anyone who has met him twice knows that he is a rare talent, but I have long seen that he is not interested in the Martial Arts Academy, and he is arrogant in his heart. Sometimes I even think that he doesn't think much of me. Tianwei was really surprised. Who can, or who is qualified to look down on the martial arts saint? Seeing his expression, Guan Kime waved his hand and didn't care about this. It doesn't matter whether you look down on him or not, but you know that I don't like self-righteous people. Such people are too opinionated and can't burn themselves out for the ideal career of others. After all, I am such a person. Hong Fan has his own ideas and will not be willing to stay in the Martial Arts Academy. He finally made a conclusion. Not necessarily. Tianwei shook his head. I think Hong Fan is a pragmatic person. He doesn't want to stay because the price is not high enough. Guan Kime seemed to be moved. Well, he still has a difficulty with me. Let's try again when the time comes. The sun and the moon rotate endlessly. The 33rd year of Zhang arrived with a sound of firecrackers. Because Aunt Liu and others were in Shenzhen, Hong Fan spent the new year in Beijing this year. From the 1st to the 3rd day of the first lunar month, he first gave gifts to Guan Kime who was working overtime in Zhangwen, and then visited Zhao Chu, Yi Zan, and then Shi Yuanwei and other friends. After that, he returned to Zhejiang and Jinhei and stayed for a few days. The reunion time passed quickly. After the Lantern Festival, the Pan family really gave in to Zhangwen. With the help of the #1 family in Zhezhou, the local resource shortage of the public school, such as venues, elixirs, and teachers, was greatly alleviated, and all kinds of problems were temporarily put to rest. Some people are happy and some are sad. In Prince Sheng's mansion, the princess was so angry about the humiliation that she went to her husband to cry for several days, and the third prince was also furious and smashed 2 vases one after another. Zioji's revenge followed one after another. On the 28th of the first lunar month, the 5th-rank assistant of the Zhezhou Taixing and Chashisi, who was in charge of the experience department, wrote a letter to report that the purple ribbon Tiki Hong Fan of this Hangwen was suspected of killing the county lieutenant of Modern County, but because there was no human or material evidence, it was easily suppressed by this Hangwen. On the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, at the end of the yin hour, before 5 in the morning, in the Chugong Hall of the Imperial City, all officials were waiting for the court. The morning light shone in from the hall door, and the officials stood in 2 rows in the east and west according to the rank chart. In the southeast corner, the censor on duty straightened his neck and glanced back and forth, reminding the guy who was talking nonsense from time to time with his eyes. The emperor's throne was placed in the center of the high platform at the end of the palace. On the left side of the platform, a cushioned armchair was placed diagonally. It looked more comfortable than the stiff and bald one. Guan Kime was sitting on the armchair board. Censor Xia Cheng stood in the queue holding a jade tablet. He glanced carefully at the chair legs and felt a little uneasy. As the head of the military academy, although Guan Kime was the head of the military officers, he did not like to attend the regular court sessions and often sent Yanwei to replace him. But why did he come today? While Censor Xia was daydreaming, he heard the first whip sound outside the palace and was startled. After 3 whip sounds, the emperor rode to the palace, looked at the ministers in front of the throne, and half bowed. Under the stage, Guan Kime did not stand up, but also half bowed in return, while the ministers held the tablets in front of their chests with both hands and bowed deeply. Dahua has been established for 300 years. Except for the grand court meetings held on important festivals and the emperor's birthday, there is no etiquette for kneeling. After all, Zulong is the common ruler of the world. The emperor of Dahua governs the people on behalf of Zulong and co-governs with the aristocratic families. In the eyes of many warriors and nobles, he can be regarded as a CEO at most, and the martial saints are the real shareholders. After the ceremony, the emperor took his seat and the court meeting officially began. Xia Cheng hid in the queue and watched the prime ministers report important matters in accordance with the procedures. The first one was still about the progress of returning the embezzlement of Haizhou to the public. The second one was the wind and snow disaster in Qingzhou. The third one was the good news from the border of Haizhou, and Zinbihui asked for a reward. These major events had actually been decided between the emperor and the prime minister, and they were brought to the court meeting more as announcements. After the prime ministers finished talking about the major events, it was the turn of the class leaders such as the prefect of Shenjing and the censor of the Metropolitan Procuratorate to report in turn. Xia Cheng resisted the urge to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Time passed slowly, and he noticed that Meng Hongxi, the Minister of Rights in the front row, looked back. The two were in the same row, so he couldn't see Xia Cheng himself, but the latter knew very well that this was an urging for him. Xia Cheng, the right censor of the censorate, has something to report. Xia Cheng made up his mind and stepped out of the row. Speak. Xiao Se on the throne closed his eyes slightly and raised his chin slightly. I have accurate information that the Huang family in Jinhe City, Liangzhou, raises private soldiers and soldiers, equipped with steel armor and firearms, which is tantamount to treason. The officials were already solemn when they heard the word treason, but no one spoke for a long time. Because most people had never heard of Jinhe City, let alone the Hong family. I have participated in court meetings many times, but this is the first time I have heard the word treason. Guan Qimei, who had nothing to do with it and remained silent throughout the whole meeting, smiled and suddenly spoke first. I know about Jinhe City. I remember that there was a case of collusion with a traitor in the 28th year. Censor Xia, how many people are there in this city? 110,000, Xia Cheng said to himself. It's over. But he remained calm on the surface. He bowed slightly to the martial saint and replied. How many people are there in the Hong family? Guan Qimei asked again. Including the sons born in the family, there are more than 800 people, Xia Cheng answered again. Although he had made sufficient preparations, he still lacked confidence. A small border town with a population of only 100,000, and no more than 1,000 cats and dogs in the family, dare to rebel? Did the family produce a few martial saints? Or do they think the court is made of mud? Guan Qimei sneered and mocked, not giving anyone a chance to interrupt, and his tone suddenly became stern. Xia Cheng, you are a good official in Beijing, but you suddenly accuse him of a horrific crime in the border area of Zillion. What is your intention? Shanzhang, I am the eyes and ears of your majesty. It is my duty to report rumors. Xia Cheng gritted his teeth to calm down, his voice trembling slightly. Oh, even if you don't tell me, how can I not know what's going on behind the scenes? Guan Qimei leaned back in his chair and spoke faster. The 10th blazing star Hong Fan on the Xianjiao list is from Jinhe. He refused Xiaoji's recruitment before and is now working under me. At the end of last year, he was ordered by me to go to Jishao for public affairs. It seems that he offended the Pan family again, so he was retaliated. Xia Cheng saw that the other party was not decent enough to bring such a thing to the stage, so he didn't dare to say anything. He just shook his head in silence. More exciting things are still to come. Your Majesty, Guan Qimei half turned around and looked at Xiao Se. I think the third prince is not virtuous enough and has a narrow mind. It would be better if he could go to fiefdom earlier. At this point, the officials who had planned to help him dare not speak anymore. They looked at each other as if it was none of their business. On the high platform, the emperor remained silent. This silence seemed like a concession. So the Prime Minister Yao Yin came out with his Hu tablet in his arms. Shanzhang, please be careful with your words before the emperor arrives. He had a long beard and looked at Guan Qimei proudly from 5 steps away. Could it be that the elders only allow the censors to report on things based on hearsay? Guan Qimei was not annoyed, but just laughed. What Shanzhang said is of course reasonable, only then did Xiao Se speak slowly. It is a custom of this dynasty for the princes to go to fiefdom after they come of age. The elders may discuss it in the next 2 days and choose a good place for the second and third princes. With this sentence, Guan Qimei stopped laughing and shut up immediately. Just now, what Xia Yeshi reported, Xiao Se opened his eyes and looked at the civil officials. Seeing that the situation was about to develop to an unknown outcome, Xia Cheng, the target of public criticism, turned pale and thought of a quick solution. He fainted half-truthfully. Losing manners in front of the emperor was the least bad outcome. In the chaos, The guards went up to the palace and carried the censor down, and this court meeting ended in confusion. Chapter 500 Selling Blood. February 4th. In the north city of Shenzhen, turn west into Jinghui Lane, the innermost spacious mansion. The 2 stone lions at the door have been moved away, leaving only 2 seat marks. The door is open. Stepping over the threshold, the gaps between the stone bricks and the courtyard are full of green grass, the highest of which is nearly half a foot high. It is empty everywhere, obviously no one has taken care of it for a long time. In the front hall, the floor tiles and white walls complement each other, and there are no furniture, screens, calligraphy and paintings, or vases. 7 idle men are half lying and half sitting here, and they even brought dried fruits and ate a lot of them. It was getting dark, and a layer of slanting sunlight shone on the eaves of the corridor. Today will be over. The leading idle man spit out the melon seed shells on his lips and asked, Jin Dalin, your ancestors are also royal family members. We have been tossing each other for nearly 20 days. Can't we squeeze out a mere 1,000 taels of silver? At the back door, a middle-aged man sitting against the wall shook his head lifelessly. His cheeks were sunken, and he wore a brocade hat on his head, but his hair was greasy. What's the use of being a royal family? My grandmother's princess title and my grandfather's second-rank imperial son-in-law can't be inherited. Even my mother is not a royal family because she took a different surname, let alone me. Hearing Jin Dalin's complaints, the 7 idlers also sighed. They already knew the other party's background. His grandmother was named Princess Xiaoyi, but her daughter did not get the title, and finally married a middle-class family named Jin. By the 3rd generation, even the Jin family was in decline, and they had no presence in the capital. My dear friends, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. I only have this empty house left. Take it if you want. Jin Dalin pretended to be generous. Why would we not take it if we can? The idler mocked. This house was bought by Princess Xiaoyi with her dowry. Even if our gambling house has the background of the Duke, it would be too conspicuous if we took it. Again, you can find other places to sell it. We want cash. That's interesting. Jin Dalin also looked like a bachelor. Where can I go with such a big house? If you don't want it, who dares to take it? He got up, took a few steps, and actually reached out to take half a handful of melon seeds from a few hangers-on. It's none of our business who wants it. The hangers-on didn't get angry when they saw this, and simply didn't pick up the remaining dried fruits. They stood up and patted their butts. Whether the silver is paid or not is still your business. Anyway, it's not for us brothers to pay it back. But if you don't pay it back, we will come every day, forcing your family to hide away, and you won't be able to live well. They left without saying anything. Jin Dalin silently ate melon seeds for a while facing the empty courtyard, and then suddenly threw them to the ground. Not long after, footsteps were heard behind the house. Mr. Jin, what have you considered? The speaker was a middle-aged woman who looked about 40 years old. She had a face like a full moon, a plump and tall figure, and her hair was tied up with a lacquered wooden hairpin. As long as you are willing, we will pay 5,000 taels of silver notes now, if you are not afraid of trouble. We can also exchange it for the equivalent of gold. My dear guest, let me think about it again. Jin Da saw this person's expression of greed and fear when he heard this. Will this really not hurt my life? He had asked this question many times before. Don't worry about it, a young man wearing a veil hat beside the woman replied patiently. Extracting dragon blood from your body will indeed shorten your lifespan by a few years. In addition, the strength, recovery, and total amount of true energy you obtained from dragon blood will be lost. There is no other harm. Even though he was wearing a loose scholar's robe, he still showed a strong and sturdy figure. Jin Dalin held his hands and paced back and forth in the hall. With his cultivation in the Guantong realm, he didn't know how many years it would take him to earn the huge sum of 5,000 taels of silver, not to mention that he still owed foreign debts. Money, or the proud bloodline of the dragon heir. Just as Jin Dalin was hesitating, the young man took out a stack of official bills from his sleeve. We have prepared the money. In fact, we are also distant relatives, and we will not harm you. He laughed heartily. 5,000 taels. When Jin Dalin saw the white silver bills, his eyes seemed to be glued and could not be pulled away. In his mind, countless thoughts surged like waves. The pride after paying off the foreign debt, the close reunion of family members, and the most important opportunity to make a comeback. Okay, I'll do as you say. Jin Dalin's voice trembled, and finally nodded. The sunset flushed and squeezed the capital. Hong Fan, dressed in casual clothes and riding a red flag, passed through the North City in the evening breeze to meet Yazan for dinner. In boredom, the branches and leaves of the dragon soul tree suddenly shook violently, pointing in one direction. That was a man and a woman who were striding out under the plaque of Jin Mansion. Their eyes met for a moment. Through the gap in the gauze curtain, Hong Fan saw the man's right eye, and the iris was actually a pure dark gold color. The tiger-eating beast walked a few steps. Looking back, the long alley was empty, and the two people were no longer there. February 9th. The weather in Shenzhen has warmed up, and wildflowers are dotted on the roadside. In the early morning, the newly purchased Failion of Xiananxing hovered in the south of the city for a long time, and after several comparisons, it tentatively landed in the yard. He fed the prepared dried meat and introduced the soft cushions for rest. Hong Fan unfolded the letter in the study, which described the recent business situation in Liangzhou. Xiananxing's monthly steel output is more than 3,000 tons, which is 1.8 times the steel output of the whole state 3 years ago, and the annual output value has exceeded 1.2 million yuan. More and more people in Liangzhou are using affordable steel tools. Of course, a large number of local blacksmith shops have inevitably been squeezed out. As the price of steel in the state stabilized at 40 yuan per jin, many merchants in Shengzhou in the south and Hezhou in the east began to smuggle across states, which made Rongti Palace slightly dissatisfied. Fortunately, the Hongaizu family took over this part of the pressure. In addition to the old business, Hong Fan was most concerned about the railway project. In the past, due to the high price of steel, Dahua only had a small number of short-distance rails dedicated to the interior of the mine, but now this new line will connect Zhejiang and Kanglangshan mining areas, with a total length of 40 kilometers, and is expected to consume 2,500 tons of steel, using steam locomotives with multi-tube boilers and exhaust pipes. After reading the full text, Hong Fan was overwhelmed with emotion and immediately wrote a reply to express his unconditional support for the construction of the railway. In the afternoon of the same day, Fei Lian, who was full of energy and spirit, disappeared in the sky west of Shenzhen. Not long after, someone from the Zhangwu Academy came to summon him. Jianhui Yihao. Guan Qimei spoke to Hong Fan while reviewing the documents piled half a meter high on the wide table. You already know from the court meeting on the second day of the first lunar month that a charge of rebellion that is too outrageous would be ruined if I mess with it a little bit. But Xiao Lao-san has obtained actual evidence of the iron armor and weapons, and the court has no choice but to deal with it. Some things are less than 4 taels if not weighed, but if weighed, they are more than 1,000 jin. Hong Fan nodded when he heard this. Since they are the foundation of local tyrants, they are bound to have the problems that tyrants should have. Not to mention the hidden fields and tax evasion in the past, the Hong family is now a real local emperor in Jinhe City. They are not restrained in things like iron armor, firearms, and war horses. In particular, the clan members like to use words like prince consort and king of the northwest to talk about irrelevant gossip. It is not impossible that some rebellious remarks will be recorded by someone with ulterior motives. Yesterday, His Majesty and the elders discussed this matter. Your family's title will be gone, Guan Qimei said, raising his eyelids. Hong Fan was as calm as ever. Don't you feel bad? Guan Qimei asked when he saw this. Everything has a price, Hong Fan replied calmly. That's right. But you did a good job in the matter of Zhezhou, and the price afterwards should not be borne by you. Guan Qimei nodded and retracted his gaze. No one except the royal family can give the title. My authority is only within the Martial Academy. So, the next martial supervisor of Jinhe City will be nominated by your Hong family. How about it? I have no objection, Hong Fan answered immediately. The hereditary title of the National Guard Lieutenant is nothing more than an annual salary of 400 stones and a little reputation. It is of little use in the border area and cannot be compared with the real power position of a city's martial supervisor. Since you are at peace, let's forget about it. Guan Qimei finished reviewing a document and put down his pen for the time being. There is one more thing I want to tell you, and I may need your help. Around the Lantern Festival, a child who was collecting herbs in Jing's city on the border of Hanzhou picked up a thin black iron plate, on which was engraved the complete version of the Divine Evil classic that had been lost for 400 years. This martial arts classic can resist the two realms of heaven and man, and the core method is to condense evil into armor. As long as the faith is as strong as iron and unshakable, the more lives you kill, the stronger the armor will be. The combat power of the same realm may even exceed that of the 10 classics. And it is of extraordinary value, Hong Fan knew that this matter was dangerous after hearing this. According to the Dahua law, the lost martial arts naturally belong to the court, but this clause is mostly just a claim. If the martial arts that come out are weak, the Martial Arts Academy may not have the interest to collect them. If the martial arts are strong, it will inevitably cause many parties to fight for it openly and secretly, and the ownership depends on the means. The quality of this Divine Evil classic sounds at least not lower than that of the buzzy Vajra classic, and it obviously belongs to the latter. After the local military supervisor got the news, he protected the kid and the martial arts book. But the news had leaked out, and on the 19th day of the first lunar month, a vicious guest came and killed a martial arts supervisor and 2 Guantong deacons of the Martial Arts Academy, and took away the Divine Demon book. Guan Kim sighed, and his words became more severe. Currently, the Hanzhou Prefecture Department is fully responsible for handling this matter, but the development of the situation may not be optimistic. You stay on standby, and don't leave Shenjing recently. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.